International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit. The chef is in. About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey. Donkey.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to
Allow
see happen,
Palestinians.
Hassan?
Do you not understand the
What's
English
going on,
language?
everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Dawson, our broadcast coming to you live from gloomy, not so sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is actually 60 degrees and somewhat sunny here in California, Los Angeles, on stolen land. It is Wednesday, January 7, 2026, 10:48 a.m. Pacific time. Now, obviously, there's a lot of news to cover, and some of those news you're already probably aware of, and I'm going to get to in a little bit. But before I do that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. Okay? That's what I'm going to do. All right. So last night I ended the broadcast and not really, I didn't do anything super consequential. Not much at all. A little bit of book reading, a little bit of watching Jujutsu Kaisen, going to bed early. I've been doing that a lot. Woke up early, worked out in the morning. Okay. Worked out in the morning. And that's pretty much it. What are you reading? Philip Short, Mao, the Man Who Made China. That's what I'm reading. In any case, yeah, that's pretty much it. And I am rewatching Jujutsu Kaisen, yes. Say Gojo is GOAT right now, you must. I mean, that's not even a question. Like, oh, really? Gojo is the GOAT? That's like saying Luffy is the GOAT. Yeah, everybody knows that. It's not even a question. Logs for angles if you don't have it yet? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get into it. I'm gonna get into saying Gojo is the GOAT is just lore, basically. It just means that you're reading the manga appropriately. Yes, chatters, we're going to talk about Minneapolis. I know. I'm going to get into it. Hold on. I'm trying to do the broadcast in the way that I do my broadcast. Can I do the broadcast in the way that I do my broadcast? Anyway, does anyone have a blast off meme or anything like that? I don't know. I just, that's a wonderful, damn, blue skies popping. This is sick. Behold, Hassan Piker, wanted, dead or alive. I love this. I wish I looked like this. I don't, but... Would you ever consider dyeing Kaya black and white to make her look like a panda bear? Yes, I've considered it. But I'm more of a Kaya is lion type person. All right, we'll just blast off real quick. Not anything too significant going on here, so I'm obviously going to dive right into it. ICE shoots bystander in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Only week after Slopaganda video causes admin to send ICE to ICE causes video gets Trump to deploy ICE. God damn it, there's a fucking little gnat or a fly right in front of me. I want to kill it, but I can't. US seizes Russian tanker. EU cucked to Trump. EU scrambles to find anti-occupation position after supporting Israel/Venezuela over Greenland. Get in now. U.S. sanctions never make it to newsprint. I wonder why. Yeah, perhaps there's a reason for it. Perhaps it's because it's propaganda. Okay. All right, we're blasting off and we're going right into it. I'm considering getting into political science, but I keep asking myself, is it worth getting into politics at this point? I just feel like everything is so fucked up. There's not a lot of point in trying to make it better. There's always a point in trying to make it better. You don't really need a political science degree to go out and get elected into local office or anything like that. for the record, but it's not the worst thing to do. I mean, you will be surrounded in a poli-sci degree. If you're in here, you are going to be surrounded by a lot of people that have the exact opposite worldview of you. You're going to be consistently positioned against your worldview. They're going to teach you everything from an incredibly Western framework, incredibly pro-West framework, but you'll be able to sift through all of that nonsense. All right. We're going directly to the ICE shooting that took place in Minneapolis that left a bystander dead. ICE shot a woman in Minneapolis just yesterday. 2,000 extra agents were flooded into the city, and the Department of Homeland Security celebrated it with a shitty little post that they always do, where they were like, "Oh yeah, fuck around and find out. Good morning, Minneapolis." Like, like good morning, Vietnam. DHS tweeted this yesterday, a little more than 24 hours. ICE agents just shot and killed a legal observer in Minneapolis. What ended up happening was, and there's plenty of eyewitness videos on the scene. We're obviously going to watch it. The video is gruesome, even though it's not graphic technically. At least the one that's like readily available is not very graphic, but it is. I'm just going to give you a forewarning. Luffy would not like you. Yes, you're right. This is what we should be talking about right now. An American citizen was shot and killed by the Gestapo. And there are chatters in here coming in saying, Luffy would not like you. Yes, it's not my fault that you don't understand whatever kind of fucking work you're reading, you dumbass. All right, lock in. Let's get a little bit serious for a brief moment. So, anyways, I was saying, only a week and a half after, basically, a right-wing slopaganda piece that came out that was supposed to talk about fraud, even though it wasn't really about fraud at all. It didn't have any new evidence in it whatsoever, and it was simply just a video harassing every single Somali and Somali-owned businesses. The Department of Homeland Security, leaning in to this new racialized agitprop, decided to send the Department of Homeland Security Gestapo agents to the city of Minneapolis. Now, what's really interesting, at least about one of the details that's often overlooked in this story, is the fact that the Somali American population, the Somali immigrant population, is 60% natural born U.S. citizens, as in they were born on U.S. soil, and over 90% of the Somalis on U.S. soil are American citizens. So they're either naturalized, or the majority of them are actually natural born U.S. citizens. So they just happen to be from Somalia. Like, that's their ethnic background. No different than like an Irish person, an Irish American, no different than an Italian American, right? And yet, even though that is the reality, a lot of people have been talking about this from a immigrant apprehension standpoint for some reason. Why would you send ICE, which are supposed to be a unit that is entirely tasked with combating immigration crimes, to a place where you are suspecting a minority group of committing fraud, but the minority group that you are suspecting of committing a fraud is actually a minority group that is entirely American? Okay? Why are you bringing this up? Was it a Somali woman? Maybe he was talking to ICE agents. Why are you bringing this up? Was it a Somali woman? They are illegal. They are not. They are not. If the overwhelming majority of Somalis living in Minneapolis were committing fraud, that would be an American domestic affair. You understand that, right? Because they're American citizens. They are not illegal, no matter how hard you choose to believe that they are, just because you just have decided that some American citizens that don't look like you are actually not, American citizens. People have voted for that. What do you mean? I don't think I can have a conversation with you if you don't understand how this stuff works. There's a constitution. Just because you feel like you voted to make American citizens no longer American citizens doesn't mean that you can behave like that. Doesn't mean that you can get away with that. Just like, I can imagine that people that are, sub 60 IQ, such as yourself, should be immediately jailed, for example, if they are openly reactionary. But that doesn't mean that if I run on a platform such as that one, and then people overwhelmingly vote for me, which they probably would, because goddamn, some of you are so petulant and so vicious and so annoying, that doesn't mean that I can just like automatically decide to do that. There's a process that I have to go through. There's institutions, there's rules, there's laws, there's checks and balances. That's not how this works. You can't just go, yeah, sorry, their parents entered the country illegally and therefore their children also must leave. None of the things that you're saying is correct. I'm actually done talking to you about this because it's very clear that you do not have a working brain cell, but none of the things that you're saying is correct. As a matter of fact, those people are legally here, but what you are describing is illegal. Unironically illegal. That's not how anything works. That's not how this works. You don't just go, hey, I've decided that these people are black and Muslim and scary, and therefore I've imagined that they've come into the country illegally, and therefore they must be evacuated. They must be deported. That's just not how this works at all. I know that you are a petulant little child who thinks that you are entitled to get everything you want at all times, but that's just not how this works at all. Okay? Just at least for the time being. I know that Donald Trump has actually really made it seem like that's how things work, but that's just not how that goes. That logic applies to every immigrant. That logic applies to every immigrant too, even Venezuelans. Of course, applies to Venezuelans as well. As a matter of fact, it applies extra to Venezuelans, considering that Venezuelans, at least more than 500,000 Venezuelans, have temporary protected status to exist on U.S. soil. So they're technically still not naturalized American citizens, for example, and therefore it applies extra to Venezuelans. Okay. Having said that, we're obviously going to go right into it. Here is here is the news. What is happening, man? Fuck me. God damn.
In Minneapolis, where city officials confirm a shooting occurred reportedly involving a federal ICE agent and a civilian this morning. You see the live pictures right there. Our Whitney Wild is...
Once again, of course, the way that they're covering this instantly is neutral language, neutral tone, normalizing it a little bit, being like, oh, a shooting incident took place between a police officer, an ICE officer, and a bystander. And it's like, no, they shot and killed a woman in her car. Okay, they shot and killed a woman in her car. America is a fucking powder keg. We are 7 days into the new year, and in the first week of 2026, this administration has kidnapped and deposed the leader of a foreign nation, fantasized about doing similar things to other sovereign nations such as Mexico, Colombia, and also talked about overtaking or engaging in colonial occupation on a European country's territory, Greenland, basically destroying and it's a NATO country as well. Denmark is a NATO country. Basically destroying any sort of goodwill that they could potentially get from Europe. And yeah, this is where we're at. This is, it's fucking straight up 7 days in, and everything is completely busted.
There on the ground, Whitney, tell us what's happening right now.
Dana, we're in the heart of Minneapolis. We're here on East 35th and Portland Avenue. And let me show you first, I'll show you who's on scene. That is Mayor Jacob Frey. He's the mayor of Minneapolis. To the side here on the left side of your screen, that is Police Chief Brian O'Hara. There is an enormous law enforcement presence here from multiple different jurisdictions. Our photographer is going to show you what the crowd looks like here, Dana. Mayor Frey is now leaving. I think you're probably starting to hear people yelling to him, but he is now leaving. He had spoken with some people on the edge of the crowd when he first arrived, according to a man who had video of it. He did not come back to the crowd. Now a crowd is following him down the street. But what you're looking at right now is the law enforcement response here. So you see Minneapolis Police, you see the Hennepin County Sheriff's Department. We've also seen the U.S. Marshals here. We've seen Customs and Border Patrol. But let me bring you up to speed with what we know. As you said, we know that there was a shooting involving federal law enforcement near East 34th Street.
Minneapolis shooting involving federal law enforcement. Like, this is, I guess, though, that's what happened. That's like, who knows? Who knows what the details are, guys? Just gotta say, I know I have the new angle as well. Okay, calm down. I know. They make it seem like a woman hit a bullet, you know, a woman hit multiple bullets, as a matter of fact, with her car. Like when you say this, it could be a random woman who ran into bullets, or it could be a random person shooting federal law enforcement. Actually, did ICE agents get shot, or are the ICE agents fine? I mean, I can't tell from the way that they're angling this, you know.
In Portland Avenue. That was according to the city of Minneapolis. We do not yet know for sure what the extent of any injuries are or what prompted this. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has weighed in, saying my public safety team is working to gather information on an ICE-related shooting this morning. Again, Mayor Jacob Fry is here. This is all in the context of this ramped-up immigration enforcement that DHS has been touting. They say this is the largest immigration crackdown to date. 2,000 agents spread throughout the Twin Cities.
I need to remind you guys once again that when they talk about this being the largest anti-immigration crackdown to date, the reason why they were deployed to Minneapolis is to apprehend people from a group that they've decided are not real Americans, right? They've decided that Somalis are not real Americans after this fucking propaganda video that came out. Except 90% of them are American citizens. 90% of them are American citizens, and the other 10% have, you know, proper paperwork and clearance to be on U.S. soil. So 90% of them are American citizens. Only 10% of them are immigrants. Okay? So deploying the largest deployment of ICE agents into a city that is where you are targeting an immigrant population, where 90% of them are American citizens, I think we all understand exactly what's going on here, right? I think we all understand exactly what's taking place here. It's fucking, it's completely ridiculous.
This has been going on for a couple of days now. We know that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem was here in the Minneapolis area yesterday. And what we see now is this real peak moment here where, based on our understanding, there was a shooting involving federal law enforcement here, and as Governor Tim Walz said, involving an ICE agent. We are learning to, trying to learn as much as we can. But let me just get you, another picture of the crowd here, because this is a city where these George Floyd riots are not far in the rearview mirror. And what I keep hearing from people in this area is they say, if you thought that was bad, this city is about to explode. And so the line that Minneapolis police are towing right now is to try to keep this calm and not inflame the crowd, because they do not want another major eruption. They cannot have a repeat of the George Floyd riots. And so right now what you're seeing is
CNN, George Floyd riots. Yeah. Great framing on this, for the record. I mean, this is what I was fucking worried about. And I did talk about this extensively when the Nick Shitley video first came out, where I said that there was going to be eventually copycats that come in and harass people, tensions rise up, eventually the administration sends in the Gestapo, and then here we have it. The Gestapo ends up shooting and killing someone. Okay? And for the record, we do have the video. Obviously, I'm going to get to that in a second. Like, this is just like the protests that are going on. Actually, let's just get started on the video real quick, and I'll show you the different angles as well, because a lot of this back and forth is going to be around whether or not this was a justified kill, okay? And it's not. It's not at all. It's not even remotely close. It does not fucking matter. The very fact that, once again, ICE was deployed to Minneapolis like this was just for politics, okay? Pure partisan politics, pure racist agitation. Because remember, that's the reason why I keep pointing to the fact that the Somali population that they're supposed to be targeting are 90% American citizens. Majority of them are natural-born American citizens, okay? Natural-born U.S. citizens, 60% of the 90% are natural-born U.S. citizens, and the rest are naturalized. So the fact that the Department of Homeland Security is conducting any sort of immigrant operation here is already ridiculous, okay? It's ridiculous. It's a completely made-up, faulty premise. So then you have people that are tracking ICE agents and filming them. Let's take a look at one of the witness videos that came out, okay? There's a woman that's partially blocking the road with her SUV. Okay, this is the victim for the record. ICE agents get out of their unmarked pickup trucks.
No!
They start trying to immediately. They go in, no questions asked. Immediately, they try to rip her out of the car. Okay, she pulls the car back first. Okay, she reverses first to move out of the way. She reverses first to move out of the way. Then she tries to drive away. Okay? There's an agent that is next to the car and immediately starts shooting. Instantly starts shooting. Okay? No questions asked. This is cold-blooded murder. Now, let me tell you something. If this person had an arrest warrant out for their arrest and they were doing a lawful stop, okay? If the cops in this circumstance were doing a lawful stop, this would still be a terrible thing to do. And the reason for why this would be a terrible thing to do is because this is a suburban neighborhood. And if you open fire on someone like that, aside from the murder itself, when you open fire on a fucking moving vehicle like that, you end up causing even more problems. There could be innocent bystanders. There could be strays. There could be bullets ricocheting. You're putting a lot of other people at risk. So this is not the proper way to deal with the situation at all. The proper way to deal with the situation is very clearly this woman that is getting out of the way, just letting her go. Fuck. What is happening? Not only did they escalate the violence instantly to deadly violence, okay? Yeah, not like the car is a deadly weapon. The car can be a deadly weapon. This is why in many cities they have no chase policies. This is why you're not supposed to shoot someone like that. Exactly. And the car is literally like the car immediately after he kills the person driving the car basically continues moving. And there are people on the other side at the fucking crosswalk. And she almost, like, the car almost ends up killing those people as well.
What the fuck? You are fucking criminals!
I cannot believe that in broad daylight, you can see a fellow American get assassinated by a pig fuck, an untrained pig fuck, hopped up on fucking steroids and self-entitlement, and you still have this weird thing in your mind where you go, how will I justify the actions of the cops here? It's one of the most insane things that I only see from Americans. I guess like MAGA brain rot is actually taking root all around the planet. So I suspect that there will be more and more people, even in places like Europe, that obviously looked at this stuff and insta-lock defense of the cops here. Okay. But you are a fucking moron. You have no self-interest. You do not understand the situation at all. You do not understand what is going on at all if you are looking to defend a cop in an instance like this. If you're looking to defend the ICE agent in an instance like this, they have been falsely deployed into this neighborhood to begin with. This person is part of this person is doing a lawful civil disobedience act. She's not fully blocking the road, even initially, okay? And as soon as they roll up, instead of trying to communicate with her to move out of the fucking road, this guy instantly tries to pull her out of the fucking car. You have to understand, you have rights, okay? As an American citizen, on paper, you have fucking rights, okay? Like, that's kind of the point, right? You have some rights. You can't just, like, have cops roll up to you and decide that they're God, okay? There is no world where a cop can just, without telling you that they're a police officer, without giving you like a lawful order, they can't just like walk up to you, guns drawn, and shoot you, you know? Like that's what they're doing is illegal. And I think a lot of Americans don't understand this, where they think like if someone is wearing a badge, no matter how fake that badge is, because ICE is like even worse than cops in general, okay? When you see a person wearing a badge behaving like this, there are some Americans who unironically think, oh no, everything that they're doing is correct and everything that the citizen is doing is incorrect. One shot through the windshield, 2 shots through the side window, officer not even squarely in front of the truck to begin with. Exactly. And what a lot of people don't understand is when you're defending this kind of action, when you're defending this summary execution, right? In broad fucking daylight. What you're failing to comprehend is you're defending it for yourself. You're defending it for your mom and dad. You're defending federal law enforcement behaving like this to your loved ones as well. Pay attention to the wheels too. Yeah, the driver's wheel was pointing away from the agents when the first shot popped off and the officer's body was already out of the way of this vehicle. Exactly. I mean, there is no justification. There is no justification for this at all. That's the whole point of de-escalation over escalation. Okay? Cops are supposed to de-escalate. And if they don't de-escalate and they escalate, they have weapons on them. Normal civilians can panic. The idea that you're immediately ascribing a negative intention to a person in their own fucking car, in their own neighborhood, is so insane to me. Okay? People see this and assume automatically that this person was there to do terrorism. They wanted to kill cops. They wanted to kill ICE agents. You're a fucking idiot for that for that assessment. Okay? You're adding that intent in your mind in an effort to justify the actions of the ICE agents here, when these actions are utterly unjustifiable. Now, will they actually be held accountable? Probably not. I'll be honest. Probably not. But we are in a fucking serious powder keg right now. And it's not because this is where the George Floyd protest took place initially. Okay? But this is completely unacceptable. Who would agree with this? Who would agree with this? Anyone who agrees with this does not realize that this can happen to them as well. I see a lot of people saying Asmongold. Yes, I know. My point is, Asmongold and people who actually watch this thing and immediately justify it don't realize that they're actually justifying it for themselves as well. They're justifying cops doing this kind of shit to them as well. Why did the woman try to kill the officer? It won't happen to me because I won't attack the officer. I think this is what I mean. Because the woman didn't try to kill the officer. The woman tried to get out of the way. And you can see that. You can see that with the wheel positioning right here. Okay? The woman is trying to get out of the way instead of getting ripped out of her fucking car. This does not give a reason for cops to kill this person. Okay? That's not how this works. That's not how anything works. Because if this situation where cops are wrong from the start, the ICE guys are wrong from the very start, instead of de-escalating, instead of telling her, instead of wavering her away, walking up and trying to get her out of the car, guns out, and immediately fucking shooting her like this. If you think that this is anything but a severe collapse of how, under normal circumstances, lawful practice of law enforcement officers just fell apart, and that this could happen to you as well, you are being delusional. Please stop justifying shit like this just because you see a fucking badge and you want to eat the boot whole. Okay? There is no world in which this is appropriate. It's not. And it's shocking to me that many regular ass Americans, which I suspect this person is, right, cannot comprehend that, cannot find themselves in a similar situation. Can you imagine a world where a misunderstanding or a moment of panic causes you to fucking lose your life, and then people talk about it as though it's, you know, it is what it is. Shouldn't have fucking done it. Fuck around and find out, scumbag. Like, that's how they talk about you. Even if the hallucinations on the right that want to justify this were true, fleeing cops is not a death sentence. Exactly. Okay? This is completely unacceptable. And not only is it completely unacceptable, but once again, it's yet another instance where I'm suspecting that the right is falling in line on the dumbest possible position. And not only are they falling in line with the dumbest possible position, it's one that is not even self-serving. Okay? This is against your best interest. We want every law enforcement officer to abide by a certain set of standards that places people's lives and livelihoods as the highest priority. That's the entire point of law enforcement. Okay? We got an administration that is utilizing an unaccountable federal law enforcement agency as his own personal private Gestapo. And now they're killing people. And they have killed people already. But this is another one that is an execution in broad fucking daylight of an American citizen in her own goddamn neighborhood. And there are still dumb fucks out there. There are still stupid people out there that are trying to defend this, not realizing that one day One day, this can happen to you as well. Please show the angle where she drives into the guy. Brother, this is the angle. What the fuck are you talking about? You're talking about a person who is very clearly shooting at this car, although it's not, the car is very clearly trying to get away from these fucking assholes. Okay? She gets shot and killed for it. There is no justification for it. Can I post the link? You need to be subscribed to be able to post the link. But I already have the other angle. I assume you're talking about this one, right? The Lookner video that I saw. This is the one that people are presenting as like a valid one. Like, look, see, very clearly, this person was like driving into this other cop. Yeah, I wonder why they're using this angle from afar and not the close-up one to claim that this person was driving into the cop. I guess if you're ever in an incident and you're surrounded by cops, okay, it doesn't matter. If there's ever a cop around you, they can just shoot and kill you when you're in your car. That's just how it goes, baby. Oh, yeah, this one. Brother, you literally looked at an angle that is smack dab right there, and you thought, let's find another angle where I can justify my argument. And the other angle where you think justifies your argument is one that is right here. Even from this angle, it doesn't show what you think it shows, you fucking moron. You understand that, right? This angle doesn't justify your argument. He's on the side. The vehicle is clearly moving away. The vehicle is moving to the right. He's to the left of the car. Maybe you'll find another angle eventually. Homie, I'm not trying to justify or get mad at anyone. I looked at the angles and I thought, hey, don't do that. Listen, homie, okay? I need you to understand something. All right. There is a little devil in everyone's mind. Okay. This is something that I observe mostly with Americans. I've actually never seen, I've seen hogs of all different varieties, but this is a uniquely American hog brain thing where they see someone wearing a fucking badge, executing someone in broad daylight, and they immediately look for ways to justify it because they've been told cops are always good. Cops are always good. If a cop tells you, get down and suck his cock, you have to do it. They have a gun. If you don't do it, then, and they shoot you and kill you, it's fine. It's all right. You should have sucked his cock. It is a very strange phenomena that I only see with American bootlickers. Even European bootlickers don't go this fucking hard. And it might stem from the fact that you might not have ever actually been in an intense situation with cops or anyone holding a gun to your fucking face. Okay? And you don't understand what that environment is like, how chaotic that environment is. But there is a reason why under different circumstances in other normal, competent forms of governance in other countries, there is obviously a much, much higher priority of violence that you need to actually clear before a standard of violence that you actually have to clear before you pull your gun out and start shooting. Okay? In America, we have normalized that you can just like come out guns blazing, start fucking executing people because there are a lot of people that will justify it. It's completely ridiculous. This was not an attempt to run down the officers. If that was the case, she probably would have turned her wheels in the opposite direction, not the direction away from the cops. No, I don't believe that. I believe if you're going to attack an officer, that officer has the right to stop you. I looked at the videos presented and I saw a woman drive at an officer. I don't think you're understanding the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay? The DHS's own use of force guidelines prohibits this, okay? DHS's law enforcement officers are prohibited from discharging firearms at an operator of a moving vehicle, vessel, aircraft, or other conveyance unless the use of deadly force against the operator is justified under the standards articulated elsewhere in this policy. Before using deadly force under these circumstances, the LEO must take into consideration the hazards that may be posed to law enforcement and innocent bystanders by an out-of-control conveyance. There's a reason why in many of these other places, you don't even have the right to give chase to a fucking fleeing vehicle because you can end up, you end up killing way more people in the process. That's not how this works at all. If there's a person that's violating the law here, or violating the law in a more severe manner, it is actually the law enforcement in this circumstance. What are we doing? Yeah, she very clearly is trying to do a goddamn U-turn too. She's waving them by. Video shows the driver was yielding to agents and waving them by. Agents then tried to forcibly enter her vehicle. When she tried to drive off, an agent opened fire. He even moved her side window to fire her again. Like she's literally waving them off. She's trying to do a fucking, like she goes forward here. after waving the agent off, clearly trying to fucking move, and then this truck comes out. The ice dipshits come out of this first truck, and instantly, guns blazing, no questions asked. She puts the car in reverse.
No shit.
And immediately they fucking shoot and kill her. Why is it? Why is it that, dude, do your people always get so aggressive when someone clearly explains their point of view without attacking anyone? Brother, the point of view that you're attacking is justifying cold-blooded murder of an American citizen in the hands of an unaccountable fucking military force that the administration is utilizing against people like you. If you're an American citizen, yeah, of course, this is an idiotic justification. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, I just like have a simple disagreement. Like, I don't understand. You see fucking cold-blooded murder, and your first job in your mind is to defend the fucking murderer because the murderer is wearing a badge. Of course, we're going to have some fucking disagreements with you, brother. It's an emotional story, don't you think? Just because you lack the capacity to empathize with the person that could be you or a loved one in any other circumstance, by the way. Okay? I suspect your entire family are not cops, right? I assume. And even cops can actually find themselves in the crosshairs of ICE at different times. So, you know, this is even less accountable than the police. I believe that if you attack an officer, you keep repeating it over and over again. That's not the point, okay? A misreading of a situation or a chaotic situation where someone could be fearful for their life for understandable reasons should not mean that you get to summarily execute them in broad daylight. What the fuck are you talking about? You're just automatically victim blaming. She wasn't attacking anyone. That's your assumption. Your assumption is that this person was there to do broad daylight murder of a fucking cop. Engage in vehicular manslaughter. That's what your assumption is. And currently, if you actually look at the evidence presented with eyewitness testimony and the videos that are readily available, you do not have enough information to justify that intent. Okay? You are just making this up. There's something in your mind that is causing you to look at a situation like this and immediately imagine an alternative hypothetical that did not happen. And not only that, but also, not only is this a denial of reality, but it's a denial of reality of a common thing that can happen to even someone such as yourself. Your entire assumption hinges on whether or not she was trying to actively murder a cop, an ICE agent, with her car, okay? And there is not enough evidence to justify that. So I don't know why you're behaving like the fucking state prosecutor trying to get these bad cops off on murder when you're not. When you're not a cop, you're not an ICE agent, you're not a state prosecutor that's trying to make sure that the fucking ICE agents are a federal prosecutor that's trying to make sure that the ICE agents are off and don't get any fucking, don't receive any sort of impact in this situation, right? They don't experience any legal repercussions. You're a citizen. You have no power in this situation. I don't understand why you automatically put yourself, here, this is what it is. You put yourself in the shoes of the ICE agent. You never put yourself in the shoes of who you would likely be in this scenario, which is not a fucking ICE agent, but a person in her car. This is the problem. Do you understand? That's it. You automatically place yourself in the shoes of the ICE agent that did the murder. You fantasize about being the powerful person in this circumstance, when in fact, you are not an ICE agent, okay? You are a fucking citizen. And there is precisely that is precisely the reason why there are laws around standard ways of apprehending people. Okay, there are restrictions that are supposed to be placed on every law enforcement officer at every level so that this thing that happened does not happen. So it blows my mind when LARPers such as yourself immediately place themselves in the shoes of a bad cop. I believe the officer should be prosecuted to the letter of the law after full investigation, but I also saw the woman drive into him. It's sad it happened, but I support people being able to defend themselves. Okay, if a random person walks up to your car with a gun drawn, do you have a right to defend yourself? Also, I haven't been rude or anything. Why are you being a dick? Because you're justifying murder. I don't think you will understand. Because the reason why you are grabbing onto the civility like a goddamn libtarded pussy in this situation is because you can't actually argue on the virtues, okay? And that's the reason why you have to go, why are you hurting my fucking feelings? Sorry, this is not what you think was going to happen in a fucking, college campus style hysterical SJW gets owned compilation. I apologize for this not going the way you thought it was going. Okay. The reason why I'm being stern with you and maybe even a little rude with you is because you saw a situation where a cop straight up, an ICE agent straight up fucking shot someone in a totally unlawful scenario, and your first inclination was to try and put yourself in the shoes of the fucking cop and try to defend it. You're not just defending a cop, you're defending a bad cop in this situation, and bad cops kill. Okay? And because of this environment of lack of accountability, even from the fucking public here, this means that there will be more instances where cops end up killing more people. And one day they could even murder one of your family members. Okay? Every single part of this could have been avoided if the cops didn't fucking come out like insane people. And instead, we're just like, hey, can you get out of the way, please? You are not allowed to block a fucking road in this way. And it's very obvious that if you watch the longer video, she's already waving the cops past and she's already trying to get out of the fucking way. It's so crazy that like for the last couple of days, everyone was like, well, Maduro is killing protesters, right? And then all of a sudden, when it's America, when it's literally happening in the United States of America, they're like, no, it's good. I guess it's good. I can't believe it. It's the same people. It's the same people that are like, no, I can't believe this. What the fuck? It's good when the president is white, of course. Yeah, I guess what it is. Yeah, I guess that's the whole point. I cannot believe it. And then I like that this is the smoking gun. Very cute electro dog. Thank you, chatter. Once again, demonstrating that you have no care or consideration for animals, nor do you have any care or consideration for human beings. Like, that's it. That's the whole point, right? That's the reason why all these people that come in here and go, oh, dude, you actually abuse your dog, don't actually have any care or consideration for animal abuse or humans. Okay. Perfect example of this. Yeah. So the smoking gun has the fidelity of a Bigfoot sighting. Yeah. Wow. I can't believe it. Look at this smoking gun. I know you have it in broad daylight. I know you watched it in broad daylight in fucking 4K, but guess what? This alternative angle doesn't really even prove the point that you're trying to make. But because of the fucking low pixelated version of the video, I can at least try and defend it a little bit better, you know? Yeah. Now let's look at the eyewitness testimony now that we saw the video, okay? Because there are obviously eyewitnesses as well here.
I noticed that the ambulances were around, and then I saw behind the snowbank that they're doing CPR on a woman right behind here. I couldn't see the woman. I didn't see her get shot, but that's what my spouse said from the signal chat that we're on that they said happened. And they did CPR for a good minute. And then the ambulances came and they had stretchers and they brought her onto the stretcher. She was not patient. And they put her into the ambulance and they drove off without sirens. They didn't bring her to the emergency. They drove off quietly. If somebody is shot and they're doing CPR and they don't rush her to the emergency, what happens? Noticed that the ambulances were around, and then I saw behind the snowbank that they're doing CPR.
There's more. There's another witness. Yeah. Eyewitness account here from the scene says she was trying to turn around. An ICE agent was in front of her car and he pulled out a gun and put it right in, like his midriff was on her bumper, and he reached across the hood of the car and shot her in the face like 3 or 4 times, Heller said. Heller said it appeared that the woman then accelerated and traveled about 100 feet before striking a utility pole and some other vehicles. She could be seen slumped inside of her car. Kirsty Noem also immediately said this was an act of domestic terrorism, as though there isn't a fucking video footage of this. Okay? That's what's so crazy about it. These guys don't even care. They don't even dignify us with like a fucking deliberate lie. They don't even give us like a good lie anymore. I don't understand how people don't recognize that this is fascism, which is colonialism turned inward, okay? This is literally how we operated in Iraq without any accountability whatsoever, okay? We did this for years and years. We said, oh, we shot a hospital. Guess what? Maybe the hospital had Taliban in it. Turns out the hospital didn't have Taliban in it, but it's all right. It's just, you know, oh, my mistake. This kind of unaccountable violence is now taking place on U.S. soil. It was unacceptable in Afghanistan. It was unacceptable in Iraq. And now it's happening on U.S. soil. And it's crazy to me that there are American citizens who will defend this. And it's also crazy to me that Open Presence, thank you for the 100 gift of subs, is also crazy to me that there are people, there are people in the government that are lying in the exact same fucking way that they were lying in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information.
Yeah. You know we got fucking footage, right? Like, this isn't even a lie. That's in the ballpark of what was captured on video. Just a complete fabrication. They're scrambling to rush out before people can see what happened. Like, not even remotely close. Not even remotely close to what fucking took place. Unless you mean it was an act of domestic terror by ICE. I cannot believe it, dude. Yo, listen. We're now fucking popping white women, dude. We're now killing white women and the state is justifying it. Like, how can people not understand that the environment has changed so dramatically? This is exactly what Black Lives Matter protesters were protesting about, okay? This is the reason why BLM was at the funeral of white people that were being killed by cops too. Like, there was at least a point in time where, like, the racist people would be like, well, this white person got killed and white people are the only human beings that we recognize as human beings. And I was like, nope, white women can be killed by cops just the same. Turns out it don't matter. Turns out it was like, it wasn't even all lives matter. It was no lives matter, you know? HasanAbi, do you run from a cop with a gun regardless of the country? Do not do that. It's wrong for the agent to shoot. Yes. What is going on with your brains, chatters? What causes you to think? What causes you to instantly try to find a different scenario? Well, what if she had a nuclear weapon and that she was about to blow up the entire state of Minnesota? You know? Like, what if she had a gun and she had fired the gun and she was running away after firing the gun? It's like, okay, what if? Do you run from a cop with a gun regardless of the country? Do not do that. It's wrong for the agent to shoot, yes, but also wrong to block the road from agents. Someone just told me to off myself. Shut up. Shut up. Okay? Stop fucking crying. I need you to stop fucking crying. You come in here, you say some dumb, nonsensical bullshit defending an American citizen getting fucking murdered in broad daylight, and then you cry when people go, shut the fuck up. Yes, it's the internet. You know how many people tell me to kill myself every fucking day? God damn it. Stop fucking crying. Sack up. Man the fuck up, bitch. God damn. You come in here, you say some insane shit, and instantly play the victim. What are we doing? Holy fuck. You're in here trying to play the big dog, being like, well, you know, I'm justifying summary execution in broad daylight. Oh no, someone told me a mean word on the internet. Shut the fuck up. You can't do might is right politics in the chat in an instance where someone like yourself could just as easily been the victim in this situation. And then get offended when people get mad about that and respond to it like that, okay? Holy fuck. I can't stand the fucking soy right. I cannot stand how fucking soy right-wing fascists are. It is unfucking bearable. One day they'll be talking about how, well, we have the biggest dicks, we have the biggest military, we can just murder whoever the fuck we want. The next day they'll be like, yeah, even if like it's an American citizen in her own fucking vehicle getting murdered in broad daylight, I'm still gonna defend that summary execution. Oh no, people are mad at me for saying that this is appropriate. Like, what is happening here? And then they fucking turn around and go, the left is so violent. Why? Because they said shut the fuck up and used a spicier language. Is that what it is? Cry bullies all around. Jesus Christ. Unfucking bearable. I know I was defending the summary execution of an American citizen in broad daylight in her own goddamn car by an unaccountable group of law enforcement officers that are simply following the desires of this unaccountable administration, really ramping up the tensions here, okay? But you were rude. You were rude to me. And that's basically cops, come and kill this person, please. They were being rude to me. Me. I'm the most important person here. My feelings were hurt while you were trying to have a conversation about the possible dangers of escalating violence in the hands of an unaccountable body of law enforcement. But me! What about my feelings? Why can't I simply defend summary executions of broad daylight in the hands of ICE agents without people saying that I suck dick? Me! That's what you fucking sound like.
Questions there. You asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle and a woman attacked them.
I like that people then go crash out. I'm the one crashing out. You're right. Oh, never mind. You were talking about the fucking right wingers. Because people would then be like, oh, Hasan is fucking crashing out. It's like, I'm not the one crying, okay?
Them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information, but this goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day. These vehicle rammings are domestic acts of terrorism. We're working with the Department of Justice to prosecute them as such. We will continue to...
It's fucking insane. Yeah, that was yesterday. We didn't even get to that. There's a fucking ICE agent that they caught roaming the streets that had the fucking double lightning bolt Nazi tattoo. I can't believe it. Also, by the way, before people fucking chirp, before the electro dog dumbasses who got duped online fucking chirp, this woman murdered her dog murdered her puppy also in broad daylight, okay? The person that you're defending and her goat, and then dumped them in a fucking pile. None of you give a shit, obviously, but you know, it's so crazy. It's like any circumstance can be justified. If you can justify this, you can justify anything. You know what I mean? And I guess these guys literally, yeah, they do want that. They want that. They want to justify anything and everything. Freeze frames of this specific moment where the ICE agent draws and fires his pistol 3 times. Look at the wheels, dude. Like, the wheels have already turned. She backed out. She's trying to get out of the fucking way. And the guy instantly starts fucking blasting. Nick Merckson Cloak still bring it up while playing fucking Arc Raiders. I mean, who gives a shit, brother? Yes, they're fucking dumb hogs. It's the rallying cry of hogs who defend pedophiles and shit until it becomes unpopular for them to do so. And obviously they can't get me on anything, so they have to make up some shit that they use as a rallying cry to be like, hey guys, he's a bad guy. Clearly because the socialism with the house didn't fucking work. Who cares? Yeah, they're squealing hogs. Let them fucking squeal, okay? Let them fucking squeal. Lock in. We're talking about something serious here, all right? Anyway, in the moments before he draws the weapon, the agent does not look at the relative positions of his fellow agents to assess whether they are in danger. He locks his eyes on the driver. By the time the agent draws his weapon, only that agent, the one who fired, is in a position where they could possibly be struck by the vehicle. Christy Gnomes claims that multiple officers are simply lies. By the time the agent fires his gun for the first time, the driver has turned the wheels of the car in a way clearly intended to avoid striking him. In the moment that they were killed, they could not possibly pose the fatal threat to the agent that they were attempting to avoid. This image captures the moment the agent fired his weapon for the second time. I don't know what else to say here. He's at a 90-degree angle to the fucking driver. His life is not at risk, and anyone claiming otherwise is lying. His goal in the moment is to shoot and kill the driver. The moment when the agent fires his weapon for the third time, the vehicle is past him and obviously not a threat to any agent on the scene. 2 other significant points after the agent fires his final shot. 1, the vehicle accelerates, presumably as the driver slumps on the gas, striking 2 other vehicles and a telephone pole. This is the moment of the greatest danger to the public, a danger caused by an ICE agent. And as I covered already, ICE agents are bound by the DHS's use of force guidelines. Not that they will actually fucking take this into sincere consideration, okay? Because obviously the whole point here is to always justify, you know? No matter what happens. The greater threat here is not the random lady in her fucking vehicle, okay? The greater threat here is the unaccountable ICE agents that are shooting people in the fucking face. What are we doing? Now focus on the agent. After he draws his weapon and fires, he holsters his weapon and then walks towards the crash. He never looks at his fellow agents. DHS is saying these agents were all at risk of their lives, but he never even looks at them to assess their condition because they all knew that they weren't in fucking danger. Okay? Yeah, and Tim Miller is right. They are going to try to tell you that a masked officer shooting into the side window of a 37-year-old lady's Honda Pilot was doing so out of fear for his life. At this point, because of the information environment and how it's just partisan, it's pure partisan, okay? If Donald Trump comes out and says, or if Donald Trump's own servants come out and say this was good because it was a severe act of terror, Republicans will sincerely look at this shit and go, yes, this was a 37-year-old woman in a Honda Pilot that was sincerely trying to murder every ICE agent and do an act of terrorism. She might have actually been ISIS, okay? It does not matter anymore. The truth does not matter. None of this fucking matters. Asmund clip on this is being mass downvoted on Reddit feels like legit bot manipulation. Yes, Asmongold will get away with talking about how awesome this was in his own hug box, and they will do everything in their fucking power to ensure that this does not breach containment. This does not reach out of his hug box whatsoever. Okay? But I suspect that this will be one of those moments where he probably bet on the wrong fucking horse because he doesn't understand the actual impact that this incident will have in American consciousness. A lot of people immediately fire from the hip and justify whatever they assume the administration is going to say. And 20% of the population, it is clear to me, will also always defend these kinds of unlawful actions. Okay, they will always defend it no matter what. They'll say, oh, you just want cops to be killed. Oh, you just want people to do terrorism and vehicular manslaughter, things of that nature. They will look at this clip in broad fucking daylight, look at this goddamn execution of an American citizen, a 37-year-old woman in a fucking Honda Pilot, and go, yes, it was totally justifiable to kill that person because they have no capacity for empathy. They cannot understand that they are closer to being in a situation where they get killed by a cop than actually being the cop that pulls the trigger. Check my deleted link. Some right-leaning guy witnessed it and it changed him. What is this? The citizens of Minneapolis sound united. Is this from today?
I was just getting up and I heard a bunch of commotion and whistling outside, and then I heard bang, 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 3 shots. I went to go look out the window and it looked like there's a Honda over there that crashed, and I...
Constantly stopping for bad faith chatters undermines what you were attempting to do here, ignoring people that condone murder. Wait, what? I'm not going to ignore people that condone murder. What the fuck are you talking about? As a matter of fact, the reason why I'm pulling up bad faith chatters and quickly trying to counter their points is because I do not believe in letting this kind of stuff go. You'll see. Once Asmongold realizes that there are longtime Asmongold chatters who actually see this as a broad daylight execution of a fucking white lady and how unacceptable this is in the hands of a cop, and his audience start fucking turning on him and he can't actually deal with it, he'll change his perspective. Okay, this is an unjustifiable, unlawful act of straightforward murder.
Found out it was an observer that got shot and killed, and I saw them carry it. I got a bunch of video of them carrying the body to the ambulance and stuff. So it was an observer that got shot at an ICE raid of the house next door.
I'm sure that was a scary thing to witness.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty right-leaning, but seeing this is not what you need to do. This is not how to do it. It's not how we're supposed to.
This is also part of the reason why I said eventually that no matter what people's positions were initially when they voted for Donald Trump or whatever, they will slowly but surely realize when this happens in their neighborhood that it is unacceptable and it's fucked up because it ultimately humanizes the situation for them. It makes it real for them. It's no longer something that they are perceiving on the television. This is precisely why I said eventually, once ICE comes to their neighborhood, they won't like it. And this is yet another glaringly obvious example of that, because a lot of people do not have the capacity to empathize with others. Okay, they just see like scary immigrants, scary Muslims, scary black immigrants, scary Muslim immigrants, scary Latino immigrants. They must be They must be immediately deported because they're doing rapes, they're doing murders, they're doing drug dealings, and it's really fucked up. They have to go. They have to go. But then when ICE comes to their neighborhood, they realize, wait a minute, these guys are just fucking packing up my neighbors. My neighbor didn't do anything. My neighbor's landscaper didn't do shit. Okay? Why the fuck's he being apprehended? Why the fuck's he being sent back? He's a good guy. I didn't even know he was undocumented. Why the fuck is he actually being kidnapped in the middle of the fucking day? I don't like that at all. And then on top of that, when they see this like unaccountable, unlimited super violence that these fucking dickheads are engaging with, that these dickheads are doing, causing chaos in their fucking neighborhoods, that's when they go, okay, never mind. This was actually a bad idea. That's it.
Do things around here in America. So.
What was how many like agents and other people were here when that happened?
When it first started, there was maybe 20, but now there's hundreds. And then they got everybody out, so it's kind of crazy right now.
What's it been like seeing all of this?
And remember, Nick Shirley absolutely played a role in this, okay? I know it seems stupid to bring that up, but unfortunately we live in profoundly stupid times. And yes, abso-fucking-lutely, Nick Shirley's video played a role in this, because although there was an active investigation that had taken place under Merrick Garland and Joe Biden's Department of Justice, an investigation that took many, many years to conclude with convictions that came after the fact, Nick Shirley decided to use that pre-existing investigation to go and universalize the hatred towards all Somalis, as though every single Somali in Minneapolis was engaging in mass fraud. It went viral. Elon Musk boosted it. All these dumb fuck right-wingers leaned into it, even though it was the dumbest video I've ever seen. So many people got fucking filtered by this video, including centrists and liberals, who made it seem as though this video was actually good. It was actually brilliant journalism, only to sheepishly move away from it after other adults with fucking working brain cells looked into the video. Not adults with working brain cells that have been vilified by the slop tubers, obviously, but like, you know, CBS, ABC, CNN, and numerous other adults that went in and were like, this is a ridiculous video. Here is why. Okay. And then eventually the attitude shifted a little bit on the internet as well when people actually offered pushback. This is the reason why I always say you have to be brave. You have to, when you see something that doesn't sit right with you, you have to call it out. Because if you stay quiet, if you stay silent, if you're worried about the right-wing dickheads that are going to come after you and yell at you and say you're a fucking bad person for this, then you can't give others the courage to do the same thing. Okay? This is also why I actively push back on stuff like this, even though I'll be the fucking person who tanks all the aggro initially. And you should too, okay? Because, again, we have power in numbers. But in any case, Nick Shirley's bullshit-ass video then caused the administration to move the Department of Homeland Security into Minneapolis. But remember, 90% of Somalis are American citizens. 60% of Somalis are natural-born U.S. citizens. Okay? No different than Irish-American, no different than Italian-American. They just happen to be black and Muslim from the continent of Africa. And that's the only major difference here. So why the fuck would you actually send ICE to pack up American citizens? ICE has no power in apprehending American citizens. It is illegal for ICE to conduct operations on American citizens, and yet they sent them anyway. And of course, when they went to Minneapolis, this was inevitable. It was inevitable that they would end up shooting someone and killing them. And now they have, and people are still trying to defend it. Luckily, there are some who are recognizing that this is completely inappropriate. This is completely unjustifiable, like this person.
Kind of scary. I lived during the riots in 2020, so it's kind of paralleling that right now. It's kind of same feeling. Hoping it doesn't, but it's getting low.
There was the lady's wife. What is this? Is that her? Oh, this is just. ICE and Border Patrol agents have shot a woman who was a legal observer in the face and killed her in a Minneapolis neighborhood. Details are still emerging and the exact circumstances have not yet been officially confirmed. According to a woman from the scene, a man heard gunshots and ran outside. The wife of the victim, who was in the car, is sitting on the ground nearby with a dog, visibly distressed. In the video, she's heard saying that they had stopped to film. She yelled something, and moments later, agents fired, fatally shooting the woman. What happens next is even more alarming. A man identifying himself as a physician attempts to approach the scene, providing medical assistance. Okay, I don't know. I don't want to show this video. Plus, I don't know veracity of the claims being made here. This seems like a random person. So I don't know if it's confirmed or not. I'm not going to lean into unconfirmed statements because again, this is an ongoing incident. So there might be some details that might be wrong on this. Okay, that doesn't mean that this person is wrong in any of the details that they're presenting, but I would rather wait for official confirmation on this stuff. But yes, I have heard from other people, including Prem Tucker, that she was a legal observer. Our politicians tell us to show up and record ICE agents. They specifically tell us to do this. What are we supposed to do? What the fuck are we supposed to do? No, exactly. A man identifying himself as a physician attempts to approach the scene, provide medical assistance. He repeatedly tells agents that someone medically trained needs to intervene, that the victim is bleeding, and that the doctor is required to assess or pronounce death. Instead of allowing aid, agents point the guns at him, threaten him, and force him to back away, leaving the woman shot inside her car without assistance. Eventually, medics arrive and remove the woman from the vehicle. Multiple eyewitnesses reported a physician attempted to give aid to her after the incident before 911 gets there, and ICE pointed their guns at them. Jesus Christ. This activated a schism in my friend group, and we all blocked the one MAGA guy in the group. I think this will unironically have more impact on the Maduro kidnapping. Sad shit, man. Oh, no, for sure. And you have to understand, the reason why this will have more impact for a lot of Americans is because this is something that at least like even the dumbest Americans can identify with. This is a white woman who's 37 years old in her fucking Honda Pilot that is trying to get out of the way of ICE agents who literally just walk up and just shoot her, okay? They first try to pull her out of her car, and then they walk up and shoot her. They dome her in broad daylight. Of course, it's going to be easier to identify that person as like someone that you know what I mean? Like your neighbor or your mom or your sister. It's much easier for Americans to look at that situation and go, yeah, this is actually a bridge too fucking far. Yeah. It's a random ass suburb where this happened. So it's obvious that it can happen to you as well, which is why it's even more alarming to me that there are still Americans in this chat and in other communities that are desperately trying to see themselves in the shoes of the fucking ICE agent rather than the shoes of the random citizen that just got fucking killed by an unaccountable ICE agent. It blows my fucking mind. Omar Fateh, received reports of a shooting by an ICE agent in my district. I'm on site gathering verified information. I'm deeply concerned by the reports that a doctor was denied the ability to provide life-saving CPR by federal law enforcement. Please stay safe and take care of one another. Update, the victim has passed away. And of course, now that the protests are already heating up, here's where we're at. Yeah, great stuff. That's a less than lethal directly shooting him in the face. Okay, he could have lost his eye right there, right then and there. That's a canister that you can literally see 40 millimeters deployed directly at this range, directly at his head. That is an intent to murder. You understand that, right? What happened right here is straight up something that has killed people in the past. What you are watching here is assault with a deadly weapon with an intent to murder. This is completely unacceptable. They need to pull back from this and allow people to fucking protest. They need to instantly pull the fucking police back. The fact that they are doing this shit instead is only going to escalate the situation further. Whoa. They're going to double down? What do you mean? No, some people will double down. Some people will double down. Others will recognize that this is their moment to fucking pull out of the situation. Okay? Every single incident like this pulls away from the support that the administration already the diminishing support that this administration has. Okay? Oh my God, if one more person sends me the other angle, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I already saw it, dude. I already saw it. The other angle doesn't actually justify the shooting at all, okay? It doesn't. And because they have nothing that they can do to defend this this instance of like straightforward murder, they're going to move on to other stuff. They're going to very quickly sweep away and talk about the protests and talk about how scary it was when the George Floyd riots took place. Okay, they will move on from first. They'll try to justify the straightforward murder. When they realize they can't, they'll quickly move on and they'll start talking about Black Lives Matter and say how that's actually the real danger here and all this stuff. Fox News is already moving on. Mayor Jacob Fry came out and said, get the fuck out of the city, ICE. And Fox News' commentary on the situation is that this was a profanity-laced statement. It's unacceptable.
But I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
Fox News angle on the stories that condemn the mayor for his use of profanities. They're talking straight up like IDF with the West Bank settlers. Today, ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers and one of these violent rioters. This is literally Israel, okay? United States of Israel, dude. Holy fuck. Imperial boomerang. Straight up. We have seen this for the past 2 years with the IDF being like, well, they were hiding terrorists. Nah, then he said a bunch of lib shit about hugs and hope after fuck ICE. I don't care. Jacob Fry sucks, but you have to lean into whoever actually has power and hold them to account. Make sure that they actually follow through.
City, they are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally killing people. So they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit. This was an
AP muscle memory kicked in to justify this Israeli occupational force-style murder. Breaking, an ICE agent fatally shot a woman accused of trying to run over officers with a car during an immigration crackdown in Minneapolis. Associated Press now giving U.S. News the Israel treatment. Who accused her of trying to run over officers? As journalists, it's your job to find out if it's true, not to help ICE justify this killing. To be fair, this was before Israel as well. I mean, this is how it's always been. It's called passive voice, and I've talked about it for years and years. As a matter of fact, I used to use the pro-police language that they fucking use to justify Israel's military action in the way that the media does this. In this slowed down version, you can absolutely see the first shot comes after all officers are clear and on the nose of the vehicles past every agent. Dude, it doesn't. Yes, we know. Explain passive voice to me. Sure. When someone who is not a law enforcement officer shoots and kills someone and it's murder, the media will say this is an alleged murder, right? Like they will use direct language. For example, Israelis are murdered, Palestinians die. Okay? When someone shoots a cop, they say it. Okay, they just straight up say like bystander shoots a law enforcement officer. When a cop shoots a bystander, they will use passive voice. Active voice means police officers shoot and kill bystander. That would be active voice. You never actually hear that when you're talking about law enforcement action. When there is a lethal action that takes place where a cop or someone, a member of law enforcement, shoots and kills someone, okay, they always use passive voice. They say bullet struck or law enforcement related shooting, bystander dies during law enforcement shooting, things like that. That's passive voice. It's a way to take the responsibility away from the hands of the person who actually fired the bullet. Yeah, Elon Musk is on the case as well. Yeah, R.I.P. Bozo, says Asmongold. They told her to get out of the car, and then she put it in reverse and tried to run over an officer and drive away. Comply with police and don't try to run him over. This angle shows it better. And the angle does not actually show it better. Elon Musk responds and says, yes, if an officer of the law says stop, you stop. Attempting to murder them with a car obviously requires self-defense. Will this kind of very obviously goosed up, base boosted, right-wing sentiment win over people, or will it stay on these websites as people actually see the truth? That's the question here. How much can Elon Musk, who played a big role in this murder that took place by boosting the narratives of Nick Shirley, okay, who many people did not even know who the fuck he was, and now he's getting 500,000 likes per tweet on Twitter, okay? His video on Twitter got 150 or 250 million views. His video on YouTube got like 2 to 3 million views, right? So if you want to understand like the impact that Elon Musk can have on his own website and how that impact can actually spread to other websites, this is yet another example of this, okay? This Fox News angle doesn't make any sense.
That this mayor is out there saying things, that ICE is not there for our safety, and when no one wants anyone to lose their life, period.
I don't think you guys give a shit. I'll be honest. This is propaganda through and through.
But again, what about all of the individuals who were killed by illegals? And the Trump administration is now coming in and saying we are not going to allow that type of violence in our country.
Yeah, woman dead after ICE-involved shooting in Minnesota.
What do you say to Lake and Riley? What do you say to those who were killed by illegals? And the Trump...
Like, what's so crazy about this is, once again, what do you say to Lake and Riley is such an insane instance of whataboutism, because this circumstance has nothing to do with Lake and Riley, no matter how hard you try to justify it, okay? You are talking about a totally separate incident. With the horrific murder of Lake and Riley, law enforcement actually took action. The person who did it was apprehended, okay? They went to court. What are we talking about? Justice was served in that circumstance. This is not a justification for deploying ICE wherever the fuck you want to, and then have them start randomly doming people in the fucking streets. What the fuck?
The administration is now coming in and saying we are not going to allow that type of violence in our country. What do you...
Like, a random undocumented immigrant did one murder elsewhere. That means ICE can go and kill American citizens everywhere? What the fuck is this argument? This is true. And I need people to understand this. ICE is not about immigration. It's not about law enforcement. It's not about national security. It's not even about ethnic cleansing. It's a catch-all vehicle for state violence, a secret police designed to go around the country and terrorize Americans into a state of compliance. That is precisely what it is. Okay? Ethnic cleansing is just the justification that they use to sell it to the dumbest fucking hogs. Okay? But that's it. It's Trump's own personal Gestapo force. That's it. And Americans are supposed to hate that shit. I'm shocked. And many Americans do, but I'm shocked that there's still like a decent chunk of people who legitimately think this is good. Oh, there's too many racist people. Yeah, but I think for a lot of racist, brainwashed people, they don't even realize that they can be in the crosshairs next, okay? They have no capacity to understand that their justifications for actions such as this one will inevitably lead to ICE doing it to them or their loved ones inevitably. They just can't see it, though. Okay? They don't understand it. They don't understand it at all. They're just literally, they are constantly tuning in to every single incident and finding ways to try and justify it. That's all they're doing, right? Not realizing that an administration that does this to other people will inevitably do this to them. I understand why Elon Musk, obviously from his position of power, gets away with saying, you know, of course ICE is going to kill whoever the fuck they want to kill, right? Because that's Elon Musk. Elon Musk is never going to be in this situation. Even Asmongold most likely will never be in this situation because he never leaves his house, right? But Asmongold's audience could just as well have been in this situation easily. They could have been in this situation where they're like pro-ICE, for example, but they got scared and they wanted to move out of the way, right? Or they're pulling out of their fucking driveway, for example, and they got domed and shot and killed. That's how this works, okay? You are ascribing evil intent for no real reason in this circumstance when the true evil that's taking place is literally the evil that's coming from ICE. If even in this situation, you instantly find yourself trying to justify the murderers, there's something fucking wrong with you. You have like the part of your brain that causes you to think about your own personal well-being is warped because you're so predisposed with defending law enforcement every step of the fucking way. You've been so propagandized and so conditioned into thinking that cops are always doing the right thing that you just cannot understand that you could be in the crosshairs next. You just can't comprehend it. Your loved ones can be in the crosshairs next. Yeah, this was the inevitable consequence of a Gestapo formed of racist sociopaths who were given license to go and attack communities. It was only a matter of time that the government terrorist thugs who went around aiming guns at people, photographing them, were going to act on it. It was only a matter of time. Not if you don't try to run over an ICE agent. Yeah, hey, notice how you're actually, once again, making up a thing that we can see did not happen, and you're desperately trying to say that it was a justifiable kill in this circumstance, even though we can all see that that wasn't the instance at all, that wasn't what happened. That's precisely my point. When you're, let's say in a totally separate circumstance, ICE agents are fucking rolling down your street and your mother who wants to go out and get groceries doesn't realize that there's a bunch of unmarked cars that are passing through, and she tries to pull out of her fucking driveway and she gets domed in a similar capacity. You think it can't happen to her, but it absolutely can. Okay? Or a stray bullet hits your niece or your nephew when she or he is playing in her fucking room. Why can this dude death threat to me? Eat shit and die. Why? Because you're a fucking moron. Once again, why are people being so mean to me? Why are people being so mean to me? Insta-lock the cry-bully shit, okay? It's always the same. You come in, you justify straight-up murder, and then when someone gets mad at you and says, fuck you, kill yourself, or whatever, you start crying. It's always me, my feelings, my feelings. What about my feelings? What about my personal feelings? People forgot that if you were to do this in broad daylight, you'd probably get fucking smacked in the face. But because you're not doing this in broad daylight, you're doing this sheltered by anonymity on an online forum that is open to 40,000 people. This is fucking Madison Square Garden, okay? That, like, people are eventually going to say something that you don't like if you come in and try to justify something so heinous. It's so ridiculous. The real problem here is people are hurting my feelings on the internet when I tried to anonymously defend an execution in broad daylight in the hands of an unaccountable ICE agent. It's ridiculous.
It is loud, Dana, but this is very controlled. We've seen a lot of flare-ups between the public and law enforcement in Chicago, for example. This is a very controlled scene, although it is noisy. Again, we're continuing to try to find out more.
Just look at the framing of this. Yeah, look at this. Look. Minneapolis residents are in the streets attacking federal agents. Get the fuck out of Minneapolis, man. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. What are people supposed to do? What are people supposed to do? Arrest the murderer and also cease your operations because they are not justifiable to begin with. It's so crazy. It's like, oh no, we get to fucking violate everyone's humanity with regular fucking frequency and no one can be upset about it. You can't be upset. You can't protest. None of that. It comes from this place. It comes from this place of thinking like, no, if someone is wearing a fucking badge, they get to kill you. If someone is wearing a badge, they get to do whatever they want. They get to come into your house. They get to do whatever they want. There's no like legal process here. There's no like judges or courts that have to give you the proper clearance ahead of time. No investigations whatsoever. If someone's wearing a fucking badge, they get to do whatever the fuck they want. YouTuber Hosber, at least the death of a citizen should be the full story headline. That's exactly what it is. And then people come in here in this circumstance and fucking cry about like the way that people are perceiving their idiotic justifications. Like, dude, think, man, think.
What happened, but Dana, that's the latest here.
Whitney, you probably can't hear yourself think because it's so loud there. It's a little hard for us to hear what you're saying because obviously there are a lot of people there who are quite angry. If you can hear me, and perhaps it's too early to know the answer to this, but it sounds like officials are being quite careful when they just say a shooting involving a federal agent. Does that mean that somebody who they were going after, who ICE was going after, was shot? Was there a shootout, or we don't know?
We don't know. We don't know yet. I don't know if you can hear me, but it's starting to get really spicy. So let me give you context of what is going on here. Dana, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
I'm going to pull my microphone a little closer to my mouth. Okay. That's Police Chief Brian O'Hara right now. The crowd is really directing their frustration that direction at the moment. People here are really angry. We're hearing them yell at the Minneapolis Police Department. They don't feel like the Minneapolis Police Department is serving the Minneapolis voters, the Minneapolis taxpayers right now. And so right now what you're hearing is a lot of anger directed toward the local law enforcement here, even though they were not involved in this shooting, as far as we know, Dana.
All right, Whitney, we're gonna let you go. Obviously, it is interesting that you're saying that their anger is towards local law enforcement. I would imagine in addition to federal law enforcement, ICE agents in particular. So we're going to let you go. We're going to let you do some reporting. Stay safe, and we will get back to you as soon as you get more. Thanks so much for your terrific reporting, Whitney. DHS has confirmed that an individual has died. The alleged perpetrator.
I just checked in the Asmol chat. Chat's actually terrifying. How much of his chat thinks this is justified? And RIP Bozo. I don't know if he'll pivot or his piglets will. Some of them will. Some of them obviously recognize that they are closer to the victim in this situation than the fucking ICE agents that they fantasize as being. Okay? I cannot believe it, dude. This is so irresponsible. Wait, until we've seen and know more. How dare you? As a sitting governor, further inflame an already charged situation by declaring the officer's defense propaganda shameful. No, Megyn Kelly, you're shameful. But to be fair, you don't have the capacity to feel shame. Just like when you defended pedophilia only a couple weeks ago, when it was clear that Donald Trump was defending his buddies and himself being all over the fucking Epstein files. And you came out and you literally said, oh, who amongst us? I mean, I have friends that want to fuck 14-year-olds. Like, it's fine. It's normal. She did say that. She did do that. So I expect this from the likes of Megyn Kelly, you know? You can't really shame people that have no capacity to feel shame. It's actually extra shameless because she has a daughter that is the age of the hypothetical victims here. Obey or die. Yeah.
Was hit and
the so-called free thinkers.
Is deceased. ICE officers who were hurt are expected to make full recoveries. Can you fill in the blanks, Priscilla?
Yeah, Dana, let's set the scene here. So in Minneapolis right now, the Department of Homeland Security has surged thousands of agents. There are around 2,000 agents.
Yeah, optics-wise, though, shooting not even a young, but a 37-year-old Honda Pilot driving white woman from the Midwest is just not going to fucking work. It's just not going to work.
That have been Department of Homeland Security has surged thousands of agents. There are around 2,000 agents that have been deployed to the state of Minnesota, and there have been ongoing operations, especially in Minneapolis. So that is what has been ongoing in that city and in that area. And this morning, the Department of Homeland Security says that they were conducting what they call these targeted operations. That is to say that they went out to a location, they had a target in mind. Over the course of that operation.
That's bullshit, by the way. Remember, that's also fucking bullshit, because the only reason why they deployed ICE there to Minneapolis, the only reason why they deployed ICE there to Minneapolis was just because of the fucking slopaganda. That's it. Because it was a great distraction from the Epstein stuff. 100%. I won't say that the Venezuela thing is a distraction from Epstein. I think there's a broader reason for that, right? That's foreign policy in and of itself. That's American foreign policy that's like been designed a long time ago. But the reason why they deployed ICE to Minneapolis was because that was a fantastic way to move the conversation away from Donald Trump and his fucking pedophilic elite buddies being all up and down the Epstein files. They saw an opportunity and they seized on it. They hit the anti-Somali racism over and over again. The very fact that they were trying to say, like, this is a matter of immigrant apprehension is so ridiculous, because almost every single Somali living in Minneapolis is either an American citizen or has the proper paperwork. They're not undocumented immigrants, okay? It is very, very difficult. You make no sense. What are you saying? I make no sense. What? Chat. Cats are better than dogs. Cats smell like apple and pumpkin. Okay. I'm gonna time you out, okay, for your own mental health here. Anyway, Trump has released a fucking statement. I have just viewed the clip in the event which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It is a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer who seems to have shot her in self-defense. Based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe he is alive, but is now recovering in the hospital. Wait, what? Bro, we have officially reached don't believe your lying eyes. Okay? Oh my God, he's trying to use this clip as a way to fucking make people pay attention to something that we can clearly see in broad daylight did not fucking happen. It is hard to believe he's still alive, but is now recovering in the hospital. The situation is being studied in its entirety. But the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. They are just trying to do the job of making America safe. We need to stand by and protect our law enforcement officers from this radical left movement of violence and hate. Dude, I know that the information environment now does not actually does not actually have any sort of consensus reality or any sort of need for establishing consensus reality. But that video is so fucking obviously ridiculous, and he's so clearly lying about it that I doubt that people will, like, anyone that sees this after hearing Donald Trump's assessment on it is going to go, come on, dude, you're fucking out of your mind. Like, this is such a flagrant lie. You have to have brain damage. What do you mean? I'm shocked that the cop is not he's like, he barely made it out alive out of the situation. He literally fucking is standing upright. He walks over with his fucking camera out. Another filter, another turning point here. Okay. Another filter moment, another turning point moment. If you look at the situation and try to fucking find, if you look at the situation and look at this as like, as a moment where this cop was actually hospitalized. Okay. That cop, the one that shot and killed the woman, is actually hospitalized. It's over for you. You're not going to make it. You're not going to fucking make it at all. Yeah, we already saw it. We already watched it. He's walking around, dude. This is crazy. He walked over to the gal and then walked back, got in a car and left the scene. Oh my God. Okay, listen to me. Listen to me. When people are now in the chat saying like, oh, well, I feared that they actually accomplished their goal. I'm now scared to protest, things like that. I need you to understand something, okay? You have power in numbers, okay? You have power in numbers. They can't get away with this shit unless you obey in advance, unless you actually succumb to the fears and you just say, all right, well, what can I do? I'm actually terrified that they're going to fucking kill me next. They might later down the line. If you let this go unnoticed, if you don't actually fucking protest against this shit, okay, that's it. If you obey in advance, then this administration will feel more emboldened. This administration will feel galvanized. They will feel like they can get away with doing this shit. You have to take a stand. Just as I was describing in a much smaller circumstance, like when people like Nick Shitley come out and it feels overwhelming, like everyone is defending it, everyone around you, people that you love. What, bro? Never say that shit. You want Americans to die? These are savage Nazis. Do not protest. The fuck are you talking about? Not only do I, of course, urge others to protest against this thing, I will also protest as well. What the fuck are you talking about? Do not protest? These guys are Nazis? What are you saying? If you don't protest now, it will actually become more violent later down the line. Protesting is the legal means of putting an end to this kind of madness, okay? What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? If you don't resist peacefully, those who make peaceful resistance unacceptable make violent resistance inevitable, okay? Because at some point, you're going to have to defend yourself, okay? Of course, with the legal means that are readily available to you right now as it stands, you have to exhaust those options. Because if you don't exhaust those options, if you don't go out and fucking protest, then they are going to feel more emboldened to take actions similar to this over and over again until they literally come and knock down your doorstep. Don't resist Nazis is crazy. Like, openly saying this statement is crazy. My coworkers are celebrating calling the woman that got murdered a whore that deserved it. I don't think you guys understand that we are in a new age where we can say whatever right-wing shit we like and let our nuts hang. Bro, they think the woman was brown. They don't care. They love when other people that don't like them die. Yeah, I am not going to encourage that kind of fucking fearful rhetoric in this chat, okay? We have to be bold. We have to be brave. We have to be strong. Because remember, we have the numbers, okay? If we didn't have the numbers, Elon Musk and his psychopathic elite pedophilic cabal would not be actively trying to game the algorithm in whichever way they can to make it seem like the overwhelming majority of Americans look at the situation and say, nah, this is good. You have to understand, yes, we do. We do have the numbers. Don't say we do not have the numbers. You're fucking wrong. You are delusional and wrong. And you will see that you're wrong. Just as initially, in the aftermath of October 7, people came in here and kept telling me, oh my God, this is actually unacceptable. How could you say this? Oh my God, this is unacceptable. How could you actually speak out on this kind of thing? How could you blame Israel at all for this? And look where we're at 2 years after. When now those who were loud and proud, railing against Palestinians, saying that all Palestinians deserve whatever is coming to them, are silent. They're quiet because they recognize that this is a shameful thing to say. Okay? Attitudes change. It takes time.
About Minnesota, that's been pretty
You are
evident,
delusional to
but we
think.
love this.
You are delusional to think that we do not have the numbers in this situation. You have to trust in your fellow neighbors and your fellow Americans. You have to believe that they too can see right from wrong. Okay? If you give up on them with the notion that they will never understand, if you give up on the prospect of educating them, then it's over. You might as well fucking lean over and have the government roll over you. What's the alternative? You lay down and wait for your inevitable demise? It's ridiculous. Every day there are new people that are regretting voting for Donald Trump. And you're over here thinking, oh, this is unsalvageable, because you hyper-focus on shit that you see on the internet. You hyper-focus on people like Asmongold. You hyper-focus on their communities. You hyper-focus on Elon Musk. You hyper-focus on Twitter. And I play a role in this as well because I show you what the right-wingers are thinking. And it causes you to feel like it's just overwhelmingly right-wing, okay? But the reason why I show you this stuff and the reason why I try to tackle these talking points specifically is so that I give you the tools to also combat this talking point in your own lives, okay? In the real world. That's the reason why I show you this shit. I don't show you this shit so you feel, oh man, there's nothing we can do. Every single person is lost. Every single person is a fucking lost cause. Might as well not fight. Might as well just fucking roll over and die. What are you talking about? We have the numbers, okay? The overwhelming majority of Americans look at the situation and recognize right from wrong. I promise you. And plenty who don't actually have the capacity to empathize and understand if you talk to them like human beings. This kind of stuff doesn't change overnight. It's not magically changing. You have to be the change you want to see. Okay? You have to make it happen. You can't just like sit idly by and hope that, you know, cooler minds will prevail. There's a mental plague that we are isolated against this evil right-wing majority when the reality is many in America are afraid to oppose these actions, and more who stand up. And the more who stand up, the safer it becomes to do chat. Exactly. This is something that I've tried to describe to people as a microcosm in our little corner of the internet, okay? I know that there are a lot of normies who are tuning in today because this is a situation that they want to learn about, so maybe they don't understand the Twitch dynamic. But this is precisely what I've talked about for the Twitch watchers, for the YouTube watchers, for the people who are extremely online. This is precisely why I kept urging others to speak out, okay? Over and over again for the past 2 years on the genocide in Gaza, and urging others to speak out against right-wing figures that were justifying Trump's actions. And a lot of people who saw that this kind of stuff was fucked up. A lot of people, for example, who think what Asmongold is saying is like completely ridiculous. Okay, very violent and unacceptable, did not say anything. And the reason why they didn't say anything was because they were terrified. Okay, they were terrified of getting bullied. They were terrified of being cyberstalked. They were terrified in general. But the reason why I tried to urge others to also speak out was because there are more of us than there are of them. Okay, the reason why they feel emboldened is because Trump and Elon Musk and numerous other right-wing figures have basically created this media environment, especially on the internet, where they have made people feel falsely, they've made people feel like they are dominating the discourse. The only reason why they are dominating the discourse on the internet is because people are too afraid to speak out against it. People are too afraid to call it out. People are too afraid to say, what the fuck are you saying? This is completely ridiculous. Okay? That's it. And for far too long, for the past couple of years, a lot of people that felt emboldened to speak out and say that they're, you know, pro Black Lives Matter, against police brutality when we were in the peak woke environment, have actually stopped talking about this stuff because they're too afraid of their own audiences turning on them. They're too afraid of people bullying them. They're too afraid of people yelling at them. But someone has to do it, okay? Someone has to embolden others to give them the courage to also do it as well. And slowly but surely, things are changing. This is why a lot of you are also recognizing that, woke 2 is coming back, right? But you have to play a role in making sure that other people also feel confident enough to speak out against those who are justifying these sorts of ridiculous, violent actions. Okay? Someone's got to do it. You have to be that someone so that you give confidence to others as well. Because at the end of the day, when every single person that recognizes right from wrong comes out and speaks out against these atrocities, you will truly realize that we do have the numbers, not them. Okay? People think that progress is inevitable. People think that the slant of history always aligns with justice, but you never get there unless there are willing participants who will push it there. People who fight back no matter what. People who have moral convictions. People who don't stop resisting. You have to be a part of this.
An ICE officer shot and killed someone in Minneapolis. My deepest condolences to the family, to the loved ones who had to learn about this tragic event on national television. We have been warning for weeks that the Trump administration's dangerous, sensationalized operations are a threat to our public safety, that someone was going to get hurt. Just yesterday, I said exactly that. What we're seeing is the consequences of governance designed to generate fear, headlines, and conflict. It's governing by reality TV. And today that recklessness cost someone their life. I've reached out to Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and I'm waiting to hear back. Let me be clear. Donald Trump and his administration may not care much about Minnesota. That's been pretty evident. But we love this state. We won't let them tear us apart. We'll not turn against each other. To Minnesotans, I say this. I feel your anger. I'm angry. They want a show. We can't give it to them. We cannot. If you protest and express your First Amendment rights, please do so peacefully, as you always do. We can't give them what they want. The hearts and minds of the people in this state are on our side. To Americans, I ask you this. Please stand with Minneapolis. To Minnesotans, know that our administration is going to stop at nothing to seek accountability and justice. The State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are working on the investigation. We have activated the State Emergency Operations Center. State Patrol and Minnesota National Guard leadership is connected with the Minneapolis Police Department, the St. Paul Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, the DNR, and Minnesota's Homeland Security and Emergency Management. We have activated dozens of members of the State Patrol's mobile response team. And from here on, I have a very simple message. We do not need any further help from the federal government. To Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, you've done enough. There's nothing more important than Minnesotan safety. I've issued a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community. They're business owners. They're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will.
Yeah, bro. Okay, put the National Guard on the side of the protesters and arrest the ICE officers. Okay, I mean they can't. The National Guard can't do a detention like that. But you know, get local law enforcement to arrest the ICE officers. Fuck it, create a constitutional panic. You know. Put your pussy on the line for once. God damn.
Continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information. Now I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Bob Jacobson of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety.
Because it feels like you're deploying the National Guard specifically against the protesters who are very mad for understandable reasons. Create a constitutional crisis. Air it out. Let your nuts hang. Big dog, come on now.
The Commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. First of all, I want to acknowledge the reason that we are all here.
Yeah, show them your weed is louder than theirs. Show them your bitches are badder than theirs. Let your fucking nuts hang, big dog. What are we doing?
The loss of life is not anything anyone would ever want. We fully expect that the community will want to peacefully demonstrate their anger or frustration. Minnesota residents and visitors have the right to peacefully demonstrate. We recognize that demonstrations are often...
That's so fucking funny. CBS News in real time showing cops just fucking brutalizing. And those are, the green ones are Homeland Security, so I assume this is DHS. These are federal law enforcement just fucking bear spraying, you know, macing the fuck out of people. Direct contact.
Driven by strong emotions, beliefs, and certainly a desire to be heard. Our role is to help ensure everyone can express themselves
It's not like you got a re-election to lose, you know, just fuck it, do
without
it.
anyone getting hurt. The Minnesota Department of Public Safety's role through the Minnesota State Patrol is to ensure safety.
If you were the woman, would you have stopped and gotten out of the car? Would you have tried to almost steamroll an officer and go about your merry way? I would have tried to get out of the road like she was doing. Get out of the way of the cops. Yeah, that's what I would have done. I like that you are still trying to justify this, though. Respect, Krabby Patty Crabs. You fucking boot-licking cuck. One day it's going to be your mother in a similar situation, okay? So you'll come in here, and only then will you realize, like, maybe it was a little fucked up. Right now, you imagine yourself in the shoes of the powerful ICE agent. One day, you will see the truth. We are trying to stop that from happening. We are trying to make sure that people understand that this is unacceptable. Make sure the administration understands that this is unacceptable so that your loved ones are not in a similar predicament, okay? Because if it was your mother who was driving that car, I doubt that you would have this kind of energy. I doubt you'd be like, oh, Tyler, why didn't you just get out of the fucking car? Bruh, I'm just asking a question. Bitch, we know what kind of fucking question you're asking. You ain't slick. Deep-throating the fucking boot. Come on. Oh, I was just asking a question. Why are you being mean?
Protect constitutional rights, keep roads accessible, and above all, to prevent harm. Our top priority.
I was just asking a question in fucking broad day. I was asking a question that made it seem as though, once again, made it seem as though this was a justifiable, totally legal kill in the hands of an unaccountable ICE force, okay? No, I'm just asking a question. No, you weren't. You were adding intent, okay?
Is public safety. Our focus is keeping demonstrators, community members, drivers, and law enforcement safe, especially during moments of heightened tension or uncertainty. Demonstrations must remain safe and lawful, particularly around roadways. We will join with our partners to support safety.
Americans do love thinking that they are, you know, they're descendants of people who really stuck it to the fucking British monarchy and shit. And I'm not kidding when I say this, like, the most cucked country, I think. Like, straight up peasant mentality, straight up serf mentality. Some of the most servile people I have ever fucking encountered in my life. The only time where they actually behave like they're fucking powerful is when they're fantasizing about the American government or the American military doing force projections overseas against heads of state in countries that we have economically fucking dominated, okay? The only time where they actually feel powerful is when they're actually punching someone who's down. That's it. You are not a powerful country, okay? You are not a powerful people if you actually find yourself defending members of the federal law enforcement when they're murdering your fucking neighbors, when they're murdering civilians in broad fucking daylight. That's not powerful, dude. You are servile, okay?
And there'll be more videos. We're in a world with lots of videos, which is a good
Oh,
thing
yeah, there's going to be more videos. Oh, this is so many videos.
for getting to the truth.
Let's look at this live shot that we're seeing right now. We just saw some black vehicle vans moving their way through, and now you see snowballs flying in this group.
I don't know if you've seen the video, but this part corroborates the witness account that the woman was, I know. The woman was trying to do a U-turn before the Gestapo tried to immediately open her car door. I know. The first couple of seconds in this video show that, like, she is waving them off and trying to get out of the way. And then another pickup truck comes in, rolls in, unmarked pickup, by the way, with fucking cop lights on. They get out and immediately try to pull her out of the car. Tired of being politically correct. Another angle. Veteran. I love the USA. X is the only place to get real news. I repost interesting things. Yeah. Again, this is what I mean. These are like the so-called libertarians, like the people who hate like unjustifiable actions made by the state. They think tyranny is only when, like, the government says, hey, in order to make sure that you survive, we have to vaccinate you and your children. That's what they think is fucking tyrannical. Not this shit. Not real tyranny. Not real, unchecked, unjustifiable, unlawful actions in the hands of a militarized state that gets to fucking kill you and your neighbors and not even seek out an ounce of accountability. It's so funny that Donald Trump is also lying, that saying that the guy was injured and hospitalized when you literally see him walking around when you see the fucking car doing nothing to the person.
Of individuals that are moving. You've got law enforcement in the front of this group that look like they're walking backwards, so they're being pushed, is the way it looks, backwards by protesters who are throwing snowballs at them right now. Let's bring in Victor Avila. Let's stay on this live shot as we bring in Victor, retired ICE special agent, now assistant director for the Office of National Drug Control Policy in the administration.
That's the thing, like, they can't get all of us, okay? I mean, it sounds crazy to say it like this, but like when you have overwhelming numbers, it becomes impossible, okay? That's it. You have overwhelming numbers, it becomes impossible for the state to enforce its will, okay? So at that point, they have to back away. They have to stand down, they have to reconfigure, they have to listen to the demands being made by the public, because these are the fucking taxpayers, okay? These are you, okay? These are people just like yourselves.
Victor, thank you for being here. I don't know, can you see what we're seeing live on screen right now? Are you able to or not?
Yes, I can see it, Martha.
And there'll be more.
I cannot believe Donald Trump tried to be like, oh, this person was hospitalized.
Do everything possible to get to the bottom of this.
All right, we saw Jacob Fry's.
If you would, give me your name and kind of look over this way instead of at the phone.
Sure. My name is Aiden Perzana.
Can you spell those for me?
Yeah, AIDANPERZ as in zebra, ANA.
Okay. So just tell me in general, I mean, what did you see out here this morning?
Well, I have a 1 month at home, so I was just getting up. He had woken me up and was getting dressed when I heard all of the horns and...
CNN, this is a live feed that we're getting an aerial view of law enforcement. They've removed that perimeter where they were investigating the
really
scene.
Trailing these law enforcement vehicles and throwing, again, snowballs and chunks of ice at these vehicles, Boris.
Oh God, CNN is so cop-cucked. It's crazy.
And we're continuing to...
They are not there to do real fucking journalism. They're there to do state propaganda. Okay, I'm sorry. There are some in mainstream news that will actually report from the perspective of the average citizen, but CNN clearly is not one of them. There are some at even CNN who do that, but these reporters that are immediately on the scene are not doing that at all. They're just simply looking at this from the perspective of like law enforcement, from the perspective of the government. They are there to normalize the state violence. They are there to justify the state violence.
Watch this. This is a live feed that we are getting an aerial.
Like even the fact that they openly see that the local population is understandably furious that one of their neighbors was just executed in fucking broad daylight, and they're throwing snowballs at the cops. They go, oh, well, they're throwing ice. I mean, it's dangerous. What if the snowballs are packed with cement? What if a cop dies in this situation by getting struck in the head with a snowball? Here, let's look at what fucking Fox News is saying, which is not going to be that dissimilar to what CNN is saying, obviously. They're probably fucking screaming bloody murder on Fox News as well.
That second one harder to see. It's from across the street. We have a third
Why is it hard? The second one is
also
harder to see that Donald Trump was using as propaganda.
Look at this one from a higher angle, and you see this is the car after the shooting as it plows into two cars that were parked on the street there. Carrie, your thoughts on these videos and on what you just heard? We've got just 20 seconds left.
What we don't have video of, Martha, and it's very important, is what happened right before that. And context and circumstances matter, because that's what's going to matter in the court of law. These situations are always very fact specific, and it boils down to the perspective of the.
We can take a look at these and analyze
Great
what we
Satan.
want, but it comes down to the...
Great Satan. The truth comes out. It's Satan. They're satanic, ladies and gentlemen.
After an ICE-involved shooting.
Real
These
voice.
are live
I
pictures.
smell the sulfur through the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Fox News is controlled by demonic entities.
Showing what happened earlier today between protesters and ICE. We're working on bringing you those videos. You can see one of them on your screen as we speak. Basically, here's what it describes. It shows agents in a truck pulling up to a car that appears to be blocking the road. The two agents get out. They walk up to the driver's side of the car. From there, things escalate quickly. One agent touches the car and the driver starts driving backwards with the agent's hand still on the car. The driver then hits the gas while another agent appears to be standing in front of the vehicle. That agent, more in front of the car, appears to open fire as the car barrels towards him. DHS...
Bro, they can't even defend it. Touches the car. Remember this same playbook? Later on, the DOJ dropped the charges. Yeah. The way Noam describes this is so eerily similar to the Department of Homeland Security. The way the Department of Homeland Security described Miramar Martinez in Chicago. Back then, Martinez was labeled a domestic terrorist who ambushed Border Patrol and rammed their vehicle. She was also shot, though she survived. The DOJ later dropped the charges against her. They do this every single fucking time. Okay? Remember, they did this. And the video there, they said the exact same thing in the video there. They were like, oh, this is actually a terrorist. This is a domestic terrorist that was trying to hunt down ICE agents. They shot her. Luckily, she didn't get killed. She survived the incident. And they dropped the fucking charges. But the reason why they come out of the gate swinging with these fucking charges is because there are a lot of dumb dullards out there who want any sort of justification for this kind of fucking unjustifiable death and destruction, as long as it's their state doing it, as long as it's their regime doing it. Okay? So because nobody actually follows up on this shit, it doesn't really matter when they drop the charges later down the line. It's no different than the Maduro case where they were like, oh, he's a part of the cartel of the sun, right? They went in with that narrative over and over again for months. Cartel of the sun, cartel of the sun. I kept telling you there's no evidence for this whatsoever. And lo and behold, a day after Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio went on television and was talking about cartel of the sun. A day after that, the Department of the DEA and the DOJ dropped the fucking charges and basically removed Cartel of the Sun from their indictment. They tried to do it quietly. Why did they do that? Because they knew that there was no evidence for it. But it doesn't matter. The reason why it doesn't matter is because, unfortunately, we do not have consensus reality anymore. What matters is narrative. Narrative overcomes truth, as I say over and over again. And in a dangerous disinformation environment such as this one, the media has a lot of fucking opportunities to really change the discourse, okay? Especially when there are still plenty of people, especially boomers, who trust mainstream media, who actually trust the administration in general. They have not realized that the administration is openly and actively lying to them, okay? The administration is using this as an opportunity. Is this not literally the stated reason for a Second Amendment's existence, to protect from a tyrannical government? Yes, but all the Second Amendment enjoyers actually love using their guns on fucking random people that have no power and justify state violence in general. Things are finally changing, though. I will say, at least in our little corner of the fucking internet, at least in our little corner of the universe, all these people who spent most of their time fucking defending Israel and attacking people like myself are finally coming to terms with the reality that Asmongold is a dangerous right-wing propagandist, and they're finally fucking putting Asmongold in the crosshairs rather than actively fomenting hatred towards someone like myself for doing so for the past 2 fucking years. It will change eventually. People will, all the centrists, all the liberals, all the slop tubers that have spent all of their fucking time and effort attacking someone like myself for criticizing Asmongold will finally fucking turn around and realize that, you know, this is an indefensible incident. You'll see. You'll see. It's always the same. One day, everyone will have always been against this, okay? It's wild people didn't know he was bad. The reason why people didn't know he was bad is because, like I said earlier, a lot of the fucking slop tubers get their notes from Reddit. They're Reddit plagiarizers, okay? I said it yesterday. They're a lot of the centrists, a lot of the liberals, they only fucking cover the news from the perspective of drama. They have no interest in covering it from an ideological position. They have no interest in covering things from a policy perspective. It's much easier to just like farm outrage and just like reassert Reddit talking points that they found over and over again. And Reddit is endlessly fucking bottable. It's very clearly easy to manipulate. Twitter, if you all your talking points are coming from Twitter and Reddit is just the stomping ground of Atlantis' NatSec liberalism that is inherently right wing but masquerades as like liberal, okay? And Twitter is obviously fucking neo-Nazi, full tilt, unvarnished neo-Nazi propaganda, and that's all you see. your centrism is going to be out of whack with what the actual people are seeing, what the actual people are experiencing. In any case, slowly but surely, as the tide shift becomes glaringly obvious, those who are hanging on to this like weird centrism because they're deluded by what they see on Reddit, they're deluded by what they see as like the primary villain on Twitter, will slowly but surely make up their own fucking minds. And it's coming. That's why I keep saying it's going to happen. It's wise to withhold judgment on the shooting until the facts are clear, but I have to say I'm grateful for modern technology. It makes it much harder for the government officials to get away with lying, and government really, really likes to lie. This is Billy Binion from Reason. Reason is one of the only libertarian magazines that's still anti-police violence. One of the only libertarian like bastions that actively targets police violence and is also pro-immigration. Says, I think a lot of people really underestimate how common it is for government agencies to tell the public total distortions after a tragedy and or controversy. And until very recently, before tech was so ubiquitous, society just kind of had to accept their word at face value. Now I'm going to actually take a sidestep here and explain to you something for a minute and 38 seconds. Okay? I'm going to show you something, a story that Barack Obama participated in, a story that you will be very familiar with, and the actions of a government that you are seeing take place on domestic soil.
Happened on October 3rd, 2015. On that day, an American military gunship attacked a hospital in Kunduz, Afghanistan. This was not a military base. It was a trauma center run by the famous aid group Doctors Without Borders. For about 30 minutes, the aircraft circled overhead, firing repeatedly and precisely at the hospital buildings. The gunship fired 211 shells in total. Inside, the scene was a nightmare. Some patients burned alive in their beds because they could not move. Doctors lost their limbs or were decapitated by shrapnel while trying to operate. As people tried to run from the burning buildings to escape, they were shot from the air. By the time the attack ended, at least 42 people were dead, including doctors, nurses, and patients. The hospital had given its exact GPS coordinates to the U.S. military just days before, specifically to prevent something like this from happening. Even while the bombs were falling, hospital staff were frantically calling military officials, begging them to stop, but the strikes continued. After the attack, the American explanation changed several times. First, officials said they were protecting troops on the ground. Then, they claimed the Afghan army had asked for the strike. Finally, the U.S. command...
Wait a minute. Oh, the official narrative was after blowing up a hospital for 30 minutes, a hospital that was Doctors Without Borders hospital that had European doctors inside of it. The official narrative in the immediate aftermath of this story, under Obama, by the way, was... Oh, well, this was actually a military compound.
Commander admitted it was a specific decision made by American forces, but called it a tragic mistake caused by human error and broken equipment. Some officials tried to claim that Taliban fighters were hiding in the hospital, using civilians as human shields. Doctors Without Borders...
Remember that? Taliban was inside of the hospital, using the hospital as a human shield, using the patients as a human shield.
Borders flatly denied this, explaining that they had a strict no weapons policy and that the compound was full of doctors and patients.
The point is, it's not an Israel reference. America's been doing this, okay? I know it's harder for people to swallow this truth pill, okay? That's the real truth. The real truth nuke is that this is what America has always done, okay? This is what America's been doing. It's easier for people to comprehend that someone is doing this. It's easier for people to comprehend that this is fucked up and common practice when you point to Israel. And Israel does do it more frequently than America does. Let's be real. Okay. And they do it in a worse way than America does. But the reality of the matter is we do it too. And the reason why I'm showing you this is because we've done it overseas and we're currently doing it on domestic soil. You understand? That's the reason why I'm showing you this.
Soldiers. In the end, President Obama apologized, and the military punished 16 people with administrative discipline, but no one was ever charged with a crime. The Pentagon concluded that because it was an accident, it was not a war crime. The doctors and the United Nations called for an independent investigation, arguing that a military cannot fairly investigate its own actions, but that investigation never happened. Mahmoudiyya killings.
Okay, I mean, we'll get to the rest of these massacres later, but this is a video called The Pain Explainer, Every Major U.S. War Crime in 20 Minutes. Okay? The reason why I'm showing you that is because that is precisely what Kirsty Noem said instantly. First, first statement out of the gates is, oh, well, this person deserved it. They were a terrorist. They were doing domestic terrorism. The difference, of course, is that this is not happening in Afghanistan. This is happening in your backyard. And no matter how much Americans can justify this kind of state violence when it's directed towards faceless, lifeless, otherwise brown people, they can actually humanize the victim in this circumstance because this looks like your suburb. This looks like your neighborhood. The person is driving a car similar to the car that your mother drives. It's a Honda Pilot with fucking decals and stickers in the back. Okay? The 37-year-old victim in this situation is someone you can see, that someone you can identify as a person in your neighborhood. Okay? So when the admin tries to bring the imperialism to your fucking doorstep, and that's basically what fascism is, it's colonialism turned inwards, okay? People do understand that this is unacceptable and fucked up. Now, there will always be those who defend it. There will always be those who defend it, like these fucking demons on Fox News. But that doesn't mean you should stop protesting it.
To get in the way, to obstruct law enforcement doing its job. And that never ends well for anyone.
Yeah, I have a lot more to say about the politicians in Minnesota coming up a little bit later. And let's leave behind the legal analysis. That, too, we will return to in just a moment. Because what's happening right now, Jack, to your and Ken point, is there is a trial that has already begun in the court of public opinion. When these types of situations occur, reaction is almost immediate with everyone's...
Brother, there was a trial that took place with Laken Riley, but that didn't stop the Republican movement from utilizing that as a point of propaganda to give overwhelming power and lack of accountability to fucking BORTAC, okay? This is the SWAT team for ICE, chatters. They are not supposed to be there. You understand? BORTAC is not equipped to do crowd control at all. BORTAC is the Border Patrol's tactical team, okay? That's Border Patrol's, that's ICE's very own SWAT team. The fact that they're on the ground over there is insane. It's disgusting that these monsters are so predisposed. These monsters are so predisposed with defending the fucking regime. And there are many monsters not dissimilar to the likes of Will Kane in our communities as well. Okay? There are monstrous scumbags who are doing state propaganda right now, like Asmongold and like many other right-wingers. Okay? They're so fucking... their primary goal here is to justify whatever the fuck the Trump administration is doing. So much so that they lose sight of their own humanity. They lose sight of what is right and wrong. They can't even take a step. They can't even take a fucking breather. Take a step back and go, yeah, this is actually kind of fucked up. You know, I'll say it. They have to wait for the overwhelming majority to yell at them to finally come to terms with the reality here that this was just straight up murder.
Understand the difference between what we've seen from Trump administration officials and what we have typically seen in the past.
And you're right. You often do have mayors and governors come out and give statements and potentially give political statements. And the Justice Department and the federal government have a responsibility to make sure they get all of the facts before coming out and making conclusions. And what happened with Kristi Noem is what should have happened if she were a responsible DHS secretary. If she should have called for an investigation.
What are you saying? That's never going to happen. You know that that's a different reality. You are living in an alternative reality. You're making it seem like this is a normal administration. This is what she's done every single time ICE has actually shot someone. They automatically say it's domestic terrorism and it was totally warranted. That's their number one statement right out of the fucking gates. They come out swinging. What the fuck are we doing? You know that that's not what they've done. Just say it. Just say it out loud. Just say that that is not what this administration is doing. They haven't done this ever. And it's very clear that it's because they want to foment discontent so they can justify even more aggressive persecution. So they can justify fucking martial law.
Amy Estad, briefly, I mean, the reality of this is that it is an explosively difficult situation that is going to explode our politics, most likely.
Right. No question. And I spoke to some law enforcement officials who made this point. I'm just going to read what the person said. Have the rules of engagement and the ICE raid tactics led to more violence? They look at this and they say, this is not the way these things were carried out before the Trump administration.
Yeah, I think that context is important. Over the last couple months, there's been an intentional effort to ramp up these deportations. We have seen Stephen Miller make kind of projections about what he wants, 1,000 a day in terms of apprehensions. I think that kind of chaos has created a tinderbox that has, unfortunately led to some of the scenes that I think we see today. And I think that chaos is a logical result of that mass deployment of federal agents.
All right, and we are just learning that the Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, is expected to go to Minneapolis Wednesday. Today is Wednesday, after this ICE-involved shooting. All right, our breaking news coverage is going to continue throughout the hour on this story. We've got two senators with us today, Republican John Kennedy, Democrat Mark Kelly.
Oh, God, John Kennedy. Yeah, Kristi Noem, the dog murderer, by the way.
Use it politically. They don't care about the people involved. They don't care about the ICE officer getting home to his family tonight. They don't care about this citizen who was tragically killed because of her own poor decision making, frankly. They don't care about those people. They care about school.
Dude, I think we need to be, I think liberals need to be, not even we, because we are obviously giving the smoke that is necessary in this situation. But I think liberals in general need to be way more ruthless. Liberals and mainstream media need to be way more ruthless. Like this, what they are doing, this kind of commentary is so insane. Like they're victim blaming when the body has not even fucking, the body hasn't even gotten cold yet. And they're already going, oh, nobody actually cares about the slain person at all. They're just trying to, propagandize against our big, beautiful members of law enforcement. Like, they're so fucking shameless and evil. Liberals need to be more aggressive in their commentary. Okay? You need to actually meet this with the same level of intensity that it deserves. So basically they're treating a white woman like a black teen. Yeah, well, that's what it is. It's getting to that point. And I think every black person already knows it was inevitably going to get to that point. That's precisely what's happening. It's crazy. Look, man, if right-wingers are justifying a white woman getting killed like this, it's over. You know what I mean? It's just like this is a new environment.
Some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite.
That is not leadership. That is sedition. It's encouraging people to interfere with the lawful actions of the state. And when a mayor uses his office to delegitimize federal law enforcement in the immediate aftermath of a deadly incident, it's not protecting his city. He's putting people in danger.
They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally killing people. So they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense.
This right here is not a partisan thing, man. Okay. I don't know how to explain it to people. I know there's a lot of people in here. I'm sure there's Asmongold fans in here who are a little confused today because they are seeing Asmongold justify fucking straight up murder. And they're tuning into this broadcast instead to see an alternative perspective that they might not have gotten in the past. This is not about right versus left. Okay. This is about right versus wrong. Okay, this is about the government versus the people. Okay, I need you to understand this. This is not about partisanship. It is not about partisanship. Propagandists in the media will try to turn this into a partisan issue. This is not a partisan issue. You, regardless of who you voted for, what your perspective is, what you personally believe, have the capacity to look at a situation like this and recognize right from wrong. I believe in you. Okay? And if you recognize right from wrong in this circumstance, you should also protest against ICE. You should also protest against this kind of fucking unlawful murder happening in broad fucking daylight. It doesn't matter who you voted for. It doesn't matter what you believe prior to this moment. You have the capacity to see right from wrong. I believe in you. Okay? It is completely unacceptable. And these people recognize right from wrong, and they're taking it to the fucking streets and say, get the fuck out of here. You don't belong here. You need to leave our streets. You need to stop terrorizing us. And they are getting brutalized for that. They're getting brutalized for that, even though they are in the wrong. These guys, Bortak is in the wrong. Why the fuck is there a special weapons and tactics team for ICE operating in fucking Minneapolis? The reality of the matter is the very fact that they were deployed here was not to actually prosecute fraud. I hope you understand this, because the fraud has been prosecuted already. Investigations are being conducted already. And even if every single Somali in Minneapolis was doing fraud, you don't use ICE to prosecute them. You don't use ICE to apprehend them. You want to know why? Because all the fucking Somalis in Minneapolis are American citizens, or at least documented immigrants. This is not like Guatemalan migrants. This is not the same as like talking about Venezuelans on TPS. Somalia is very far away. You can't just come from Somalia to the United States of America and immigrate illegally, okay? I'm going to repeat this one more time, whether people want to recognize this or not. 90% of Somalis in Minneapolis and 90% of Somalis on U.S. soil are Americans, okay? They are American citizens. They are American citizens, okay? 60% of them are U.S.-born, native American citizens, like native-born citizens, okay? They were born on U.S. soil. Not native, sorry, natural. If you want the 40-plus suburb Facebook replies to the video, notice how no other agent had a gun drawn, turned into an argument about if it was self-defense. He also put the officer at the door in danger. What if the bullet ricocheted, or if he suddenly leaned into the vehicle? So far, people don't trust the official narrative on old social media. Yeah, I mean, it's such a glaringly obvious example of just like the type of violence that these guys normally justify overseas happening to a white woman in a fucking Honda Pilot that is 37 years old. Like, this is, in this circumstance, I know people will say, oh, you don't give a shit if it's a black person or a black teenager being on the receiving end of this kind of state violence. And unfortunately for many Americans, they don't see it, okay? They don't see it if it's overseas. They don't recognize it as evil if it's happening to someone who is like easily otherized or dehumanized. But they do absolutely see it in this circumstance, because it is someone that is their neighbor. It is someone that is a loved one. They can put themselves in the shoes of this person, okay? That's why I think this could potentially be a turning point for many Americans who maybe have looked away at ICE brutality up until this very moment.
Well, I'll tell you what, Will, the reason that I have to do this live shot from here instead of within the actual area where their confrontation's taking place right now.
It is the full-blown Israelification of the United States.
And it's very
They're literally doing butt Hamas, dude. They're doing butt Hamas. They're saying it's a domestic terrorist. It's crazy. Yeah, the single bullet hole is to the far side as well. Photo of the vehicle is also damning for the ICE agent. The single bullet hole is to the far side, appears to be curved part of the windshield. If the agent was in front of the vehicle, this angle would not have hit her in the head. Also, where did the two other rounds enter? From the side with the open window. The reason why they're doing this, the reason why that guy did this is because he's a fucking asshole. Okay? He's an asshole who knows that he could, or we'll see how it works. We'll see how this situation turns out. But he thinks he can get away with murder. We cannot let that happen. Okay? A power-hungry murderer. Asman is saying guys standing in front of a cop car should be put in a box and round up about 10,000 protesters and put them in a camp to shut it down quick, literally promoting authoritarian dictatorship. He's just a weak, ineffective, cowardly person who's trying to lean into the administration, the government's fucking repressive methods to make himself and others who are tuning in feel powerful. Okay? That's it. That's it. This is commentary from a deeply insecure, deeply scared person. It's weak, it's cowardly, it's frail. This is the motivating principle of fucking Nazis as well, historically. Feeling like they've been wronged by society and hoping that the state actually enacts some violence to others who are their ideological opponents. Not realizing, once again, that this is not a partisan issue. ICE just shot and killed a woman in Minneapolis, a U.S. citizen. How long before we say enough is enough? Elon Musk, she tried to run people over. No, she didn't. And here's the evidence. She's turning the front wheels of her car to the right, away from the ICE officer on her left. If she was trying to run him over, why would she turn in the other direction? There is no response to this. They cannot fucking respond to this. They can't respond to that. They can't respond to the fact that the bullet hole entered to the fucking side of the windshield, the first bullet. They can't, because they don't care about the truth. They just want to justify whatever kind of fucking violence that like these MAGA thugs are engaging in, because they want to make this a partisan issue. This is not a partisan issue, chat. It's not. This is not an issue about right versus left. This is an issue with right versus wrong. You need to understand that. That's it. Yeah. It's a good exercise in ideology to see which people will watch the video and then let Trump decide for them what they saw. That's it. We will see. We will see if people have the capacity to see a broad daylight murder, an assassination, or they let Trump do their thinking for them. And I think that there will be some people who will let Trump do their thinking for them. There will be others who watch the video and try to justify it. But I think most people will look at the situation, like most Trump supporters will look at the situation with a totally biased framework and justify it, even though Trump is fucking straight up lying about a thing that they can see with their own two eyes. We shall see. Is propaganda and ideological predisposition more powerful than what you can fucking see and comprehend with your own two eyes? There's another angle that shows a bullet hole in the front of the windshield. It's not. Also, you can literally see. You can see that not only was this dude not even remotely injured, for the record. I mean, this is, look. I mean, right there. He's right there. That's the guy who shot the person and killed the person. Do content creators like Asmongold genuinely believe she was trying to run them over? Is that just part of the grift? No, it's part of the grift. It's 100% part of the grift. Wow, I can't believe. Yeah, how did he survive? How did he survive this cold-blooded execution that he engaged in? Recovering in the hospital. Hasan informed the grand names that it's super expensive to immigrate here. It cost my family $40,000, 2.5 million swaga pesos to move here due to medical, legal, and paperwork fees. Africans, East and West Asians who immigrate to America are business owners and actually educated people compared to the cockroach streamers and watchers. Yeah, I mean, that people never realize that, but like, yeah. The poorer the country of origin is, the more likely the person that is coming to the United States of America is like very wealthy and very educated as well. America makes it unimaginably difficult to immigrate here, especially from a place like Nigeria or Somalia. Yeah. It's hard to believe he's alive, but he's now recovering in the hospital. He was walking around at the fucking crime scene. Are you kidding me? I'm going to quote retweet that with this photo. Remotely harmed 37-year-old pilot. MAGA loyalists additionally believe Trump is over what they can see in the footage. They're filtering mode. Sorry. I'm tweeting. Frenchman here, just checking what we might be dealing with in 2 years. Hope y'all don't stay fucked for too long. We are fucked. If the victim was a white cop and the shooter was a black Somali, Asmongold would not be giving him this self-defense plausible deniability bullshit. Yeah, 100%. Because it's a totally fucking racist. Here it is, by the way. This is the piece of shit that killed that 37-year-old U.S. citizen in Minnesota. This is him walking to a vehicle and leaving the fucking crime scene after he took a life like it was just a notch on his belt.
You! Shame! 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 Dude, what's happening to her? What happened?
The fact that they also wear masks is so insane, dude. Yes, I've heard reports about how they stopped a doctor from actually going up to the victim and helping the victim. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that verified yet. Oh, wait, never mind. This is from The Atlantic. Okay, so it is real. Okay, a doctor at the scene attempted to help the woman who was shot, but was kept away by federal agents. When an ambulance finally arrived, it was blocked from reaching her by law enforcement vehicles, and paramedics had to reach her on foot. This is literally what they do in the West Bank, chat. This is Israel. This is straight up Israel shit. Oh my God. You can hear it here. Yeah, this video I didn't want to show before because I mean, it's harrowing. It's terrifying because you can hear the person's wife, the victim's wife, like crying in the background with their dog. So I don't want to show it to you. I'm trying to see the... Yeah, ICE did nothing to help the woman who they murdered. Only when MPD and fire got there, they carried the woman's lifeless body to the corner and gave her CPR. That's crazy. They literally had to come in on foot. You can see them carrying the victim, and they had to come in on foot. The paramedics had to come in on foot. That video, it shows the doctor trying to help her and later shows the EMT carry her off. What is this? Nigga! What? Bro, why are you fucking sending me dumbass links like that, man? The fuck is wrong with you? It's loud as hell, too. Oh, I can't fucking. It's so ridiculous.
A year
dude.
ago in Minneapolis,
Fox News is doing full blown. By the way, unlimited coverage on this from Fox News. I know it was Hood Genius. I know. Shut the fuck up. Fox News is doing full tilt propaganda here, trying to defend this shit for the record.
Interpretation.
Well, it's reasonable. What would be reasonable for someone on the scene in this particular situation? And reasonableness, obviously.
How do we get people to empathize again? Easy. It's going to happen eventually. More and more people are getting pissed off every single day. More and more people start recognizing right from wrong every single day. The more people actually lean away from naysayers, lean away from those who are just like very clearly regime propagandists, the more there is an environment of permission about expressing discontent, the more people will feel bold enough to come out and speak out against this stuff. Okay? That's it. It's already happening. In the small corner that we exist in online, it's already happening. Someone in the chat was asking like, oh, when will Asmongold like change his perspective instead of like unconditionally defending this shit? I'll tell you when. The day that, bought it or not, the day that there are more people in here watching me than watching him is the day that he'll actually reconsider his framework and will start leaning away from the Trump administration. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's coming. You'll see. That's the day he will come in and say, hey, I'm willing to debate. I'm willing to have a conversation about this sort of stuff. So numbers mean more to him than a person being killed? Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. That's why his audience constantly is projecting, saying, oh, I bet Hassan's real mad right now. Yeah, I am mad. Not about what you think I am mad about, though. I'm mad about a fucking unaccountable administration. I'm mad about unlimited bloodshed. I'm mad about doing bloodshed overseas and doing very similar styles of bloodshed here on U.S. soil against American citizens, against undocumented migrants, documented migrants, and also American citizens. That's it. That's what I'm fucking mad about. Not some other dumb, like, drama-related shit that you think I'm mad about. I'm also mad that there is an environment now that where people just get away with saying whatever the fuck they think they can get away with. They get away with saying whatever they want, as long as it's in the direction of defending this administration, as this administration increases its cruel actions. Okay? That's what I'm actually fucking mad about. This morning, an ICE agent murdered a woman in Minneapolis. Only the latest horror in a year full of cruelty. As ICE attacks our neighbors across America is an attack on us all. New York stands with immigrants today and every day that follows. Why did the ICE vid get taken down? I don't know which video you're talking about, but here's a witness basically describing what was taking place there. Here.
This morning.
Basically, ladies trying to warn everyone ICE is in the neighborhood.
Look, there it is. ICE officers trained never to approach a vehicle from the front, DHS official says. Slowly but surely. First they come out and they say it was totally justified, this was domestic terrorists. Then they'll say, okay, maybe this ICE agent wasn't following the proper fucking code of conduct here.
Just letting them know, hey, and telling ICE, hey, you're destroying families, whatnot. Stop doing this. Hey, get out of here. Stop that. She reversed so traffic can go by. The pickup truck, gray pickup truck, officer ICE got out and was telling her, hey, didn't tell her anything, really. Just telling her what, I'm going to open up your door and I'm going to.
Yeah. Remember, I told you already. I told you this was going to happen. I told you it wasn't just about immigrants. I told you that this was going to inevitably go after American citizens as well. And a lot of people didn't realize this. Hopefully this is a fucking turning point. If you were confused about the process, if you genuinely thought that like ICE was there to like apprehend undocumented migrants or whatever, and not simply to do state repression, okay? At the behest of our fucking pedophilic, monstrous president, who was also simultaneously defending his pedophilic elite cabal buddies and himself from scrutiny from the Epstein files, okay? Not only that, but also defending the nation state of Israel every fucking step of the way, too. So just, remember that. Understand that. This has nothing to do with immigrants. The reason why they did this, the reason why they fucking did this is so that you could justify it to yourselves by thinking, oh, the scary immigrants are doing this. Front page of Reddit is a thread posted by Epstein. He's calling him Nostradamus because he predicted this, since no one else could have even predicted something like this would happen. Yeah, just let him farm some fucking brownie points here so that people forget that he, procured CSAM from an underage girl. Okay? It's Reddit. They bought everything. It's pathetic. Who cares? Yeah, he also actively came after me for calling this shit out for years, okay? So, remember that. For years and years and years, I've been talking about how if the Democrats don't actually take a strong oppositional voice against this anti-immigrant sentiment, it will eventually be weaponized against them. Okay? I did say that, and it did happen. We know, but so many don't get to see it because your W's never get posted in these places. Who cares? Fuck Reddit. What are you going to do? Put it on fucking TikTok. All of those people yelled at me over and over again. They said I was actually fucking, trying to get Donald Trump to win because I kept urging Kamala Harris to take an oppositional stance to the anti-immigrant sentiment. And not only that, but I also said that eventually once this administration won, once the Trump administration won on this anti-immigrant sentiment, they would sic ICE in these neighborhoods. And once ICE was in these neighborhoods, I also said that people would start turning on ICE. People would start realizing that this was actually dangerous, that they didn't actually sign up for this. All of those things have happened, okay? Just because other people on the internet are oblivious that these were my takes and people were yelling at me over these fucking takes for years and years does not change that reality, okay? I said it over and over again. Nobody fucking listened, and unfortunately those who could have potentially listened were too predisposed with drama, hearing everything that I was saying from a negative filter. But if you want to show others those takes, Nostradamus-style takes, you can do so. You can do it on TikTok.
Get you out. And that's when the shooting happened, and the car took off, and then it sped off and crashed right into the cars.
Can you talk about the agent that was stepped in front of the car?
The way he was in the clear. There was another one at the front part of the car on the driver's side, and there's one right there by the door that's opening, trying to get in the door. Then you have one that's in front of the car that was already coming from the side. And he was just getting clear because he already see that, hey, this person could take off, but, maybe I'll try to, intimidate you with my gun.
Can you make a stream banner every time a moment like this happens with if you want to see tomorrow's news today line? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. If you want to see tomorrow's news today, you come to the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS. Oh, Kaya. Oh, my God. Kaya got groomed, chat. Here's a moment of, here's a little brief moment of happiness. Hey, come here. Kaya, come here. No, come. Oh, you smell so much better. You were so smelly earlier. Sorry, I have to do this a little bit. I have to feel a little bit better when everything is fucking awful. Oh my God. You smell so good. My emotional support lapdog is pushing me away. You guys can't hear her. She's kicking the ground right now because I'm scratching her back. Okay. All right, place. Oh my God. She just got groomed and she already has so much hair coming off of her. It's crazy. Okay, get down. This little lady has been shedding for like the past 2 months now. A little break from all the madness. A little Kaya break for you guys. Aren't we lucky to have dogs? The luckiest. Yeah. Victim has been identified from the Minnesota Star Tribune. ICE shooting victim identified as Renee Nicole Good, 37. Mother said her daughter is not part of anything like that at all, referring to protesters challenging ICE agents. Donna Ganger told the Minnesota Star Tribune that her daughter lived in the Twin Cities with her partner. Ganger declined to say whether she lived in Minneapolis. Is this the so-called Hamas that Americans like talking about? Yeah, I mean, everyone is Hamas, right? Anyone that opposes the government is Hamas because Hamas is a catch-all term for recipient of appropriate violence. That's so stupid that she was killed, Ganger said. After learning some of the circumstances from a reporter, she was probably terrified. Ganger said her daughter is not a part of anything like that at all, referring to the protesters challenging ICE agents. Renee was one of the kindest people I've ever known. She said she was extremely compassionate. She's taken care of people all her life. She was loving, forgiving, and affectionate. She was an amazing human being. Just drove past ICE protesters in my conservative-ass state of Indiana. The average person will not fall for the propaganda. There will be some, but you need to understand. Look at what Connor said to Asman. Oh, my goat. What did he say? Yeah, R.I.P. Bozo. Convinced the CIA replaced Asmongold with an even stupider virgin during the Johnny Depp trial stream meta. ICE does not equal police, dipshit. Snap out of this moronic grifting shit. Elon, if you read this, go heavier on the ketamine later. It it work better. Not cool showing close-ups? What are you talking about? Stop posting the faces of ICE agents. You are putting their lives in danger. You're fucking joking, right? This is a joke, right? I'm a fellow roach. I come in peace, just sniffing and crawling around sus. What? Where was the close-up of the ICE agent that I was showing the face of? I'm not going to ban that person, but... Oh, this one you mean? Are you talking about this one? This guy who fucking shot 37-year-old victim? Is that what you're talking about? The guy? Is that who you're referencing? Not only is he a public servant, but he's also a murderer, you know? One must ask the question why you are trying to defend a murderer here, you know? A cold-blooded murderer. We saw him do it. This part of the footage is from the same video that shows him murdering a woman in broad daylight. That's crazy. That's crazy that your first reaction to this is to be like, dude, you're putting these guys' lives in danger. What do you mean? Your life is in danger if you're ever around one of these fucking masked thugs of the state, dude. The hell? Who do you think is more dangerous? Random 37-year-old mom of a 6-year-old? Or guy who fucking murdered her? This is what Asman just said on stream. He can suck my dick. Regardless of who is driving the vehicle is dangerous of operated recklessly. Yeah, the vehicle actually became dangerous because this fucking dipshit shot the person operating the vehicle. Okay? You just know, Nadnaps, you are not a cop, for the record. You're not an ICE agent. You are more likely to be in a vehicle surrounded by cops than be the cop that you're fantasizing in this situation where you just like get a fucking, what you consider to be a legal kill, you know? It's very sad and very pathetic for you to deep throat this fucking hard, you know? I do want to understand like where this mentality comes from though, you know? I genuinely cannot comprehend like this surf brain. I don't know. I don't understand it. We gave a gun to a bunch of guys who watched a recruitment ad during a football game and signed up for a 47-day orientation. Please react very calmly when they're shouting at you because they might get scared and start shooting off under pressure. They are saving our America. That's basically what it is. And these guys still see themselves in the shoes of the fucking ICE agent for some reason. He watches Asman, so he gets it from there. Pretty easy to explain. Yeah, but there's no point where you realize that, like, you are being propagandized so heavily. Like, this is unironically causing you to develop peasant brain rot. You are behaving like a fucking serf. You are behaving not like a human being. You are advocating against your best interests here. I believe in you, chatter. I believe in you. I think you do have the capacity to see right from wrong in this situation. I think there is a moment here where you can fucking say, yeah, no, this was like straight up murder, you know? Yeah. Yeah, they get 47 days of training, dude. This is all the training ICE officers get before a government hands them weapons and tells them to go raise hell. 47 days. Academy training was shortened to 47 days. 3 officials told me the number picked because Trump is the 47th president. The HS officials said the training will run 6 days a week for 8 weeks. It's fucking insane. We gave them weapons, no training whatsoever, and we sicked them on our fucking streets, and they're unaccountable. And it seems like there are still some people who will defend them when they're murdering people in fucking broad daylight, dude. That is crazy. That is madness to me. Anyway, here, let's hear the witness talk about this.
And I'd heard horns pass through before as people follow ICE vehicles through the city, but they stayed. They kept going, and so I figured whatever was happening right outside. So I started watching through the window. There was a red Honda Pilot, maroon. There were 2 people in fatigues, ICE agents, presumably. One was by the passenger side of the vehicle, one was by the driver's side of the vehicle. And there was a handful of black and white SUVs, license plates on some of them, front license plates removed, parked sort of kittywampus in the street. And I watched as a third person in full camo come and pull several times on the door handle, at which point the red vehicle reversed a few feet and started driving around, and the person who was by the driver's side originally, not the man who pulled on the door, but who was originally there, shot through the driver's side window 3 times, and the car drove down the street a little bit more and then swerved into a car and then ultimately a telephone pole.
Okay. I think that's really all, because I'm not trying to get you to comment on that. You just saw this. Did you see an ambulance come? Did you?
An ambulance came a few minutes later. There was some delay getting the ambulance to the vehicle because of the number of ICE vehicles in the street, and sort of they slowly moved their SUVs and trucks out of the way. Somebody wearing a camo and a vest that just said police, you know, I think they're ICE, but no identification. Grabbed an orange sort of OtterBox style case and ran up to the vehicle, and they pulled the person out and onto the boulevard before the ambulance got there.
When you saw it happen, was that vehicle still moving? Was it like at all going towards an agent at that point? Or?
I mean, so the agents had been on either side, so they just backed up a few feet and then drove forward again. Somebody else said that the vehicle had been stuck in the snow a little bit, so they weren't driving at a person with any intention of hitting them. They were driving between.
Good enough for me.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Diana Sato. Let's get right to breaking news. The U.S. military says it has now seized a second Venezuela-linked ship in international waters. U.S. Southern Command.
Hold on. I'm not going to get into this yet. There's more that I want to cover on this. But first, we'll get to the 5. The demons over at the Fox and 5 talk about this issue. For people saying self-defense, how does shooting the driver of a car you're supposedly in front of you defend you? Sounds like it would make sure they hit you if they were dead. Exactly. That's why they shot him.
Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back!
This was the video shared with the HuffPost about the doctor that they stopped from actually entering. Federal agents blocked a man identifying himself as a doctor from reaching the woman killed by ICE in Minneapolis. A video shared with HuffPost shows this is censored as well, so we can look at it.
Oh, check a pulse! No! Back up!
Like, there's literally a fucking doctor that comes in and says, I'm a doctor, let me check her pulse.
Can I go check a pulse? No! Back up! Now! I'm a physician!
Hey, listen, we understand. We got EMS coming, and I get it. Just give us a second. We have medics on scene. We have our own medics.
Where are they? Medics. Where are they? How can I relax? You just killed my neighbor! You caught butter in the face! You killed my neighbor! How do you show up to work every day? How the do you do this every day? You're killing my neighbors, you're stealing my neighbors, what the man?
This exact situation has happened so many damn times that there's a case president up the wazoo for it. They're currently discussing it heavily in all the law spaces everywhere because it's an open and shut case. It's just, not only is it unjustifiable, but it is transparently illegal. We'll see what happens, I think, with this administration, if they can find like a favorable biased judge or something to put it in front of. But I don't see this. I mean, this is so indefensible, which is of course the reason why you see all of the dumbest motherfuckers, all the dumbest mouth breathing losers try to defend it. Like it's like the Derek Chauvin shit. I know it's been many years at this point, so like the bias has kicked in, but instantly after the Derek Chauvin situation, the George Floyd situation, there were even a lot of cops that said this was completely unacceptable. Matt Walsh actually literally, and Ben Shapiro said it's totally righteous for this person to go to jail. I remember. Now, of course, years after the fact, they do propaganda as though they didn't fucking say that, but they did at the time. The majority of Americans were in favor of the Minneapolis Police Department burning down in the immediate aftermath of the George Floyd murder. If you want to understand the media environment and just like the overall sentiment in that moment, I know a lot of people look back at that and go, oh, shit went real crazy. Shit went real fucking crazy. I don't know how we let woke get out of control or whatever. But at the time, there was a poll that was conducted in the aftermath when they burned down the fucking Minneapolis Police Department, and the majority of Americans actually were in favor of it. Okay? No one took Derek Chauvin's side. Understandable that no one took Derek Chauvin's side. It was fucking unjustifiable. And this is another one of those moments where it will be a heel turn. It will be a tide shift. People will see it for exactly what it is. Who knows what they'll say 2 years down the line? But for the time being, in the immediate aftermath of a very naked act of aggression and atrocity such as this one, people are not going to defend it. Only the dumbest motherfuckers will defend it. Dumb motherfuckers like this one. Yeah, R.I.P. Bozo. They told her to get out of the car, and then she put it in reverse and tried to run over an officer and drive away. Comply with police and don't run them over. This angle shows it better. So, of course, the MAGA cult farmer try and justify it to an audience of powerless people who only feel strong when they identify with the admin doing this cruelty. Pathetic. Expected. Anyway, but it makes us scream but never fight. We need to actually fight back. But they'd no apparatus for us to self-defend. What are you talking about? People are already fucking fighting back. Yeah. 54% of Americans think burning down Minneapolis police precinct was justified after George Floyd's death. Okay? I'm telling you right now, people are going to see this, and they already are, and they're going to recognize that this was a 37-year-old woman in a fucking Honda Pilot getting shot in broad daylight by a fucking psychopathic ICE agent that shouldn't have been there to begin with, that shouldn't have behaved like that to begin with, at a time when, like, the ICE's unpopularity is at its peak. 47 days of training. It's just it's a powder keg waiting to fucking explode. And then they turned around and denied care to the victim. They stopped a doctor that was there. It's a meme. What is a meme? I'm confused. What? The right-wing media ecosystem. Asmongold is literally talking about killing more people in Minnesota by using the Insurrection Act right now. This motherfucker is insane. Okay, what the?
Any sympathy for that person?
100% agree with everything you said right now, but what's your idea of stomping them out?
Doesn't make any sense. Didn't you explicitly say she wasn't trying to run him over? Well, she was running him over, right? I mean, that's what matters, right? Whether she was trying to or not is kind of irrelevant. Like, she knew that she would have run him over, and she just chose to do it anyway. What? I mean, is that really a big difference for you? Does that really matter to you? Like, I don't think it would matter to him if he's the one getting run over. I think it's going to be about the same. He's going to probably be paralyzed or dead, or have a massive injury that's going to fuck up his life. It's semantics. Yeah, you're arguing about semantics.
I said, like, what are you talking about? He walked away.
I don't know enough about what happened, about the shooting. No, it's justified, and the video alone seems not at all justified. Yeah, it definitely is. 100% is. In soccer, if you kick someone in the head, whether it's on purpose or not, you're getting a red card.
You're fucking R-word.
And, whether it's, manslaughter and all about perceived threat, yeah, exactly. She was probably scared that her actions had consequences and tried to speed away, but at the end of the day, regardless of politics, right or wrong, just or unjust, the person's life was ended in a less than ideal manner, and the ripple will be lasting. Good. Maybe other people will pay attention to it, and they won't do what she did. It'll set an example for them.
Do what? Be in a fucking car around ICE agents? What do you mean? They won't do what they did. Also, people can't say I'm obsessed because he's going through all of my fucking, what do you call it? Mentions on Twitter here.
Too bad. Now you did. And anyway, why even comment if you don't know what the fuck is going on? Trust me, a lot of people like doing that. Bro, you're saying things should be resolved with words and not actions regarding civilians, but you agree with governments doing it. I understand the power argument, but it feels kind of hypocritical. No, it doesn't, because the actions that are decided on are voted by the public. So basically, you're talking about vigilante justice, which takes the... You're talking about the consent of vigilante justice, which takes the consent of one person, versus the consent of the government, which takes...
Go to Minneapolis right now and stream what happens. I will be doing that to the Asmongold chatter.
Do you understand what the difference is? The Elon ratio? Yeah, she tried to run people over. Exactly. Yeah, it's so obvious.
Ratio. Again, Elon Musk owns the fucking website. This is the only thing they have. They have no confidence in their own opinions. So they have to rely on fake ass fucking bullshit. Oh, I can't believe the billionaire who bought his own social media platform is fucking boosting his own posts in an effort so that all these other people can feel righteous when they have no defense for their positions. Do you see what it is? They can't defend the positions on the virtues of what people can see and what people are thinking, so they have to lean into how popular they are. Okay, Jesus, you're delusional as fuck, man. I'm not the delusional person here. I'm not the one who's justifying someone getting fucking assassinated in broad daylight by an untrained dipshit with who was power tripping. You are. You are, Kaya. What are you doing? What are you doing over there?
That's what I would say more than anything. They'd say stuff like, we deported them to heaven, stick people. Yeah, exactly. And so the fact is that anybody saying this J.D. Vance calls for Tim Walz to resign, where is this here? And Fran Walz want to riot. They want to distract from the fraud so badly they'll destroy the city. I don't think that's going to happen, if you want me to be honest. I find it to be very unlikely. Let's see here.
47 days of training as police officer roleplay. These fuckheads are power tripping LARPers. Yeah. I mean, let's see what he says about this.
Strong when they can identify the admin as doing cruelty, pathetic, weak, expected. Of course, right? And
of course, right?
Crying, getting mad about it. He's been tweeting about this a lot. You can say this as much as you want, but it's very obvious that she was accelerating the vehicle when he was directly in front of it. He was. She would have run him over. She would have run him over. Everybody knows not to run away and speed away in a vehicle when the police are trying to detain you. Like, it's not even a question. Everybody knows this.
What is it, Zach?
I don't even know. Like,
I said,
yeah, use your eyes. Just
she was
look
not
at
trying
it.
to run him over. You are wrong in coping.
Hasan's watching you? Well, I mean, probably, yeah. I mean, I'm great content. I think that makes sense.
I'm great content.
I mean, look, everybody's trying to look and see, talking about me, what I think, etc. It's very normal. Like, I'm used to it at this point. Of course.
Here, I'll do something that he does.
She was not trying to run him over. You're wrong. Oh, he's in chat. Hasan is in chat again. What a surprise. Okay. Jesus. Okay. She was not trying to run him over. You are wrong in coping. What would you have done in this situation when the police officers told you that you had to get out of the car? What would you have done?
De-escalate and talk to her instead of immediately trying to... De-escalate and talk to her instead of immediately...
As usual.
Trying to open...
All right.
Trying to force open the door. This wasn't appropriate...
Just give it a minute.
By
it's all right.
law enforcement standards at all. These guys
de-escalate
are
and talk to her instead of immediately trying to force open the door.
Hopped up.
It wasn't open by one circumstance. That's not what I asked.
No
so if the police come up to
accountability.
you and they say to stop the vehicle and get out, what would you do?
I told you already.
What would you do? It's very simple.
Once again, he's not hearing what I'm saying.
Just a minute. Let me put some other music on.
I already told you the appropriate way
the guys are untrained,
of
hopped up on
dealing
fumes.
with
I told you
this
already.
By law, LEO.
De-escalate and talk to her.
Standards.
No. I'm not asking. Maybe he's confused. I'm saying if you were in the woman's shoes, if you were the one driving the car, what would you have done if you were in her situation and you were the one driving the car?
I would have driven away.
I'm not talking as the
as
opposite.
well, just as she was trying to do. Many people would have done the same. She was clearly trying
I told you already the appropriate way of doing this by the LEO standards.
Drive away.
You have. You've told me multiple times. But you haven't said what you would do, because you know the answer to that, and it's obvious. You would have gotten out of the car like a normal person, and you would have said, okay, I'm going to comply with the police.
The person who has power and responsibility to de-escalate is the LEO in this situation.
I would have driven away as well. Oh, he said, oh, you would have driven away as well, just as she was trying to do. Many people would have done the same. She was clearly trying to drive away. The person in power has the responsibility to de-escalate and do the LEO. Listen, guys, anybody in the Assange chat, listen, I'm going to say this.
All right,
please, guys, do not take this advice. This is such a bad idea. I promise you. Hasan's got a lot of money. He's got tons of money. He can afford this. It's okay.
I can afford being shot in the face? What the fuck are you talking about?
No. Again, we've seen this clip again, and there it is. Yes, obviously they hit him. Yeah, let's not even get into that. Please, guys, do not take his advice. If a law enforcement officer tells you to stop the vehicle and to, get out of the car, do not randomly drive away. You will ruin your life. They're going to find you. They'll run your plates. They're going to arrest you. You're going to have to go to court. You're going to go to jail. Potentially. Maybe you won't. It will fuck up your whole life. Do not do this. Sorry. Comply or die. Always W. Okay, you're getting untimed out, all right?
Is there...
You keep posting a 5-pixel video for Cope all you want. The dude clearly had no right to shoot her. Okay.
where
Can somebody
you
find the
don't
video and we'll see about this.
automatically defend.
I'll see if I can find a video that's like more
law
zoomed
enforcement automatically defend police.
Let me see if this is it or not.
ICE kills.
No, it's. I've got to find the one that's closer, and then we can look at it. It's on the look. Yeah, I have
ICE
it open.
has
I don't know
no
where it is again.
legal authority to even.
Is there an instance where you don't automatically defend ICE kills?
American citizens.
Yeah, I would say if
by
they're
the
not
way,
trying to kill the officer,
learn
I would defend
law.
It. Yeah, sure. I'd say I wouldn't defend it. Yeah. ICE has no legal authority to ever even detain American citizens, by the way. Learn the law.
It's true, by the way.
As far as I know, it's against the law to try to run over somebody.
You don't know.
It's against the law to run somebody over.
The convo.
Now, I don't know about that.
All you want.
But I think it is.
Your chatters should learn and assert.
You can change the convo all you want, like you did.
Instead of.
And so anyway, no, it's very obvious. How do you? And also, here's another thing. I'll ask Hasan one more question.
And
how do you justify that she wasn't trying to run him over when the wheels were spinning forward and he was in front of the car? How do you justify that?
I can tell you, but you only favor this dynamic
the wheels were
where
spinning, he was
you
directly
can
in front of the car.
control
Slow-mo video,
the
is this it?
convo.
Let me see if I can find it.
Once again, we're just going to keep doing this
I don't know if
until
this
one
is a good
day he
version or
goes,
not.
all right, you know what?
I can tell
I'll have a
you that
conversation
you
with
only
him.
favor this dynamic when you can control the conversation.
He
Yeah,
wasn't in front
Yeah, of
of
course, that's why I'm
the
doing
car. It's irrelevant to try and
I mean,
engage in
It's a
hypotheticals.
big secret. Like, yeah, obviously.
Because you can't.
Yeah, that
engage
video isn't
with
very
what
good. It's not.
actually
Damn it! I'm trying to
took
remember which one I
place.
had open.
That's the reason why.
Yeah, because I had one before.
You
He wasn't in
try
front of the
and
car.
Use the far.
It's relevant trying to engage in hypotheticals.
away
Okay.
angle.
Let me see if I can find the video. Give me a minute.
You can't find the video,
So-
really?
Do you think that he was in front of the car in this frame?
Show the video, Asmin.
Let me see
Why
if this is
do
it.
you
Was he in front
try
of the car
to
in this
hit
frame or not? Show the video. Oh, I am. I'm about to
frames?
show the video.
Show the video.
Yeah, I think this might be it.
Show the video. Slow motion.
Just give me one
and
second. I'm trying to
walk
see if this
us
is it.
Step by step. Show the wheels.
Okay, this isn't a very good angle. I had a better angle before, but we'll
turning
use
around.
this. Okay.
Turning.
So,
to
and
the
by
right.
the way,
if someone
actually, you know what? Before I show
was
the video,
trying to
I will show the
kill
video. We're going to look at it in slow motion.
the agents,
But was he in
their
front of the
wheels
car or not?
would turn left, not right.
Was he in front of the car or not? And we'll show it.
Show the video, slow motion, and walk it step by step. Show the wheels turning to the right. If someone was trying to kill the agents, their wheels would turn left, not right.
Their wheels would have turned to the left or the right. I don't think that she was
Why
trying to kill the agent. I think that she didn't care whether she hurt the agent in the process of her escaping.
Oh, so you don't think she
Does that make
was
sense?
trying to kill the agent? Because that's not what you were saying earlier.
This is the video. Is that it? Let me see if I find it.
The exact opposite of what you've been
Let me make sure if this
saying.
is the right one.
Got it. Dude, that's crazy. Even in a fucking chat, even in a chatting
think
dynamic
this might be it.
where he controls the narrative to the best of his ability, he immediately folds.
Yeah, that's good enough. Okay, yeah, we can use this one. This one's fine. This is a better one. Okay, well, let me answer. Let's answer a question again.
Asmin fold.
Let's see. Is there an answer of whether it is Asmon fold? You know the memes. Oh, so the exact opposite of what you're saying. Even got it. So you're saying that
I love that he literally that has the one frame where she is done putting the car in reverse before she moves the wheels to the right. Okay, this frame either is completely doctored or is the one moment where you don't see the yellow in the rear lights. Okay, that's the only time, and he won't show the video. He still won't show the video for some reason.
police after they told her to stop. I don't think that's a very good argument. He muted me. Now he won the argument. See, it feels good, right? I bet he feels good about this. Show the. Oh no, now okay. Show the video. All right. We're gonna watch the video. Here we go. Let's watch it. We're gonna watch this together. Okay. And I'm gonna put it right here, and then I'm gonna put it at 0.25. Okay.
Okay. She's already.
That way we can go frame by frame.
She's backing up. She's reversing. Okay. Even when she's reversing, she's angling away from the cops. That's when the wheels are turned to the left.
So you can see very clearly they tried to get into the car. And there's an officer, by the way, I want you guys to keep in mind, there's an officer here that you can't even see. That's how, oh yeah, I'll make it full screen. Okay. So there's an officer right here that's not even in the frame because of how in front of the car he is. And he's trying to move. Yes, the car is in reverse. And you can see that the light right here is in reverse because the car is moving backwards.
She waved them by, was in the process
Sorry, I'm getting distracted.
Leaving when
I've seen that. That one's a little bit. Yeah, actually, that one's a pretty good. That's a better quality. We're not going to look at this one yet.
God. Okay? Oh my God! He can't fucking watch the video. Just watch it.
Let's go.
Just watch it. You are so bad at fucking just. Come on, dude.
Okay,
play
so
the
watch
vid.
this wheel, and you can see very clearly.
While it's
the light
reversing,
turns off.
Okay.
You see, the light turns off.
Which way do the wheels
turn?
Which
means that she shifted gears.
Which way do the wheels turn?
Okay.
That's the last frame where the wheels are turned left.
Circle the guy in the front. Yes. Okay. And then so we see the guy in the front is right there. There he is, and he's coming over to here. All right.
Are no longer
We're gonna play
turning
it again.
left.
And you can see at this point
she makes
now she's revving the engine
away.
So
from the
he's in
agents.
front of the car. He's standing directly in front of the car. She's revving the engine. And
She's
he can
not hear
doing
the
that.
wheels
That's
turning.
not
true. She's
and
not
he's
revving
in
the
front
engine.
of the car. Right
She's
now,
not revving the engine at all. She is slowly
No brake lights.
reversing.
Yes, there's no brake
and then
lights, as you can see
slowly putting it in drive and moving the wheels to the right.
And then you'll see
if she
right
was
here,
trying
the wheels are turning with the
if
officer
she was
who
trying
is
to
directly in front of the
run
vehicle.
them over like you suggested.
Directly in front. You see those wheels turning right there?
She'd turn the wheels to the left.
Man, not so good.
Wait, what are they saying? Caught in 4K? Are they stupid? Do
Keep
they not
playing it?
understand
Yeah, I
what
will.
they're looking at?
Okay, now I'll play it all the way through.
She's not
So
revving.
you can see right there. He
the
can see and hear, right?
engine,
That she's trying to
you
pull
fraud.
forward. And so he gets out of the way
This
so
is
she doesn't
why
run him over.
You won't play
And then he shoots her.
the vid uninterrupted and
There
have
it is.
to add your commentary.
Man, too bad, huh? Too bad.
You
So that's
just
what I think happened. And also, here's another question. Let's engage. That's why you won't play the video uninterrupted. Okay, all right, fine. I'm going to play the video uninterrupted, okay? Here, go ahead.
keep showing it. It's so crazy. It's so fucking crazy that he had to literally act as though, and also the audio's off too. So he has to be like, oh, they're revving the engine. She was never revving the engine. This is a lie. Think critically. I like that he's not watching it, by the way. Like, this is the whole point. She takes it off of reverse and she starts moving the wheels to the right. If she's trying to kill these agents in the way that Asmongold was suggesting, she would not have done that. Guy takes out his gun. He's basically on the side of the fucking... The volume is on, chatters. He muted the video. First shot on the side of the windshield, and then second and third shot from the side window.
Completely uninterrupted, no commentary. I wasn't even in the room. What's the excuse now? She was never revving the engine. This is a lie? So what happens when you put your foot on the gas?
Went forward after moving her wheels to the right.
Then why'd the wheels turn?
Away from the agents.
What do you do? Why are you doing this to
cannot-
yourself? What are you
can
doing?
keep coping.
Like,
you can keep coping
I don't even
and make it seem like
understand
that's not the case. You can keep coping and making it seem like this is not the case.
Tesla? Is
but
that
this
it?
is a lost argument at this
He's
point.
got
And
a
that's
Tesla,
why he
he
has to
doesn't
be like,
understand.
oh, this is, come on. Come on.
God. She went forward after moving her wheels to the right, away from the agent. She did. You're right.
Trying
Sure
to
did. And I don't think that she
kill
was
the
trying. Her main
agents
goal
like
was to
you
get away from the scene of the
suggested.
crime. Which, by the way, is
She
also
would
another
have
felony. Okay,
turned
it's against
her
the law. You can't
wheels
have people running away from the police. But
to the left. Oh, now you're
she
changing the
wasn't
argument.
trying
Oh,
to
now the
run
goalposts
officer
are
over.
shifting.
She just thought that it was okay if she did it. That's it. Yeah, she's fleeing the scene, and
I got
she ran
fucking
the
timed
officer
out
over
again.
in the process of doing that. Oh, Jesus, got timed out again.
Goalposts
Oh, now the goalposts are moving?
harder. Goalposts moving so
Okay.
hard ICE
Let me ask you a
agents
question.
are about to
You've
shoot
asked me
it.
a lot of questions. You're in my chat.
GoPro's
Should
moving
an
so hard, ICE agents
officer
are about to shoot it.
be able to defend himself from a threat of deadly violence? If he believes his life is in danger, should he be able to respond with deadly force?
Absolutely not in this case. His life clearly wasn't
When we started
in
ICE
danger.
about to shoot it? Well, of course not, because I
That's
wouldn't
the
move the
point.
goalposts in there. Absolutely not in this case. So, okay, so there are no cases where ICE agents should be able to defend
didn't
themselves
say that.
whenever they're being, basically attacked.
I didn't say that.
And the reason why I
said
asked Hasan this question,
in
here's the
this
reason why I didn't
case,
say that.
his
Okay,
life
all right, you didn't say that.
wasn't
That's fine.
in danger.
Yeah, all right, fine. So should an ICE agent be able to defend himself when his life is in danger?
In this case,
I didn't ask about this case. I know what your opinion is
danger.
about this case. We all know that. You've tweeted about it 10
Therefore,
times. Israel did it. We get it.
It's irrelevant.
I'm talking about in general.
I love that he's just like, oh, well, what about some cases where his life is in danger? I'm saying it's not in this case. That's the whole point.
His life was in danger, therefore it's relevant. The reason why I'm asking you this, I don't know why you keep getting timed out, but please stop one man spamming. So the reason why I'm asking you this is very simple. It's because I think that you're exercising a bias against ICE agents. I think that you don't like what's happening and the ICE agents that are out there doing it in general.
I don't like
and I think that you don't want
ICE
to admit
agents
that an ICE agent should be able to defend
random
himself if there's something that's happening that endangers their life.
Neighbors.
But you don't want to answer that question
Yes.
and acknowledge that because you
I don't
actually,
like
in my
when
opinion, this
ICE
is my opinion, right? Not this is what I
agents
think. Is that
who
I think
are
that you agree with this happening
untrained
and you think it's okay
kill
because you don't
random
like ICE.
Americans. Why do you?
That's what I think you're doing. I don't like when ICE agents kill a random 30-year-old neighbors. See, this works very well on Twitter.
I don't like when ICE agents who are untrained kill random Americans. Why do you?
Why do you? Why do you like when ICE agents kill random Americans? I don't like when people flee from the scene of the crime and try to and run somebody over in the process. I mean, you can go back and forth about this over and over and over, and you can make these emotional plays. But this is what I think you're doing. I think that you're just trying to come up with a commission structure that basically justifies people being violent and aggressive and dangerous to ICE.
What crime? What crime? What scene of the crime? What's the scene of the crime? What crime? What crime? What crime? What crime? What crime? What is the scene of the crime she was fleeing? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. What was the scene of the crime she was fleeing?
What is this here? What senses of the crime? I don't know. I don't. That's crazy.
What was the scene of the crime she was fleeing?
That's crazy. What was the scene of the crime she was fleeing? The police were trying to detain her. She was trying to block the road, as far as I know, and the police were trying to detain her and stop her.
As far as you know.
You think you should just be able to drive away from the police?
They are ICE.
Obstruction of justice. Yeah, why was she there?
They don't have a legal ground to
failure to comply. Yeah, you have to comply with the police officer.
They are ICE. They don't have legal
Very
grounds.
obviously, you have to comply with the police
stop
officer.
Someone and detain them when they are American citizens.
She turned the wheels right when she saw the officer pull out the weapon, not before. If the officer did not pull out the gun, she may not have turned out her wheels at all. Maybe, I don't know.
The right
they are ICE.
to
They don't have
leave.
legal grounds to stop someone and detain them when they're American citizens. So you think ICE can't detain anybody, even people that are trying to actively block them?
It's technically a legal gray
I don't know if that's true or not. I have no idea. I'm not going to argue with you about this, right? I have no idea.
But yes.
But I think it's probably not true.
Literally
but I'm not going to go and look this up and figure it out. I'm sure we can make. Listen, how about this? If what you're saying isn't true, we can make a little clip. You've seen the clips. You get a lot of views on my clip channel. You got to keep this up. You're doing a great job. And so we'll add in the little law, and it'll say right there where it is. It's technically a legal gray area. Why are you running your mouth? You don't know? Because it's obvious.
Just like when
it's obvious
you
that you
were
shouldn't try to run
wrong
over a police officer when you're escaping the scene. It's obvious that you shouldn't do that. You have multiple police
Khalil.
officers trying to stop you, and then you turn the vehicle around and you start trying to drive in a direction, and you accident. Why are you doing it again? Like you're wrong about Mahmoud Khalil? I wasn't wrong. But you were right. They didn't do anything about that.
Yes, you
they
were.
Didn't. I still think they should deport him. I do. I still think they should deport him. And I am mad
right
at the
to
government
free
for making
speech.
you right. Because I think they should have
Whether
absolutely
a
deported
green
him.
card
100%.
recipient
I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at the government.
American citizen.
Was a joke.
1A.
What about
oh,
ism?
God,
Yeah,
that's not even I got timed out again.
But anyway, BYSTANDER Chatter.
You guys are now realizing why Asmongold doesn't want to have a conversation with me, right?
Yes, you were. He has the legal right to free speech, whether a green card or American citizen.
is a right
well, that's not what I read.
You were
that's
wrong.
Not what I read.
You
I don't know. It's not what I saw.
Anything.
I saw it pretty plain and simple that you're not able to do that. And it said that the state of fucking what was it the head of state, or was it a fucking, I'm trying to remember what the title was. But anyway, the Secretary of State. Yeah, Secretary of State, sorry. And the Secretary of State can remove somebody for whatever reason. Yeah. And so anyway, what is October 7th? Never forget. Well, that's something different. Physical interference, touching, blocking, or physically impeding an ICE officer's lawful duty can lead to arrest for obstruction or assault. Well, obviously that's the case.
He tweeted the woman tried to run over the ICE agent. Now he says he wasn't
can
trying
justify
to. Yeah.
detention or arrest under such statutes. Assaulting, resisting, or impeding federal officers, obstructing federal processes, harboring or assisting unlawful presence.
Why did you tweet that the woman was trying to run over the ICE
First Amendment
agent
is a right for all. You were wrong. You didn't read anything.
And
I did.
And now you're claiming.
And in my opinion, this is my opinion, not the law. This is my opinion.
Driving
I don't think we need to be importing foreign agitators from other countries to bring their conflicts and start trouble in our country. I think we already have people like you. You're a citizen. You're a problem, and I think that we have our hands full dealing with you, and we don't need to import more people that think this already. Okay, we already have a bunch of problems already. I don't want to import more problems.
I'm realizing that backtracking is fun.
Is this crazy?
This
for
woman
me to say? I don't think it
was
is.
a citizen, by the way.
Jesus. Okay, but anyway, we saw the wheels turn. It is undeniable. We'll look at it one more time. Okay,
yeah,
we're going to look at it one more time. You can see right here the brake lights go off, and then the officer is still right in front of the vehicle. The wheels are now turning, and the police officer has to get away from the front of the vehicle, because if he's in front of the vehicle, she would have run him over while she was fleeing the scene because she was being detained by the police officers because she was trying to impede a federal investigation by using her car to block the road.
That's why
and she got
he was unharmed.
Shouldn't have done it.
You can literally see it in front of you in broad daylight.
Yep. Don't know what else to say. Yeah, and can you show us on repeat, reverse lights and off and accelerating? Oh, here we go. Yep. Yep.
Wheels turning. Wheels turning. Wheels turning. Wheels turning.
Let me actually slow
He's
it down.
not in front of the car. He's on the side of the front of the car. Okay?
Oh, man. That's crazy.
There's a reason
why
wheels, by the
way. He can hear the wheels of the car.
There's a reason why you retreat
because he's right next to the car. Anybody would know that.
General self-defense argument for
it's right there.
All ICE agents, because
he claims he's not in front. On the side in front.
She
yes,
was
of course.
Moving
he can hear the shifter too. Maybe he can. I don't know. The audio isn't good enough to be able to tell that, but I would assume he probably could. I mean, it seems like kind of an older car, so it's not going to be completely quiet. So yeah, it is.
This is fun. This is fun. I realize why all the Asmongold
see
fans
who's right
come
when
in
the
here.
body cam comes out. That's true too. I do think they should have body cams. I think they should absolutely have body cams, and they should make sure that anybody that's doing this, they're gonna evaluate, they're gonna look through
the corner
everything.
Of the car is the side of the car, left side. Be more specific. He's not in front, for fuck's sake. Oh my God, his own fans are seeing it.
Because you know she was moving away when she got shot. Okay, I mean, I looked at it right there in front of there. It was so obvious.
We can see it.
It's so obvious. Don't believe your lying eyes. Don't believe moving away by the wheels turning in his immediate direction.
Anyone
just give it up, man.
Who doesn't have Trump's
just give it up.
Dick lodged down their throat.
Watch the new angle. I'll see if there's a. You're doing that?
Can
Okay.
see
Somebody did say there's
what's
another angle.
happening.
What is this? This is another version of it. All right. Let me see what this version is.
We've already seen this. You've
I don't
already
know
shown
if
this.
this one doesn't seem like it's new.
That's not new. You replied to it. Oh,
This is a higher quality.
Eyvallah.
This is why it's so important to comply with the police, by the way. And so if you ever have the police that try to detain you, or they tell you to stop or to get out of the vehicle,
is there a point where Asmund Fold will not defend police brutality? I genuinely wonder.
Yourself, I know what the good idea is.
This is not even a police, by the way. This is an ICE agent.
Them. You're going to have a bad time.
The argument always is like, well, cops are like gods. They get to do everything they want.
You can, and if it was a wrongful detainment, settle it in court. It's always better to settle something like this in court than have to get shot or something like that happen.
Okay.
Exactly. You think you're wrongfully detained, you can take it to court, use the system as it was intended.
ICE
Absolutely.
Agent
so
killed
there you go.
someone. He's
and,
in the wrong.
Your dead dad hated you, wishing
but
you died,
won't
wishing you weren't born,
admit
bro.
it. So you keep talking about best practices.
You need to get help
to justify it.
You're talking about my dad? Jesus Christ. What is wrong with you? Seek help, man. Seek help. That's bad.
Hassan alt account found. Oh,
wow.
really?
What
Coping? I've never fucking talked poorly about Asmund Dad.
Who does this? Who says this stuff?
I've never talked poorly about Asmund Dad. That's fucking bullshit. And I know he's farming this. I know he's farming it.
Angle. It's obvious that's what's happening.
I know he's farming this in a way to garner sympathy for himself. Asmund Dad was literally in this chat. His last words in this chat was straight up wishing me a fucking happy birthday. Okay?
Everybody's mad at me for this. What a surprise. And again, what's funny about this is that all of these people, it's not going to make a difference. It's not going to make a difference at all. They're still going to do the deportations. You're still going to keep crying about it. And there's never going to be an outcome that's going to make you happy. That's it. And I think they should bring in the National Guard if they have to, bring in the military, invoke the Insurrection Act if they have to. They've got to do whatever.
The paradigm always turns into cope. The left is coping. The liberals are being dominated. Oh, it's not going to change anything. The libtards are going to be dominated. Again, like that's it. Because he can't defend it on the fucking virtues. So he can't defend the situation directly on the virtues. So he has to immediately go into maximum cope mode and be like, well, libtards are going to get owned regardless of what people say and do. That's it. You do that when you've lost the fucking argument. Okay? Even if I'm supposed to entertain this on like the bloodless amoral perspective of like which way the fucking wheels were turning, when I cannot believe that that's what it gets to, by the way. That's what it turns into when you have conversations like this one. And you can't argue on the actual fucking facts of the matter. You have to turn into, when you can't just like, stand on the principles, stand on the arguments. You have to turn back to like a partisan perspective. You're supposed to be a centrist. Be a fucking centrist. If you're an actual centrist, if you are an actual fucking centrist, what you're supposed to do in the situation is recognize right from wrong. But you're not an actual centrist. That's it. For all the Asmund Fold fans out there, he's not. The only time where he actually relegates back to a centrist position is when something is so incredibly fucking unjustifiable that his own audience starts turning on him. Only then does he try to come up with like a more reasonable take. That's it. That's it. That's it. He just straight up, you criticized the Ashley Babbitt shooting on January 6th? I did. I literally did. Isn't this incredibly unjustifiable? It is. But he is going to farm it as though it is justifiable for as long as he can until his audience turns on him, because he is audience captured, ironically enough, so he can keep maintaining this like supposed centrist presence. And for the longest time, when he used to do this kind of echo chamber propaganda in his echo chamber, it didn't actually reach other people. This is part of the reason why I started taking a look at what Asmongold was saying, because when it's just me alone covering whatever new thing he's stating, okay, that's not enough, because a lot of people are negatively propagandized against whatever I have to say. But now more and more people are paying attention to it. So his bad takes, his like first glance approach, his first glance like eating Trump's dick takes get highlighted. So he can't present himself as a centrist any longer. And the more people realize he is a fucking biased hack that is going to defend whatever this administration is doing, only to then turn around and maybe like change his perspective after the fact, where he can like control the narrative on Reddit, he can control the narrative on his YouTube pages. Only then does he actually get away with this shit. This is the reason why I am taking note of what he's saying and showing you the inconsistencies, especially in a moment like this. You might find it to be stupid. You might find it to be, you might find it to be stupid. You might find it to be you might find it to be irrational. You might find it to be like not worthy of your time. But there's a reason why I'm doing this. The reason why I'm doing this is because people need to see that he is just straight up deluding people into thinking that he actually has a rational, reasonable point of view here, when this is a clear-cut case where the ICE agent is engaging in a totally unlawful, lethal action, and he's defending it. Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. She was trying to run me over. That's why I had to shoot her 3 times through her side window. Exactly. I mean, fuck that guy who posted that, but also, yeah, that guy who literally has demanded that I get deported. Here's a recent video of ICE agents hitting someone with their car and laughing about it. Yeah, but when ICE does it, it's all right, dude. What do you mean? The victim was identified as Minnesota journalist Renee Nicole Good. Anyway, that's where the fuck we're at. Defending the indefensible. Let's hear what Ilhan Omar is saying.
Yeah, I mean, ICE has been carrying out state-sanctioned violence in our communities. We have seen them terrorize so many of citizens in the 5th District and across Minnesota. And that has tragically led to this murder that we all watched on TV. And so it is not helpful for us to have ICE agents unlawfully just carrying out these ridiculous raids that are not resulting in any sort of arrests, that have no explanation of why they are there. They are disturbing peaceful communities that are just trying to live out their lives.
In front of the car, by the way.
Our mayor
in front of the car, by the way.
Senator in asking them to get the heck
out of our city.
President Trump went on Truth Social, and he posted about the video, and he posted a different video than the one I think a lot of us have seen. He said, "It's a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer, who seems to have shot her in self-defense." What's your response to that?
Well, that's an incredibly delusional statement. We've all seen the video. We've seen it on multiple angles. You can see no ICE agent falls to the ground. No one is run over. So to rewrite something that is still so visibly available everywhere that people can see just shows how disturbingly delusional our president has become. But the people have their own eyes. They can make their own judgment. And certainly when this investigation is over, we are going to know really what has taken place. And I hope that that leads to accountability.
And I know that this neighborhood, only 4 blocks away from this shooting, is where George Floyd was killed by a Minneapolis police officer. South Minneapolis, one of our reporters on the ground said that a lot of people there are really angry and also really worried about this tension turning into something more violent on the streets.
Yeah, I mean, people are angry about the lawlessness that they see with ICE agents. They are angry that there is no accountability. They are angry that U.S. citizens are being arrested, being shot at, and killed in this case. It's incredibly disheartening that this community that has experienced so much pain is yet once again being subjected to a pain by those that are supposed to protect and serve. This is not the way that our country's laws should be carried out, and it's incredibly dangerous for us to continue to have ICE presence when our community is really heartbroken over what has taken place. I don't want there to be further deaths. I don't want to see any more violence. I don't want our neighbors to feel like the laws in this country are not protecting them. And I do hope that the president wakes up from his delusion and understands that sending ICE into Minneapolis is really not protecting us. It is creating danger for all of us.
Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar of Minnesota, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And here now joining us is former Trump White House Communications Director Mike Dubke. Mike, you are not responsible for the things that President Trump said, even when you were Communications Director. But what do you make of the? We have had a ton of Democrats on the show today because Minneapolis and Minnesota are so Democratic, and not one of them has personally criticized the ICE officer. All of them have said, this is a tragedy, this is horrible, they say nice things about the woman, and they say they want an investigation. But that's not what we heard from Trump, and it's not what we heard from Secretary Noem. They have gone after this woman who was killed.
Well, I will say, and again, I'm not to disagree with you, I thought language matters here, as we've talked about before. I thought the mayor was a bit using the colorful language that he used. I would maybe say he's inflaming tensions a little bit.
I just meant the Democrats that have been on the show.
Oh, the Democrats.
Not every Democrat in the world. But anyway,
he's going to be on a show later tonight, right?
We couldn't book him.
You couldn't book him.
Anderson beat us.
So I do think, though, that the next 24 to 48 hours is why I say language matters. The next 24 to 48 hours, the tragedy that occurred on the streets of Minneapolis today is one thing, but then how our leaders react to that, and I'm trying to get to the heart of your question here.
This is crazy. ICE just fucking murdered an American citizen, and they're talking about tone and language.
Listening to the governor, I am not a big fan of Governor Walz.
What the hell's
Part of the
going
reason
on?
I think a lot of these ICE officers are there is because of the scandal that has been going down, and that it's part of this give and take and this political give and take that's been going on. That's why we've seen the surge in Minneapolis. But I thought he struck the right tone in his language by asking for calm, for saying that, the rest of the people that are on the streets are your fellow citizens, are your fellow Minnesotans. And then the next 24 to 48 hours is where leaders step up, calm the tensions, and then we can go back.
Bro, these guys don't get it at all. These guys don't get it at all. The admin, in some ways, the Trump administration at least gets it. They're on the wrong side of it, but they get it. They get how high the tensions are, and they're actively trying to foment more anger, more discontent. When Jake Tapper and this fucking dipshit are talking about like statements being made or talking about how, the tone of the language being used or whatever, what they fail to comprehend is that this is not about tone at all. People want atonement. People want justice, and it makes total sense. There is no respectability politics here. Yeah, these people have given up on winning the midterms and decided to run the country like a lame duck presidency for the next 3 years. Buckle up. Yeah, I think Democrats, or at least the ones that are like communicating in this instance, like they're not communicating the righteous rage that people feel. You can't just go into a fucking neighborhood as an ICE agent and just like straight up kill one of the people's neighbors there and then talk about and demand restraint and talk about tone. No, there has to be justice, man. I'm sorry. You're out of your fucking mind. Trump understands this dynamic, for the record. Trump understands this dynamic. He's actually actively leaning into it. That's why he's saying all this unhinged shit. That's why he wants more of this anger. He wants more of this resentment so he can justify militarizing the police further. He can justify cracking skulls. If the Democrats don't actually fucking realize that reality and don't try to get ahead of it by demanding justice themselves, this is not going to go anywhere good. Oh, International Fellowship of Christian and Jews, by the way, this is the organization that sent Nick Shitley to Israel. Fun fact. This is the organization that sent Nick Shitley to Israel. Remember when Nick Shitley was doing propaganda in Israel before the Somali propaganda that he engaged in that got the administration to send ICE agents? Oh, there's Mike HasanAbi that sent ICE agents to Minneapolis streets. One of those ICE agents just killed someone this morning. Yeah, this is the org that sent them out there, that paid for his trip. Do you see any parallels with Ashley Babbitt? No, I don't, because Ashley Babbitt was doing an insurrection. Pretty surreal. Masked ICE agents and Israeli soldiers apparently both get billions of taxes to shoot people and then block ambulances from saving those people. Yep, that's where we're at, dude. It's fucking insane. Anyway, I'm going to get back into this conversation in a little bit when there are more updates. I know there is, what is this, Uber driver in Minneapolis talking shit to
Can I
ICE.
see your ID? Why the hell would I show random people my ID? You want to steal my identity? Where's your ID? Let me check if you're a U.S. citizen. How about that? Hey, you guys better move on, man. Look at this motherfucker. A4. What kind of name is that? Alcohol 4? What's your initial? Right here. It ain't over there. You motherfucker might be shooting. Why would I answer you? Why would I not be a citizen of this country, man? Are you?
Remember what I told you? 90% of Somalis are American citizens, and the 10% are also documented immigrants. So when they go up to random Somali people being like, oh, you're undocumented, get over here, or whatever, because they're fucking racist pigs, they don't realize that what Asmund Fold advocates for driving through crowds of protesters here, by the way.
Or they crowd your car. If people are trying to actively obstruct you from driving on a public road, and they're doing it because they think they can, like, get together and, like, bully you.
You see, you forget, though. You forget. Cops are always right in every situation, except for when they were protecting people of Minneapolis, Minnesota, at which point he was actually talking about, except at which point he was actually talking about doing terror to cops if they dare defend the population of Minneapolis, remember.
And to not driving, I think you should totally be justified to run them over. Absolutely. Cars are for roads are for cars, not for people. And I don't know why is it that in a polite society we should be expected to put up with violent people that try to obstruct our movement and shut down roads for whatever reasons they seem are necessary? Why should we do that? Why should we live in a world where...
Doesn't Twitch ban people for advocating this violence, specifically running over protesters? Twitch literally banned Destiny for something like this.
Or that's acceptable. I don't think we should.
That was peak woke, though.
What if there are bystanders? You kill them in the process? How could you kill a bystander in the process if you're... I don't even understand this. How would you be able to kill a bystander in the process if you're driving in the road? Why would a bystander...
To be fair, yeah, Destiny never had 60,000 people listening to his Nazi propaganda. So that makes things a little bit harder from Twitch's perspective to, like, ban someone for very clearly violating terms of service. Unless they're getting, you know, the only time when someone of that size gets banned for saying something is when, you know, advocacy groups for Israel are demanding they get banned over and over again, so they have to throw them a fucking bone every now and then. And clearly, no advocacy group for Israel is going to come after Asmongold.
Why are you getting close? I can hear you. You can stand there. I'm not close. How come she got a GoPro and you got your a police issued body cam? What's going on with you guys? Why do I have it? What kind of shit is this? Dude, listen. I'm here working.
Did Asmongold apologize for his Greenland take? That's what someone was saying in the chat. Remember when I called that? Because his European audience is going to get mad at him. I called it yesterday. He absolutely will, if he hasn't already. I said it yesterday. He forgot that his audience is mostly fucking Euro LARPers. I told you yesterday. That's why I said he's audience captured, baby. His audience is all Euro LARPers who LARP as, like, American right-wingers. So when he thought he could get away with saying the same shit that he gets away with saying about Cuba, Mexico, Venezuela, but this time about Greenland, a lot of people got mad at him in his own community, and he was avoiding talking about a subject. What happened about Greenland? You know how Donald Trump said, I'm going to do to Greenland what I've done everywhere else, basically, and there's nothing you can say or do. And then, you know, Asmongold, as he always does, immediately came out of the gate swinging, defending it, because he's like, yeah, based. Yeah, based, chat. Yeah, based. Because Trump did it, right? But he didn't realize that his European audience would actually get fucking really pissed off about that because it violates their sovereignty. So all those Denmarkian, all of his, like, Danish fans and shit probably got up in their fucking feelings where they were like, no, it's fine when you're doing it to Venezuela. It's fine when you're doing it to Cuba. It's fine when you're doing it to Colombia. It's not fine when you do it to Denmark. Are you kidding me? We're Danish. The fuck? How dare you? How dare you speak so callously about America coming in and just like dominating us and making us their colonial vassal? Yeah. They couldn't comprehend that what they celebrate with Israel or what they celebrate with Venezuela is exactly the same thing that Trump is doing, permanently vassalizing white states as well. And it is actually your initial justification for the first thing without any pushback that has created a permission structure for the thing that will end up harming you as well. This is at the heart of the famous poem, First State Came for the Communists, but I said nothing because I was not a communist. When you don't speak out against glaringly obvious injustice because you feel like that kind of injustice is appropriate, because you feel like the victims of that kind of colonial violence is not worthy of defense, you inadvertently create an environment for your own demise. This is why solidarity is important. This is why I defend all of the things that I defend. Most American patriots are convinced that if an authority figure points a weapon at you, your fate is sealed. No recourse or fight or fly for your life. Just take a bullet and rest forever. Any present-day patriot would describe the Boston Massacre as FOFO. I think they may lack even that level of consistency given Ashley Babbitt. True. If the cop could get out of the way while shooting her, couldn't he have done that without shooting her? Of course. Let's see the apology.
I'm going to offer an apology. I didn't know that Denmark has done so much to help the United States. Somebody gave me a list of things that Denmarks and Danes have done in coordination with the United States, especially in the Iraq War. I think I underplayed you guys. I did. I was being an asshole. I was wrong. The truth is that you guys have been a great ally to us. And as I said before, I don't really agree with us taking Greenland, but hopefully maybe we can buy it. I don't want us to take Greenland from you guys, okay? So somebody did link me that, and I do want to...
Yeah, because his fucking audience got mad at him when he forgot that most of his liberal audience that loves American force projection obviously don't love it when it happens to them. This is the number one principle of conservatism. This is how reactionaries operate. Oh, I didn't realize this could happen to me. Now that it's about to happen to me, I don't like it. That's it. That's it. All those fucking Eurocucks that spam based every time Asmongold's talking about dominating Venezuela, dominating Cuba, dominating Colombia, steal their land, steal their natural resources. That shit is fucking awesome. And they're spamming base. All of a sudden, didn't like it when he was saying the same shit about Greenland. Asmongold apologizing to Denmark is so funny. You mean Asmonfold?
Say that, okay? Because I try to correct myself. I was wrong for saying that. I was being an asshole. I got caught up in the moment. I shouldn't have said it. You guys have been a great ally. And I would not want to take Greenland through military intervention, even if we could.
Remember when I said this, that he would fucking apologize? Yesterday. I explained this yesterday to you. I said that because he'll get pushback from his liberal audience that loves America doing unlimited violence to, the ordained enemies, right? When he accidentally says it about Greenland, his liberal audience will fucking freak out. Anyway, speaking of American imperialism, the United States has seized 2 Venezuela-linked oil tankers, including a Russian-flagged ship.
I'm Diana Macedo. Let's get right to breaking news. The U.S. military says it has now seized a second Venezuela-linked ship in international waters. U.S. Southern Command says it took control of a sanctioned ship conducting what it's called illegal activities, or illicit activities, rather, in the Caribbean this morning. Earlier, the U.S. European Command said it had seized another oil tanker in the North Atlantic. The U.S. sanctioned that ship in 2024 for allegedly carrying Hezbollah-owned cargo and providing support to Iran. It's also suspected of being part of Russia's so-called shadow fleet used to avoid sanctions. Now, sources tell ABC News the Trump administration plans to oversee the sale of Venezuela's oil indefinitely. Let's bring in senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez and ABC contributor, former UK national security official Steve Hill for more. Hi, Louis. What's the latest on this second oil tanker seizure?
Diane, what we've learned is from U.S. Southern Command is that the MT Sophia, which was also a sanctioned vessel, has been interdicted by the U.S. Coast Guard. Now, this is very important to point out. Even though it's U.S. Southern Command that is actually assisting the Coast Guard and that is providing the helicopter lift to these vessels, it is U.S. Coast Guard personnel, highly kitted, highly trained elite units that actually carry out the interdiction, because this is a law enforcement action, because this vessel has been sanctioned. Now, we do know that...
Once again, law enforcement action. Whose laws? Like, why do we own all the seas? What are we talking about? And now we're doing it to another country with nukes, for the record. It's so insane that in 1 year we went from Asman talking about WoW and streamer drama to now, without any political background or knowledge, having such a big voice in the US as a duchy. It's like watching a completely different universe. Brother, I hate to do this to you, but I promise you, it's not just the Americans that are watching him. There are a lot of people in Europe. As a matter of fact, a big chunk of his audience are fucking Europeans who LARP as though they are MAGA. And that's the reason why I just showed you him backing away from his previous position, not realizing that, like, he can get away with saying, like, fuck yeah, American dominance, baby, across the board. But he can't say that about Denmark. He can't dominate Denmark. And the same goes for Russia as well. I'm sure, because he's so audience captured in general, I'm sure that when he talks about Russia, he probably does not talk about like how, like normally people that are that MAGA will just repeat what Trump is saying, right? On Russia, Ukraine, they'll say Ukraine is an enemy. Ukraine is bad. Why are we giving Ukraine money? All this stuff, right? I don't think he says that about Ukraine because he knows his audience is Europeans. And Europeans fucking are terrified of Russia. They are terrified of Russia. Europeans, unironically, are like, they've invented ways of being racist to white people, specifically Russians. I don't know how they did it, but respect. But that's what it is. Bro, I'm from Europe and I'm banned on a chat. You were completely out of your mind if you think EU is MAGA. No, dude, I'm not saying the European Union is MAGA. Are you fucking crazy? I'm saying that his audience are a lot of Euroids who LARP as though they are MAGA. I was saying that his audience, this will be another interesting moment. If you're European, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You probably met some of these motherfuckers, okay? I'm sure you have met some of these motherfuckers that have no self-respect whatsoever, that literally LARP as though they are American right-wingers. I think it's disgusting, for the record. There is nothing more disgusting to me than like a Swedish guy who LARPs as though he's like a dumber version of a racist, okay? Because like, if you're European, you already have a long history of fascism and racism. Why the fuck would you look at America's much more diluted, much less sophisticated version of racism and then decide that's the kind of racist you want to be? It's very dumb. It's very, very shitty versions of fascism when like you probably have a historic fascist movement that you could lean into with, with a lot more historical significance that like probably is better for your worldview in general. But no, you just choose to be an American racist. And this is like a new thing. This is a newfound phenomena. I don't think it used to be like that. I swear to God, especially with like Elon and Twitter and whatnot. But like, we have basically brain broken the entire planet. We've basically destroyed the brains of everyone around the planet. That's why you see like people in fucking Korea wearing MAGA hats. People in Japan wearing MAGA hats. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? You were like an imperial superpower. Fuck do you mean? You had a whole ass empire, dude. You were doing the Holocaust in China. What do you mean you are learning how to be racist from America? You know? It's just so strange. Yeah, Japan's currently selling $80 hats. I say Japan is back. That's what I mean. Brother, you live in an ethno state. Fuck do you mean? Make Japan great again. Get the immigrants out. 1% of the population is immigrant. What are you talking about? It's just funny. It's so fucking out of place. It's like seeing like a Israeli flag in South Korea or something. It's like, what? What is a fucking polar bear doing in Arlington, Texas? Fuck you mean you got a pro-Israel flag? The fuck? What the hell do you know about Israel, bro? You're Korea. Fuck. where is this even coming from? You know, you just learn that shit. You never internalize it. You just learn that shit recently, you know, from someone who's even dumber than you, honestly.
It has to start with an interview that I saw with one of the president's senior.
Why are you lying about Asmongold's chat? Why do you go in his chat? Why don't you just focus on your chat? They don't like it. Stop. You don't know what you're talking about. Asmongold's audience is not all European LARPers. I know that for a fact. I'm sure some are. And if they are, they're probably Polish, but they aren't all. That's funny.
To have territory owned by the Kingdom of Denmark.
Oh, they're talking about Denmark here.
It's over.
Cranky or not, Senator Tom Tillis in North Carolina joins us right now. So do you want Stephen Miller to lose his job?
Look, either Stephen Miller needs to get into a lane where he knows what he's talking about or get out of his job. Look, I've been, the reason why I thought it was important for me to make a comment on the floor is I've been the Republican leader of the Senate NATO Observer Group since 2018. There is no more important alliance than the NATO
because
alliance.
Israel's right.
And, Denmark has punched above its weight. It came to Afghanistan, lost 43 soldiers on the ground, fought in some of the most contested regions, honoring their Article 5 commitment to the United States.
I think they lost more soldiers than any other country per capita.
Per capita, they did, and Jake, they were in among the NATO allies at the time. It was 30 nations. They were among the top 6, and think about all the nations bigger than them. So to have the Prime Minister suggest that they have to be prepared for some sort of action by the United States suggests to me that Mr. Miller does not know anything about the services for 8 years. And generals would always say the same thing. The only thing worse than going to war with allies is going to war without allies. This alliance is critically important. Shaking that alliance sends a signal to Putin that he's winning, and Stephen Miller doesn't represent the U.S. government. He represents the Article 2 branch, and I, as a member...
I'm going to be honest with you. Stephen Miller represents Donald Trump, which, whether you want to admit it or not, represents the American government. Because Donald Trump, especially when it comes to foreign policy, has a tendency to operate unilaterally. And he has shown that time and time again. I mean, he showed that with Venezuela. Now, of course, a lot of you motherfuckers don't give a shit about Venezuela. But all of a sudden, when you want to threaten colonial occupation with a NATO country, everyone gets in their fucking fifis.
Have been lost by our allies. We owe them respect, and we need to make it very clear that our strength and our ability to project power, to stand off against Putin, to stand off Russia, stand off China, Iran, it all rests on this exquisite capability that we have under NATO.
One of the other points you made in your remarks, and I would recommend people go onto the C-SPAN website and check them out, but one of the other points you made is that there have been times in our history where the U.S. has had something like 17 bases in Greenland. And
See,
we have one right. None of this is necessary.
That is exactly right. Why on earth? When I think at our
we literally pulled out of one of the bases.
Military operations in installations in Greenland. They've made it very clear that they would welcome us back. It is an absolutely perfect platform for power projection in the Arctic, and we should be concerned with it. For the first time in history, Russia and China have done joint military exercises in the Arctic. The Arctic is becoming more navigable. We do need...
Canadians in the chat are breathing a sigh of relief that Donald Trump currently wants to annex Greenland and not Canada. That's so funny. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, my God. What a fucking insanely stupid world we live in, dude.
Look,
sorry, I should have said, yeah, based.
I'm fine with that. I don't have any personal beef with any of these folks, but I believe in execution. And that was horrible execution in a subject matter he knows nothing about. And it is shifting attention away from an extraordinary success. I completely support the president and what we did to extricate Maduro in Venezuela. We've shifted attention away from that because we all of a sudden see on social media a map of Greenland with the American flag and a Steve Miller talking about it's the position of the U.S. government that they will become a property of the United States. He does not speak for the U.S. government. He speaks for the president or for himself, and he needs to stay in his lanes.
Wait, yeah, exactly.
North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis, always good to have you, sir. Thank you so much. Back in Minneapolis this hour, you see the crowds there, candlelight vigil.
This bitch said, Stephen Miller only speaks for the president. He does not speak for the government. Brother, Who do you think the government is, especially nowadays? Anyone who speaks for Donald Trump is speaking for the American government in a more convincing manner, than Tom Tillis ever could. That's just the reality, especially on matters that pertain to foreign policy. Yeah, Blood forgot who the president is, right? He's just like, Stephen Miller doesn't speak for the American government. He speaks for the president, who is everything. How did Hasan just abort his burp like that? Yo, I got moves. Don't worry about it. Ogre speaks. Oh, I can't wait.
What happened with this ICE officer and the shooting in Minneapolis, and that you've been.
Oh my God, Manu Raju, the mayor said I should get the fuck out. Fetterman, let's everybody turn the temperature down. Whether it's a rhetoric coming from Secretary Noem or the president, or from the mayor of the governor. The mayor is saying, get fucking ICE out of the city. They just murdered one of my constituents. And Kristi Noem said that the person that was murdered was a terrorist. These two things are not the same. Crazy to think that FIFA's stupid award helped speeding this up. Excuse me. Listen, I will let you talk shit about me. I will let you talk shit about my family. But what I will not let you do is come for the integrity of the first ever FIFA Peace Prize. I'm sorry. You can come after me. You can come after my chatters, but you cannot come after the FIFA Peace Prize, which, as we know, has the highest worth out of all of the awards that anyone could have. Now, it might be the first and last, but perhaps that makes it even more consequential. First and last ever FIFA Peace Prize, only given to one president, the most peaceful president, my favorite president, Donald Trump. It is the most reputable peace prize that has ever existed. Please take it back. Anyway, Kristi Noem.
Assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats against all of them. In fact, the very same officer who was attacked today had previously been dragged by an anti-ICE rioter who had rammed him with a car and drug him back in June. He sustained injuries at that time as well. And let me remind you why we're all here in this city today and why we've been here. In communities across this country and here in Minneapolis, we're just enforcing the laws that we have in this country. For years under President Biden, tens of millions of dangerous criminal illegal aliens, terrorists, and suspected terrorists were allowed to invade our country over our southern border. They were allowed to steal, to defraud, and to perpetuate violence against American citizens. Regardless of who your mayor or who your governor is, President Trump promised every single American.
I want to repeat one more time. When they say these dangerous immigrants are engaging in fraud as they talk about Somalis, I need you to understand something. 90% of Somalis are American citizens. 90% of Somalis living on U.S. soil are American citizens. 60% of them are natural-born U.S. citizens. So when they talk about like ICE apprehensions and stuff in an effort to crack down on Somali-based fraud, they're actually not even supposed to utilize ICE there because these are Americans, okay? These are American citizens. You can't use ICE to apprehend American citizens. But the reason why they're claiming that they're not American citizens is because they want to make it seem like Somali Americans are somehow not real Americans.
Unprecedented immigration fraud. It's seen unprecedented benefit fraud. Individuals were allowed to come into this country and set up fake companies and fake nonprofits and divert billions of dollars away from Americans. FBI will continue the investigation and release more facts when it's appropriate. No, we're following the standard protocol procedures we do in situations like this. When there's an officer-involved shooting, we make sure that we get the facts and that we are getting the statements from everybody involved and make sure that investigators are handling the decisions.
Is this agent on?
No, we're still out on the streets doing our work to get dangerous criminals off of the streets of Minneapolis.
Can you tell us whether they're...
You know, Tim and I have known each other for years. We served in Congress together. We both ran for governor the same year. And have served as governor at the same times. So we were colleagues, and we discussed what happened here today. We have two very different viewpoints of it. I talked specifically about the fact that we have laws. They need to be enforced. He knows that I believe sanctuary policies have protected criminals and placed a priority of them over the citizens that live here, and he knows we'll continue to do our work, and I encouraged him to work with us. We've never had a cooperative arrangement with law enforcement here. Whenever we've done investigations, whenever we've done police work, when we've been doing what we can to bring people to justice for the crimes that they commit, we haven't had the cooperation of the state of Minnesota or the city police here under the mayor's direction. If you talk to any of these federal law enforcement officers, they'll say that when they call for backup in a situation, that it's hit and miss. They were grateful today that the police chief and local law enforcement showed up at the scene and helped secure it to make sure that nobody was harmed and that the FBI could do their work. But I would encourage them to work with us, that we could form a partnership that would make sure that individuals have the opportunity to have a safe Minneapolis.
Secretary Noem, the governor.
Over here. You know, it's clearly established law that a vehicle driven by a person and used to harm someone is a deadly weapon. Deadly force is perfectly lawful when a threat is faced by a weapon. So I do believe that this officer used his training in this situation, and we'll let the FBI continue.
Yeah, weapon, as in a fucking the Honda, a Honda Civic or fucking Honda Jeep.
But that doesn't mean that the FBI is going to give you an answer today.
Well,
there will be an investigation. We want to make sure that it's factual. What I would ask is that as we go forward from here today, that we all remember that our job is to have peaceful discussions. I'd encourage our local law enforcement and state law enforcement to work with us. We are going to continue to operate here in Minneapolis and in the state of Minnesota to make sure we're going after.
That's an ESL moment. It's a Honda Pilot, but I said Jeep because in Turkish we say Jeep. For every SUV we say Jeep. Jeep. That's why I said Honda Jeep. It was an ESL moment. Suck my dick. Shut up.
People that exploited children, why would you want to keep them on your
spit out
streets?
my soda.
President Trump has promised to go after the worst of the worst, and that's exactly what we're doing in Minneapolis. By not working with us, Governor Walz and Mayor Fry are putting those criminals and prioritizing them over our children and our grandchildren.
Governor Walz said.
Wait, other people do that too? Is that like a ESL thing? Is that a LATAM thing as well? Do you guys also say Jeep when you're talking about SUVs? We don't say SUVs, we say Jeep. Jeep. And also we here's another one. In Turkey we say Nike. We don't say Nike, we say Nike.
Speak to that case right now, but we can get you the details and the information on that. But the facts of the matter is he's an experienced officer. He's been in situations like this before, and he certainly has been out there and followed his training today.
Given the threat of vehicle encounters, are you going to change
After thinking about it, should I travel across the state line in
You
Minnesota?
know, people need to stop using their vehicles as weapons.
Are you going to change the
This
training
domestic
for
act
officers
of
to help
terrorism
them
to
face
use
this?
your vehicle to try to kill law officers is going to
Yeah,
stop.
they weren't doing that. That person wasn't doing that. You're a fucking liar. That person was not doing that. And you got caught in a fucking lie. You got caught in a fucking lie. Not that it matters because no one ever course corrects on this stuff. Again, like I said, narrative overcomes truth. And there's no accountability. No one gives a shit. You can just like lie in a biased direction, and everyone that's on your team will just continue along with
Walz
that lie.
mentioned some of that earlier in his press conference, but we know we've got law enforcement officers here that will continue to work, and we're hopeful that the public recognizes that the work that we do every day makes America safe again. With that, we had law enforcement officers that were out there doing an enforcement action, and a vehicle got stuck in the snow, and so they had called for other people to come and help them get that vehicle out. Those officers were trying to free the vehicle when the harassment started, when the protesters were out there impeding their vehicles and preventing them from leaving the scene. I won't speak to that. I will let the FBI decide. They were returning back to headquarters, I believe, to start a new operation, had just completed one. Well, thank you. What's that? I was one of the vehicles that ICE officers were using. But remember, when we operate in a task force model. So we have other federal agencies that work with us, and we're very grateful for that. We have CBP officers, the FBI, DEA, ATF, all of those all work with us every day in a task force model, and we appreciate it. We'd love to have the state police, and we'd also love to have the Minneapolis police chief and his team be alongside of us while we're out there doing those enforcement operations.
How are we ignoring the first couple of seconds of the video where she only stopped in the road because of the SUV? We don't know if she was already there for an extended period of time, but at least in the video, it looks like, in the beginning of the video, it does look like she's The Groyper King opposed Trump when the vibes were good and became full-on Trump shill when the vibes turned horrendous. Great instincts. Anyone who obstructs ICE should be arrested immediately. Enough is enough. The feds have authority to deport illegal immigrants, and Trump has a political mandate for mass deportations. This is an insurrection, and it should be put down with the full force of the federal government. He would know what an insurrection is. He was there on January 6th. Yeah, Trump's mandate is so funny to say right now when he's reaching new levels of disapproval. Matt Petty is correct. The Groyper King opposed Trump when the vibes were good and then became a full-on Trump shill when the vibes turned horrendous. Incredible instincts here. But to be fair, I think there is actually something intelligent there that he's doing. He's trying to be a Trump shill because he knows Big Daddy Trump remembers people who defend him in his weakest moments. That's why Laura Loomer stuck around the administration and had unimaginable power and command over the administration. Trump loves his sycophants, especially those who stand by him in his weakest moments. Nick Fuentes is trying to make a name for himself in the broader MAGA movement as a legitimate content creator, as a legitimate commentary person, and that's precisely the reason why he's doing it right now. Okay? Marjorie Taylor Greene, yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a great example of this. Trump literally was always base boosting Marjorie Taylor Greene until she started being a thorn on his side. And then he literally may or may not have threatened to kill his children. Or at least when Marjorie Taylor Greene was talking about how her children were being threatened and that she wanted Donald Trump to stop his fans from threatening her children, he basically said, you kind of deserve it. You get what you deserve. Yes, Nick Fuentes is trying to replace Charlie Kirk. That's why. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty right-leaning, but seeing this is not what you need to do. It's not how to do it. Yeah, he's losing. Yeah. A 4-year-old is now orphaned. Well, I think, luckily, she has another parent, no? Like they were a couple, I think. But yeah, Good had previously been married to Timmy Ray Macklin Jr., who oh no, at the age of 36, Macklin's father, Timmy Ray Macklin Sr., was shocked to hear the news that Good had been shot and killed. He said Good and his son had a child who was now 4 or 5 years old. There's nobody else in his life, Macklin Sr. said. I'll drive, I'll fly, I'll come get my grandchild. I thought she was in a relationship with a wife now. She has a wife now since then. Yes, she has 3 kids. Her previous husband died in 2023. She married her current wife recently. God damn it, dude. It is so fucked up. Taxpayer funded, state sanctioned execution. Yeah. And it's an execution of taxpayers too. Also, yeah, this is the other thing I wanted to show you. ICE agent gets caught off duty with a Nazi SS tattoo on his neck. Look at how fucking, I'm sorry, don't get mad at me for fat shaming here, but look at this thing, dude. I mean,
dude, where's that fucking tattoo? Let me see this fucking shit.
Now.
Yeah, get the fuck in your truck and get the fuck out of this city, dog.
Dude,
I mean it, bro. Don't make me fucking get on the phone and start calling people, because I'll have half this fucking city come down here and take you the fuck apart.
Well, dude, I'm not even from nowhere around. We just come
fuck
through.
Off, Nazi. Get in your truck and leave. Your whole fucking crew, Nazis?
No, man, we're not even from here.
Where the rest of them, man?
Wait, why is he saying no, man? You got the SS tattoo, the SS bolts on your fucking ear. What do you mean?
Man, we're not even from here.
Where the rest of them, man?
The way he waddles, who's he catching? Bro, it doesn't matter. As we've seen over and over again, it's because they can't catch no motherfuckers. That's why they shoot.
Yeah?
I'm going to keep it $150. I did not perceive him to be this jovial. Like, I know he's a disgusting little freak with the Nazi tattoo, but he is so rotund, it's very difficult for me to hate on him too hard. He is oddly a likable, porky little piglet. I'm sorry. He is like he is too porky and too portly in all of the worst ways for me to genuinely hate him. There's something there. It's fat privilege. No, I'm serious. He's like, no, dude, I'm just walking. Like, the way he turned around while he was waddling away and said, no, dude, I'm just not even from around here. I genuinely forgot he had a fucking Nazi tattoo on his ear. Like, think for a moment. If you see this, look.
I'm not even from nowhere around. We just come
fuck
through.
Off, Nazi. Get in your truck and leave. Your whole fucking crew, Nazis?
No, man, we're not even from here.
Like, the way he responds, you kind of forget that he has a fucking double lightning bolt on his ear. Like, come on, nowhere near around here. Even down to the fucking accent. What the fuck? You have no business looking so jolly, motherfucker. You're a Nazi. Am I wrong? He's like, hey, look at my belly. Oh gosh darn it. I just had a bunch of ribs in there. I'm feeling quite full. I was hungry, boy. God damn. Look at me waddling around. Woo! Yeah, motherfucker looking like Elmer Fudd, bro. Come on. Elmer Fudd is a fascist. That's what he was. This is one of those things. This is one of those things where, like, he's too porkly to be taken seriously like a sinister actor, even though he is. Gosh darn it, I just wanted to see the jalapeno poppers in Somaliapolis.
Where the rest of them at?
Texas.
Yeah?
No, they're not.
Go back to fucking Texas.
Where the rest of your Nazis at? Texas. I mean, no.
Yeah?
No, they're not.
Go. Your whole fucking crew Nazis?
No, man, we're not even from here.
Where the rest of them at?
Texas.
Yeah?
No, they're not.
Go back to fucking Texas.
Dude, I had this done years ago.
I know, and it's still on your fucking face,
Because
bro.
I ain't had no
I
time
seen
to
that
change
before. I seen your fucking eyes, dog. Get the fuck out of my city, or I will fucking end you. Look at this fucking Nazi.
Look at him waddling around. Also, what does he expect? Like, I ain't got no time to take the double lightning bolts off, dude. Fun fact, France is the only nuclear country with an official nuclear doctrine that allows them to launch a nuke as a warning shot. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, okay. Mr. President, launch the bombs, Mr. President. Yeah. Macron's popularity hasn't dropped that hard. I mean, it has, but...
Piece of fucking shit walking down fucking Lindale, bro. Yeah, get the fuck on. I see you, doggy. You're not gonna fucking last long in this fucking city, cunt boy.
Why does your impression sound like Larry the Cable Guy? Brother, what are you talking about? Look at him.
Fucking shit.
Like, when he zooms in on his face, I'm like, aw.
Dude. Where's that fucking tattoo? Let me see this fucking shit.
now.
Yeah, get the fuck in your truck and get the fuck out of this city, dog.
It's old now.
I mean it, bro.
Oh, dag nabbit, it's old now. I used to be a Nazi, but I don't like those no more. I didn't have time to take it off. Oh, it's fucking awesome. Gosh darn it. Logs, I swear it's important. Play this right now. No. Yeah, why I oughta looking ass. In his defense, this guy thought it would charge his AirPods. News article just came out about this guy. His Reddit account got leaked and turns out he was a communist. Wait, what? Good one, chatter. Good one. Good one. It's a Plattner joke. Senator Rick Scott says Cuba, Nicaragua, and Colombia will be next. Democracy is coming back to this hemisphere. Graham Fatner. Oh, man. I thought Matt Iglesias was a lib. Look at his feed. He hasn't posted about the Minnesota shooting at all. I mean, come on, dude. It's first of all, there's never been a moment in my life where I've thought to myself, this situation requires clarity. Let me check in with Matty Iglesias. Okay? So any moment that Matt Iglesias is refusing to fucking speak on a subject matter is a good moment. Okay? If anything, it's probably best if he never speaks on any issue ever again, honestly. I've never caught myself thinking like, oh, I got to refresh the feed of Matt Iglesias. Can't believe no one said Graham Crackner. That's a good one too. Kilogram Plattner. Anyway, that's a funny little Nazi that was roaming around town, it seems. But yeah, let's get back to colonial domination in Europe. Jason Hickel has a good take on this. He's a great poster. He's not to be mistaken with Jackson Hinkle. Unfortunately, similar naming convention here. He says, European leaders are baffled that the U.S. is not behaving like an ally, but the U.S. has never considered Europe an ally. It considers Europe to be its bridgehead in the Eastern Hemisphere, with over 200 U.S. military bases. Grasping this is crucial to understanding U.S. behavior. For European states, the correct response is not to beg foolishly for the U.S. to behave, but to eject the U.S. military bases, put an end to U.S. domination, and build stronger relationships with the rest of the Asian continent, of which they are obviously a part. Of course, they will not be doing this because they are chock full of white supremacist attitudes and think that the Asians are monstrous hordes that must be kept at bay. After all, these are still the very same people that are terrified of the sick man of Europe, the Ottoman Empire. So remember that. Carlos Jimenez says, nobody trusts Delcy Rodriguez. Okay, except for Donald Trump. Breaking, President Trump of Colombian President Gustavo Petro just spoke. Source familiar with the calls tells me it was very positive. 180% change in both, 180 degree change on both sides. And that the two will be holding a meeting in D.C. Remember, U.S. had removed Petro's visa after the UNGA comments. Oh my God, I think, did Petro fucking rizz him up like Zoran Mamdani? I think it's a trap still. Petro, please don't go. Gustavo, I love you. Please don't do it. I think it's a trap. Although I do think Gustavo Petro has like the type of rizz that I think someone like Donald Trump would appreciate. But I would say Maduro has a similar type of rizz as well. Imagine he brings Petro on U.S. soil just to fucking arrest him and put him into the same facility. Why is Petro so unpopular in Colombia? He seems very cool. Brother, why is socialism unpopular in the United States of America? Well, also, Petro is a little bit of a goofball too, but why is socialism so unpopular in the United States of America? Decades and decades of propaganda that hogs have mainlined. Now, imagine if you had any sort of socialist movements, right? And Latin American socialism, for the most part, is different because it is the most like DSA version of socialism. And as someone who's an advocate for DSA, as someone who is objectively a revisionist, a reformist, I do recognize the many failures of Latin American socialism for that reason, right? But basically, the same reasons as to why there are many hogs in America is the same reason why there are many hogs in Latin America, except it's even worse because they used to also kill the people who had any sort of socialist adjacent leaning. So that's what it is. It's just an unfortunate consequence of, American dominance on this side of the hemisphere. Yeah, CIA coups didn't help as well. Latin American socialism is a very peculiar brand, very different from European socialism. Yes, Latin American socialism is unironically not dissimilar to like the DSA version, like revisionist, reformist, like trying to win favor and successfully in many instances, like Chavez winning favor with like almost 50%, 50+% of the population. There are unfortunately major obstacles. There are unfortunately major obstacles in those sorts of socialist formations. Socialist in the sense that not at all socialist? No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Those are also sincere attempts. And also, none of them are the same. None of them are none of them are identical to one another. Every single one is very different than one another in very meaningful ways, from Cuba to Venezuela to Brazil, right? I mean, Argentina, which is the most insane version of it. But it's one thing. If I were to describe it as like a catch-all, if I were to try to bracket it, if I were to try and bracket it under a specific style of socialist formation, I would say that it is, yes, very populist, very democratic, and always is trying to build it through peaceful reformist means, and therefore they consistently get fucking owned because of the United States of America. Obviously, in a perfect system where there is no like outside intervention and it's just like you have to deal with internal issues. Bro, stop with the generalizations. I'm tilting. Wait, what? No, what do you mean? I'm openly admitting that these are very different formations of socialism, but I'm trying to describe it as like what you've seen in China and what you've seen in the USSR are very different formations. Okay? I would say that Cuba is similar to that formation in Latin America, but outside of Cuba, all of these other formations of socialism, these socialist movements, are oftentimes coming through a series of reforms. Peronism isn't even remotely socialism, dude. Come on, brother. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's not even, sometimes it's not even fucking socialism at all. Most of these formations get stuck at social democracy and can't move beyond social democracy. And that's it. Sorry, guys. We saw your reaction when Charlie Kirk got murdered. We don't care. Mostly peaceful memes. I love that these guys always fucking say this kind of stuff, like as though their opinion was going to change at all. Why are you constantly trying to fucking look for an out, dude? I don't understand. Just be a piece of shit. We already know you are.
Earlier this week, over this weekend, that a host of some of these sanctioned vessels did leave Venezuela. Presumably, this was one of those vessels. It's key to remember that this is in international waters, and this is something that the United States is able to do, which was transport these elite teams to the vessel. Now, what we also have learned is that earlier today there was also another seizure in the North Atlantic, way up north, just south of Iceland and west of the United Kingdom, and that was another vessel. That was a vessel that had been pursued by the U.S. Coast Guard for nearly 2 weeks. After about on December 20th, the United States Coast Guard tried to board that vessel and did not succeed, and so the U.S. Coast Guard vessel has been following it. And what we've seen today is that, again, U.S. military personnel assisted in delivering U.S. Coast Guard personnel to board with the sanctioned vessel that was formerly called the Bella 1 and is now a Russian-flagged vessel. And recently, within the last week or so, it has become a Russian-flagged vessel called the Marinera. And so the question now becomes, what is next, given that these are two vessels, two different parts of the world, but all linked to Venezuela, to Venezuela's.
It's pretty fucking insane that we just decide that something is illegal and then we get to take military action, even against like other nations that have nuclear arms. And our media will cover it like it's a perfectly valid police incident. You know what I mean? Like, this is just pure piracy in the most honest sense of the word. This is actually what pirates do, right?
Illicit oil activity.
Steve, we're looking right now at video of these operations. How risky is executing something like this, especially with Russian naval ships nearby?
Thanks, Dan. Yes, I mean, there is some risk, but I think the operational risk is fairly limited. These are operations that U.S. Special Forces practice and are extremely efficient at. This is the last in a series of very operationally successful endeavors by the U.S. military.
This shit pretending to be Russian. The U.S. is just preventing someone from impersonating their ally. Yeah, they were just clearing it up. They wanted to say hello when they saw that the ship had a Russian flag. That's what it is.
The risk, I think, is twofold. First of all, that there is Russian escalation. That seems really pretty unlikely. They did send ships into the area, but they don't seem to have been close by. And it seems that the Russians don't want to escalate. But there will be a risk of escalation, which is not kind of properly calculated, which is irrational, because this is President Putin, who doesn't always do what we think he's going to do. Secondly, I think there's an interesting dynamic here around that wider shadow fleet.
I hate to bring this comparison, but how is this any different from if, I don't know, China sanctioned Taiwan? Unironically, whether you agree with that action or not, they at least have like more of a justification to do so, considering that the rest of the international world considers Taiwan to be a part of China, at least on paper, as opposed to what America is doing here, where America's not doing this even in its own backyard. Like if you had if there was a ship going between like Puerto Rico and America and they like, intercepted it or something, then it's obviously going to be seen as like something a little bit more permissible, as opposed to just doing this. So you're an accelerationist. In what proven world has that ever improved people's lives? Why are you guys arguing with one another? Okay, there is reason to believe that both of those arguments have led to success. At least like Marxist-Leninism has led to a higher degree of success. Numbers on the board wise, even if it evolves into something further beyond that.
That Louis mentioned, which has been cutting submarine cables in the Baltics and across the North Atlantic, and whether the timid response that we've had from the Europeans hitherto to those operations.
I just got to say, fuck you anytime you say Taiwan is part of China. I'm not saying Taiwan is a part of China. The world is saying Taiwan is a part of China. It's just the truth. Like, that's why I said whether you agree with this or not, it doesn't matter. It is the official, like that is literally what is recognized as one nation. Clearly, America doesn't abide by the very same standard that they wrote in the law, But that's why I said there is a difference even then.
Operations by the Russians will be, if you like, put to shame by this rather bold American action that we've just been seeing.
Isn't Taiwan where the nationalists retreated to? Yes, but that was a long ass time ago. I think like modern interpretations of events are a little bit different. Okay. And if you were to abide by the wishes of people living in Taiwan, their current wishes are overwhelmingly in favor of staying the course and figuring it out later down the line. Okay. They want status quo, which is why I'm in favor of status quo. That's it.
And so, Louis, President Trump has said that he plans to keep the oil the U.S. seized. What do you make of that, and what are you watching for next?
Well, President Trump did say that, Diane, and it was unclear exactly what the process was going to be or what exactly he meant by that, but we have gotten some new information this morning from the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, who says that there is going to be a mechanism in place for the United States to essentially take over Venezuela's oil market. What?
Taiwan is China cope? You can be such a lib sometimes. Holy shit. Brother, first of all, I am speaking to an audience of primarily libs, especially when it comes to foreign policy. And secondly, as I've talked about with respect to Hong Kong, while I will tell you like this. I would tell it to you like this, and this is going to frustrate a lot of people. If I was living in Taiwan, I would want to unify with mainland China. But clearly, that doesn't matter because I'm not from Taiwan. And people that are living in Taiwan want status quo. And the same goes for Hong Kong. And this is what I said in Hong Kong as well. I literally said it when I was in Hong Kong, and I've said it before about Hong Kong. There are certain elements of liberalism that people really lean into, okay? There are certain elements of liberalism that people find to be really important. There is an alluring and enduring aspect of liberalism that people self-identify with, specifically social liberalism, okay? Social libertarianism. These are attitudes that people want to maintain. They want to control. I mean, they want to maintain these freedoms. Whether those freedoms truly represent freedom doesn't matter, right? Same even goes for democracy, right? People think, or at least want to be deluded into thinking that they're a part of a democratic process. That's it. This is part of the reason why, beyond imperialism, the Western world has been so domineering for decades. That's it. People want those things. Whether those bourgeois democracies actually lead to real direct democracy or democratic results doesn't matter. People self-identify with it. People prefer it. People like it. So I totally understand why people actually are fearful of this kind of repression. Okay? Do you ever think logically? Why? What did I say that was illogical here? Hong Kong charged me for $70 for a phone charger in the airport, so now I'm permanently anti-Hong Kong. I mean, I was I was also anti one country, two systems and want permanent reunification now when I had to go through the airport and go through border control in China to get into fucking Hong Kong and had to sit through 2 hours in a goddamn line to get into Hong Kong to begin with. That's when I also was like, oh no, unify now. But again, I'm not from Hong Kong. I don't have any, this is not for me to decide. Now, of course, it's not really for people in Hong Kong to decide either. Let's be fucking real. 1997, one country, two systems, right? Deng Xiaoping. Having said that, however, I understand why people would be resistant towards that. Okay? All I'm saying is I understand where people are coming from when they feel that way. And it's perhaps the reason why I understand it is because I grew up in Turkey and I came to America. I'm an American citizen. So I have that liberal dog in me as well. While I still understand that ultimately what matters is material equality, what matters is like people's lives improving, I still care about those things as well. I still care about like at least feeling like I have the freedom to say whatever the fuck I want, or at least feeling like I have the freedom to vote for one party over the other. Okay, even if neither party represents my interest, which is important for people to understand. If you want to be a socialist in modernity, okay, in modern day, where liberalism is the hegemonic cultural attitude virtually all around the world. You don't say stuff like this often enough. What do you mean? I do say it all the time. People get mad at me when I say it all the time. If you want to have a level of adequate control, you have to give people the freedom. China did this with commodities, right? China already figured out that within the USSR's structure of commodity production, there was not nearly enough, foreign goods. And also there was not nearly enough diversity of choices, right? This was very frustrating for people. So I think like there is something to learn from neoliberal mechanisms of control, okay? China very clearly saw that as a mistake and compensated for it. Not only do they make all the commodities in China, but also they give people the treats. They give people the treats so people are happy, okay? I think one of the other ways in making people feel more protected is to also make it seem as though they have more of a say in the process of governance, okay? You're talking about the lack of soft industries in the USSR. Yes. Now, obviously, there was a million different reasons for why they didn't have that, because they had to develop military strength to be able to defend themselves against the most unscathed superpower that immediately turned the crosshairs on the USSR in the aftermath of World War II, where the USSR had lost 20 million young men, right? But what I'm trying to say is, are you asserting that the USSR undemocratic sabotage, not collapse, was because they didn't have Pizza Hut, Lamau, Soviet ice cream over McDonald's ice cream? God damn it, dude. You're fucking missing the forest for the trees, okay? Pizza Hut did quite literally destroy the USSR. That's not what my point is. My point is they should have already, I don't know if they would have been able to successfully implement this, but like that was a major pressure point for a lot of people. There's a reason why if you talk to any fucking boomer that like traveled into the fucking Soviet bloc in the Eastern Bloc, their stories are always, oh, you have to bring, blue jeans, and then they love it. Like people will literally sell their firstborn for blue jeans, shit like that. That's powerful. There's a powerful force. Not everyone is as invested in fucking, dominating the world for socialism, comrade. It doesn't work that way. People want goods. People want fucking treats. You got to give them treats. You got to give them a diversity of things to choose from. Even if the things that they're fucking choosing from, unironically, are made by the same companies, right? Like, think about America. There's like six mega corporations that make all of the things that you purchase in the grocery store. While you're explaining why capitalism is better, no, what I'm explaining has nothing to do with why capitalism is better. I think you're failing to comprehend this, especially considering you can be socialist, you can be communist, and still have a diverse array of goods that you're producing. What the fuck do you think China is? I just gave you an example of a country that is a transitional socialist state that is run by a one-party communist state that is doing that and is doing it better than America. If you go to China, you will understand what I mean. Unlimited war on the treat-the-right labor aristocracy. Anyway. Yeah, this was funny. The CIA replaced Asmongold with an even stupider version during the Johnny Depp trial. All nylon clothes are made by the same chemical companies, which is wild to think about. Yeah, I think about the ideal of the fake democracy that is presented in Western liberal capitalism, the bourgeois democracy, and treats, a diverse array of treats that are readily available, made by like six companies in the same exact way. People want to feel like they have a choice in the matter. It is a pressure valve for a reason. That's why I talk about the democratic process and voting as a pressure valve, right? This is why I talk about it as a pressure valve, because people feel like their voices matter, their choices matter, their words matter. It's very important, because when they actually have this idealistic notion that their voices actually can change something, right? Then they feel a little, I mean, they clearly don't revolt, right? I mean, look at America. Look at America. You give people the illusion of choice and they will never fight. They'll fight each other, but they won't fight the government. You don't get to have that when you run a one-party state like China. When the only pressure valve is revolt, the state has to be way, way more tapped into the demands of the population. It's that simple. Forget American blue jeans and stuff. My family's from northern China. My mom told me after the USSR collapsed, Russians would come over the border to trade and they go nuts over Chinese blankets, thermos, towels, pots, and pans and stuff. It's not like China had a capitalist market economy back then. Yeah. Then why don't the Russians revolt their government? Great question. Because many Russians still remember how fucking devastating the 90s were. And in comparison to how devastating the 90s were, modern Russian Federation is a fucking utopia. That's it. Yeah, they went from child prostitution and suicide skyrocketing to being like a world superpower again. So obviously that type of attitude is the reason why people don't fucking get too mad, regardless of how annoyed they are. I don't think people understand. Like, this is not a concept that Westerners can ever fucking comprehend, because the West, the entirety of the West, is propped up by this fucking bullshit notion of fake democracy, bourgeois democracy. Like, your fucking choices in the parliamentary structure or a two-party duopoly matter, right? It doesn't fucking matter. But like, that keeps you satiated. That keeps you feeling like you have a say in this fucking process. Okay? All these liberal attitudes. What matters in the eastern side of the fucking planet, okay? What matters out east is just material improvements to people's living standards. So they get away with not having the same bourgeois democratic process, or a very fake one like they have in Russia, where Putin controls everything. You're trying to understand the rest of the world from the perspective of Western liberal capitalist framework. Okay? That's why a lot of us sit around and go, why the fuck is, the ICE murderer not getting punished or something? And he might when there's too much pressure, they might even throw us a fucking bone, but that's why you got to protest.
The plan is, and this is an indefinite plan, so there's no time limit on this right now, and it's unclear exactly how this is going to work, is that the United States will take responsibility for any sales of Venezuelan oil, and then those funds from the sale will be managed by the United States, and in Secretary Wright's words, are going to be returned to the Venezuelan people. But it's unclear exactly how those funds are going to be returned to the Venezuelan people. But what is key is that now at least we have on the record new confirmation, new information from the
in Russia, we still have socialized healthcare and cheap food, and kids do 6-7 as well. Oh, okay, that's why. No, in Russia they don't do 6-7. They do the boost, my boost, and then they do the fucking flying kick. That's the meme that was popping in Russian TikTok. Yeah, I know I know ball, dude. Or there's that holy you're old. Or there's that one Russian guy who's always doing memes about his like being in a relationship. Sigma Boy was popping, but that's like 2 years ago at this point. You have to show us now. What the fuck? I don't know if they have. Someone has to link it.
Energy Secretary, that a mechanism is going to be put in place for.
Are you saying you think China's government is a success in your mind? If success is measured by the happiness of the individual and like the overall approval of the government, then yes, China is infinitely more successful than the American government by those metrics. This doesn't mean that like they're doing everything right in terms of their foreign policy or whatever. I'm just simply stating, if we are just looking at the metric of people's approval of their government, then yes.
Or the U.S. to actually.
I couldn't fucking finish this goddamn video. All right, whatever. Yeah, they took a oil tanker. Rubio and Hegseth give updates on U.S. posture towards Venezuela after Maduro capture.
Well, there's a lot of operational details that can't be discussed publicly, obviously, for obvious reasons. So as we move forward, we'll describe our process, which is a threefold process in Venezuela. I've described it to them now. Step one is the stabilization of the country. We don't want it descending into chaos. Part of that stabilization, and the reason why we understand and believe that we have the strongest leverage possible, is our quarantine. As you've seen today, 2 more ships were seized. We are in the midst right now and in fact about to execute on a deal to take all the oil. They have oil that is stuck in Venezuela. They can't move it because of our quarantine and because it's sanctioned. We are going to take between 30 and 50 million barrels of oil. We're going to sell it in the marketplace at market rates, not at the discounts Venezuela was getting. That money will then be handled in such a way that we will control how it is dispersed in a way that benefits the Venezuelan people, not corruption, not the regime.
I mean, this is vulgar colonialism. Like, this isn't even trying to do like the neo-imperialist or neo-colonialist French method of having all the currency be controlled by the French central bank or something. Like, this is just straightforward, vulgar, like 17th, 16th century colonialism. That's what it is. And I don't really know how people respond to it. I just assumed for the longest time that like the liberal patina that you associate with newer methods, such as economic domination, imperialism, was so that people were kept at bay. Who knows what will happen when you say the quiet part out loud? But that's really the reason why a lot of liberal commentariat are so frustrated with this moment, because they can't fucking defend it. It is so objectively indefensible because it's quite literally what liberalism was supposed to fight against, right? If you think about it, like liberal capitalism is supposed to be the evolution from monarchies and colonialism, right? And it's not like the process changed all that much or the outcome changed all that much. It's just that the aesthetics changed quite a bit. So obviously a vulgar materialist would look at this situation and say, this is just how capitalism has always operated, right? And that's why a lot of liberals are having a hard time massaging the narrative, and they are having they're just incapable of defending this stuff because there is no permission for them to defend this kind of stuff, because this is just how monarchies used to operate. And liberals are supposed to liberals are not supposed to defend this shit, right? Liberals can't defend this shit. That's why you saw Matt Iglesias basically fucking say, oh, this is almost like Trump saw all these leftists talk about, might makes right imperialism and resource extraction and then started doing it. It's like, no, that was just how it always was, you fucking idiot. That's how it always was. You just somehow deluded yourself into thinking that this was anything different. I don't think Donald Trump read Lenin and got his notes from fucking Lenin. I genuinely cannot comprehend how even now, this operation is still getting 52% disapproval. It's partially because of how unpopular Trump is. I think it's a testament to how unpopular Trump is. So like anything that's associated with him has that stink on it. And I think it's partially because this is the post-Iraq war failure, the post-global war on terror failure that we live in. And people have had enough. People don't want this. And maybe because they just didn't propagandize. Maybe manufacturing consent was important and they just didn't do it, thinking that they could get away with it without doing it. And only the dumbest hogs are leaning into how fucking base this is. Only the dumbest basters are fucking talking about how dope this is. What? I'm sorry. I promise we're all locked into the streamer. What? And then you just linked my stream. You're so nosy. Yeah. Why are y'all passing notes in class? Okay. Class is in session and y'all are passing notes. Are you going to share with the rest of the class? I don't get your take. Even if China spent decades asserting that Taiwan is a part of its territory, that claim has no legal force because the PRC has never governed Taiwan, and sovereignty can't be retroactively imposed on a population that has developed its own institutions, identity, and political will. It's really funny that you say that, because Western history is riddled with doing exactly that. What the fuck are you talking about? And secondly, I keep repeating this over and over again. It's not my perspective. It's the perspective of the American government. It's the perspective of recognizing Taiwan as being a part of the People's Republic of China. Okay? Once America shouts out to the great Maoist Richard Nixon and the other not so great Maoist Henry Kissinger, when they decided that they will no longer recognize the Republic of China as the real China, and they recognize the People's Republic of China as the real China, that argument ended, okay? While Hong Kong was a colonial holdout, there was no such considerations for Taiwan. Now, of course, it doesn't really matter because regardless of, Nixon said there is one China and Taiwan is a part of China, okay? But then he also applied a process called strategic ambiguity, which to the layman is just called lying, okay? In the American government, it's called strategic ambiguity. For the average person, that just means lying, like lying through your teeth, lying your fucking face off. So on the one hand, the official posture of the American government has always been to recognize China as one China, which includes Taiwan. But the American government's strategic posturing here is to consistently foment independence movements, or what the Chinese government would consider separatist movements, okay? And offer defense systems and weapons and training and security cooperation agreements to the island of Taiwan. Okay? Yes, Taiwan, more like China. But the people that are living on the island are Chinese for the most part. They did their indigenous slaughter, and you know the majority of the people living on this island are Chinese. They also work. Do not start a new thread. Why are you guys talking to one another? Cut it out. I am pretty sure you just gave Taiwan to China, and I am mad about it. Yeah, I have all the power. The American government asked me how I feel about it. You have met me at a very Formosan time in my life. Yes, Nixon was doing WASP tequila. Exactly. That's exactly what Nixon was doing. Oh, I feel like if America didn't beef up the ROC as a massive military base of China's coast, off of China's coast, there's a world where a negotiation would allow Taiwan to become independent, but now China has to have it less. America use it as a weapon against China. No, I don't think so. I think Chinese people, if there's one thing that the Chinese government gives a fuck about, it's literally refusing any sort of separatist movements from existing. Nope. I don't think there's any fucking world. I don't think it's realpolitik for the Chinese. I'll be honest with you. I think that's the Mersheimer perspective. That is a very Western perspective. Listen, as someone who's been there, as someone who's talked to Chinese people, ain't no fucking way do they think about it like, oh, we don't want an island that's a military base. That was my assessment too initially. That's not the case at all. Okay? I don't think that is the case. I think they just straight up see it as like a part of China, and that's it. Nothing else. They see it as those are our brothers and sisters. It is so sad that they have been blinded into hating us, but you know, that is a part of China, is the way they see it. Yes. Also, Mao was ready to take Taiwan, and KMT was ready to retake the mainland in 1950, which was not going to happen. The CIA even did bombing raids in Shanghai, but got interrupted by the Korean War. Yeah. Anyway, the Northern Irish are distinct people who should be protected from the imperialist encroachment of the Irish Republic. Yeah, right. Oh, that's funny. It's a good one, chatter. Okay.
America.
Look, I've tried to be patient and fair, but this is 100 times more embarrassing than anything on Fox News. The idea that regular Americans want this is so laughable. Marco Rubio, we salute you. What?
The many lives and many jobs of Marco Rubio, the son of Cuban immigrants and a former Florida senator. He's now the face of U.S. foreign policy and President Trump's point man on Venezuela.
God, Barry Weiss. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Tony, double circ. Tony, fuck, man. Did you get a third circumcision for this one? What the hell is going on? Triple circ, Tony. They shaved a little off the top again, dude. What the fuck? This kind of dick riding is honestly shameful.
Tonight and only in America, the many lives and many jobs of Marco Rubio, the son of Cuban immigrants and a former Florida senator. He's now the face of U.S. foreign policy and President Trump's point man on Venezuela, all in addition to his roles as Secretary of State, interim national security advisor, and acting national archivist and USAID chief. Whatever you think of his politics, you got to admit it's an impressive resume. And now AI memes have added to that portfolio, casting Secretary Rubio as the new governor of Minnesota, the new Shah of Iran, the prime minister of Greenland, the new manager of Manchester United, the head of Hilton Hotels, and highest of high honors of all, the new Michelin man. Now, back in real life, of course, these memes.
Dude, like, we've talked about how the primary function of mainstream media is to just consistently dick ride the State Department. But this is a shameful display. Objectively a shameful display. I mean, this is gross. They have 20 minutes to get as much news in as they can. This made the cut. Yeah, this is fucking insane, dude.
may not add up to much, but for Rubio's hometown fans, which are many around here in Miami, it is a sign of how Florida, once an American punchline, has become a leader on the world stage. Marco Rubio, we salute you. You're the ultimate Florida man. And that's another day in America and in Miami. For CBS News, I'm Tony DeCopel. We'll see you tomorrow, live from Dallas.
Marco Rubio, we salute you. Look, I've tried to be patient and fair, but this is 100 times more embarrassing than anything on Fox News. The idea that regular Americans want this is so laughable. It can only have come from someone who also thought regular Americans really want to hear from Alan Dershowitz. Now, have you seen the rumors that Turkey will join the Saudi-Pakistan defense pact? Pakistan is my life. Turkey is at the table. I feel my life for Pakistan. I will die for Pakistan. You know, Pakistan Zindabad, all of that good stuff. Wow, grape. I love that video. Another clout chaser trying to get clips from I saw this one. This was funny. Yeah, this lady also went into this lady did the fucking the Nick Shartley style video format, but in Ohio, doing a fraud investigation. And here's one thing that I don't think like average Americans are aware of. Somalis don't fuck around. Like they are, I mean, I'm not going to get into like the meme side of Somali Twitter because like sometimes it gets really strange over there. Okay. But they will ruthlessly roast you to your fucking face. Just like we saw with that one Somali guy, the Uber driver who was just like ripping into the fucking ICE agents. Like, why would I give you my fucking ID? Shut the fuck up. Inter-African racism goes insane. Yes, we're not opening the door to black people's business, which, by the way, ironically, Somali Twitter would get mad at me for even calling it black people's business. But that's also quite literally a part of the Somali Twitter memes that I was actually not getting into and not talking about. Anyway, we're not getting into African Twitter drama. It's like beyond. That's numerous layers past the point of black Twitter and black people's business. African Twitter is on a totally different planet. Anyway, but this lady found out the hard way here.
I don't think you know me.
Yeah, I know you.
Okay, I'm the heck.
No, I'm not gonna shake hands.
That's okay. That's fine.
You can record whatever you want.
Oh, I know. We're recording because I was
I
assaulted.
know you are just spreading a lot of bunch of BS.
What's the BS?
You're talking about Somalis. I've seen you so many times in Fox News.
I've spoken about the issue in Minnesota or Minneapolis in particular.
Listen.
I'm listening.
Listen.
I'm listening.
You are from India. You are not a white person.
Listen.
Listen. Get out of our house. You're not supposed to be here.
Oh, Jesus Christ. He said, listen. Oh, man. I mean, this is a little piece of what I was talking about. Okay. He said, you are not on the team. What are you doing? New rare Trump dropped. What the fuck? Okay. Power top. Bro, I can't tell if this is what his face was doing or if they actually, like, it looks like you caught him mid-stroke. What is happening, dude? He got hit with the Fetterman gun. He looks taped together. Yeah. He's so squishy. Ugh. Anyway.
So we have a lot of leverage to move on the stabilization front.
Let's get back to Marco Rubio.
The second phase will be a phase that we call recovery, and that is ensuring that American, Western, and other companies have access to the Venezuelan market in a way that's fair. Also, at the same time, begin to create the process of reconciliation nationally within Venezuela so that the opposition forces can be amnestied and released and from prisons or brought back to the country and begin to rebuild civil society. And then the third phase, of course, will be one of transition. Some of this will overlap. I've described this to them in great detail. We'll have more detail in the days to follow. But we feel like we're moving forward here in a very positive way.
So how long will this take, Secretary?
Some senators who were in that briefing describing your operation variously as that you're winging it, that there's no plan for Venezuela going forward.
Yeah, I know. They're going to say that. I used to be a senator too. That's what you always say when it's the other party. The bottom line is we've gone into great detail with them about the planning. We've described it to them. In fact, it's not just winging it. It's not just saying or speculating it's going to happen. It's already happening. Like the oil arrangement that we've made with PDVSA on their sanctioned oil that they can't move. Understand, they are not generating any revenue from their oil right now. They can't move it unless we allow it to move because we have sanctions, because we're enforcing those sanctions. This is tremendous leverage. We are exercising it in a positive way. The president described it last night. Secretary will write. We'll have more.
Okay, going back to Somali jokes, but breaking. Black Hawk spotted overhead near Minneapolis as the National Guard prepares for deployment. Things are getting very tense out here. Okay, round 2, baby. Let's see the Somalis still have it. Once again, critical support to the Somalis in Somaliapolis, okay? Critical support. Deploying against who, though? I don't even fucking know. But let me tell you, just like ICE being deployed into a city immediately puts the city in danger, Black Hawks being deployed on U.S. soil immediately puts wherever you're deploying them in danger, okay? These things love to fall. Maybe not as much as Ospreys, but close to it. They love crashing, okay? They love crashing. You don't want them anywhere above you, okay? So, very dangerous situation. That's real made in America craftsmanship. I mean, it's just helicopters in general, let's be real. I feel like with the exception of those like crazy Russian helicopters that have the dual, the two, what is it called? Like the ones that have the double rotors, like one rotor on top of the other that can like move backwards and forward and side by side without like having, with no like rear rotor. I feel like most of those helicopters are terrifying. But then again, I don't know what the number of I don't know if the Russian ones are good too. Russians have lost like 300 helicopters in 3 years. Okay, but that's in Ukraine. That's different. We're talking about helicopters that just like fall on their own. Like Ospreys can't even fucking fly in general on regular training missions. You're talking about drones diving into helicopters and blowing them up. I feel like that's a little bit different, no? Hey, Aphex Twizzy. Update. Bowdoin College is allowing student Finley Riz to re-enroll after another student called his words a direct threat to their life. The threatening words in question, RIP to bro, in a reply to conservative groups via Charlie Kirk vigil email. Okay, well, congratulations to HasanAbi head, Aphex Twizzy / Finley Riz. He rizzed them up. He rizzed up Bowdoin College. And to you, I say, keep on keeping on. Aphex Twizzy, you are Charlie Kirk. You carry the flame. You stood unshaken, a voice in the storm. That's right. You're a man of conviction, a heart reborn. Okay? You spoke the truth when the cost was too high. You lived for Jesus. Unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk flame. We fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. That's you. That's what that was for you. I forgot to mention, it's because I called them meek white supremacists. Oh, you wrote an op-ed? Okay, well, don't you know that's illegal? Excuse me. You do know it's illegal, right? To write op-eds. You could have fucking gone to jail, big dog. Damn, this is a dangerous threat. BowdoinSocialists.org, please. Bro, what do you want? Here, I clicked on it. Okay, there you go. Bowdoin Socialists is an anti-capitalist and anti-fascist coalition for education on political economy. I like that you guys rep Zoran Mamdani when the school very clearly does not, by the way. Have you guys noticed that? Even though he's the fucking mayor now, I feel like at least now they can honestly rep him, right? Bowdoin. Also, what is this website design, dude? God damn, this shit is stuck at a time when most of you motherfuckers were not even alive. Yeah, 1995 Socialist Club looking ass website, dude. HTML4. It's under construction. That's crazy. This is crazy. It's WSWS type E? No, WSWS is even fucking more organized than this. This shit looks like GeoCities. CSS is bourgeois decadence. Oh. This is like a old school schizophrenic trot unk would put this together, okay? like on his own. This shit looks like, what's that guy? Michael the Black Man. It looks like his website. You know what I'm talking about? The one that Donald Trump said was my African American over there. Hold on. Let me see if I can find his website. Nope, that's not right. That's not the right website. It doesn't even come up, dude. Hold on. Maurice Woodside, Michael the Black Man. Let me see if I can find his website on here somewhere. Woke Drudge Report. Is it Mike-Blackman? No, this is not it. This is not it. This is a different website. Did they take his website down? What the fuck happened? Is this it? Welcome Gods S2. What? I don't know if I can click on that, dude. Yeah, it does look like the Drudge Report. Let's be real. It does. Brutal Maduro enforcers standing in Trump's way. Y'all don't have a Squarespace? My dad loves Drudge Report. Better Drudge Report than Fox News, chatter. Drudge Report is woke now. Anyway, all right. Maria Machado. Trump still wants to take over Greenland. Greenland reacts to Donald Trump's threats. Let's see what they're saying.
Capital, a diplomatic crisis is swirling round Greenland, exposed like never before, and pulled between a predatory America and prevaricating Europe. Greenlanders deeply resent Donald Trump once again threatening to seize their country.
I think he's very good at making a fuss about things, so everybody keeps talking about it, just like now. He's very good at that. And I think that his purpose to do stuff like that, to make people uncomfortable.
You don't take him seriously?
No, not at all. We're a part of NATO, so if he does something, they're gonna back us up.
He's a bad
I don't know about that.
individual, just saying we're something he has to get. I think it's not the way of treating people like.
Bro, the last person that did not take Donald Trump seriously is currently in a Brooklyn prison, okay? Is currently in an American federal facility. I'm just saying, like, he was dancing around.
Like we're small mice or something like.
There's anger at an official level too.
We should prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
And a message to President Trump from a member of the ruling coalition.
I think we're not a business. We're a people. We're a people with our own country and culture, language. We are not a product. So I think people should really think about that. I know Donald Trump is a businessman, but Greenland is not a product. We're a people. And that should be taken very seriously, and that should be respected.
So your main thrust of what you're trying to do is trying to get to the Americans to talk to you more.
The opposition hopes Trump's overtures increase the chances of independence.
We should be the people that is in focus here. And when the Greenlandic people have shown time and again that we want independence, we should explore the possibilities for independence in our current situation.
When we were here almost a year ago, there was an unease about Donald Trump, but people weren't taking him all that seriously. This time round, though, there is a sense that the threat he poses is becoming a lot more real.
Trying to keep up.
Klaus and Anita have lived here for almost 2 decades, running their hotel after he served in the military, protecting Greenland's security. They are increasingly concerned about the way things are going.
Yeah, well, I would say I'm worried.
Yeah. We have been discussing what to do, how's our future, especially the children up here, how's their future going to be?
Yeah, we've been talking about that, what are we going to do if something happens? Should I need to go to Denmark to the children? Should I stay here? Stuff like that. So it's getting very practical thoughts about what's going to happen if something worse happens.
It's getting.
Give them nukes. Give them nukes. Put nuclear arms in nuke. It's fucking called nuke, man. Come on. Give them nukes now.
Real.
It is getting real.
Immediately.
There are no hostile Russian and Chinese ships circling these waters, as Trump claims, say Greenlanders, but the spectre of a US takeover is now looming. And if the US president chooses to act on his rhetoric, however unjustified, there is little here to stop him.
Turning overseas now, anti-government protests in Iran are spreading throughout the country 10 days after they began. Human rights groups say at least 36 protesters have been killed. President Trump has threatened U.S. intervention if Iran's government continues its crackdown. Elizabeth Palmer has reported many times from Iran. She joins us now from London. Getting any report out of Iran is incredibly difficult. What do we know about these protests?
What's different this time around, surprisingly, is the fact that like the Iranian government hasn't actually, from what I've seen, has not actually limited the internet. Because usually when this kind of stuff happens, there's a lot of obviously like external involvement. There's different groups because Iran is a very diverse country as well, for the record. For those of you who don't know, so there's like external pressure coming from different ethnic groups inside of the Iranian state. You got the Kurds on one hand, you got Turkic people also, and they're applying pressure. Then there's also like the younger generation that's understandably frustrated with the repressive state elements in general. But most consequentially, like the thing that impacts people the most obviously is the success of the sanctions that have understandably ruined the economy, just like it did in Venezuela as well. And then while we are consistently dialing up that pressure, and then people get fucking mad about that because they're starving and they're angry and they're upset. We then turn around and go, oh, dude, these guys just don't know how to manage their economy. Okay. There's just not really much you can do if you're outside of the American, if you're, a foreign adversary, no matter how big you are, in the absence of having nuclear arms, you're never going to be able to position yourself around the globe, especially when your closest allies that are outside of the American security apparatus are, too busy doing their own shit, like Russia in particular, also fighting in Ukraine and invading Ukraine. So that's the situation in front of Iran, and I don't know where these protests go as well. I don't know where this goes. It seems to be getting larger and larger every single day. Like I said, a big part of that is because of the frustrations that the youth feel, or the frustrations that everyone feels really towards not only just like state repression, but also the economy. First and foremost, the economy.
Well, we're able to talk to people in.
Why did Islamic Republic alienate America for no reason? Iran's rulers paying the consequences for the choices that they made. You're fucking joking, right? That's a meme, right? I hope you're memeing, because there ain't no way you're being sincere. I think a lot of people don't understand that the Iranian government has actively worked alongside the United States of America in its operations in the Middle East. And if anything, they've been too subservient to the needs and interests of the United States of America in general. Like, it's not even a question. Like, it's not, Iran cooperated with American security doing intelligence sharing in the region for the longest fucking time after the problem we created in the goddamn region known as the Islamic State. And we thanked Iran by assassinating one of the fucking major heads of the military. Also, it is deeply ironic when the United States is a protester that's killed in fucking broad daylight in the wealthiest nation on the planet, in the bastion of liberal democracy. Our president obviously fucking celebrates that moment when Iran, which has been crippled and destroyed by sanctions, which has like a hermetically sealed form of governance as a consequence of Western intervention since its successful revolution against the previous Western intervention that was so unfavorable that like it unified the Islamists alongside the communists and the socialists. It's a just cause for military intervention. If Iran shots and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to the rescue. We are locked and loaded, ready to go. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Which is such a funny thing to say, because the last time America intervened in Iran militarily, alongside Israel, which, by the way, I consider Israeli intervention in Iran also an American intervention, as do they killed a bunch of children. So what are you going to do? You're like, no, excuse me, Iran, only we get to kill your population. Is that the argument here? It's like, you better not kill your protesters or else we'll come over there and bomb the fuck out of your capital. Like what are you going to do? So yeah, it's a horrible situation in general. And obviously it shows the incredible inconsistency, and liberal media, of course, plays a formative role in upholding this inconsistent attitude.
Iran, and of course we have smartphone videos of the protests that act as little windows into what's going on. Independent journalists, especially foreign ones, are being kept well away. We know the protests have erupted across Iran, mostly in the south and the west, and while they aren't huge compared to the massive uprisings we saw back in 2022 and 23, they are continuing, and they do appear to be growing. Some of them have been orderly marches, some of them violent, and for sure the longer they go on, the greater the threat to the regime, which we can see is on the back foot. They're not sure how to react. On the one hand, trying to appease people with cash handouts to help with crazy inflation. On the other hand, ordering a crackdown on so-called rioters.
How vulnerable is the regime?
That's the big question. It's certainly weaker than I can remember it ever having been. There's no question Iranians are utterly disillusioned and fed up. The economy is in a shambles thanks to sanctions, but also to mismanagement. And the regime, of course, was humiliated by Israel and America.
For the record, this is why I consistently say Americans are not ready for like a serious revolt, because the American economy has not come to this, has not gotten to this point. If the American economy got to this point, all of those like Christian nationalist formations, like the people that you see, they would make ISIS look like pacifists. Okay, like if the American economy resembled the conditions of Iraq or resembled the conditions of Iran, all of those like far right groups would unironically make ISIS look like babies. Okay, like you want to talk about like throwing gay people off roofs and shit. Like I'm telling you, the only thing that keeps Americans at bay and stops Americans from murdering one another, slaughtering one another, is the fact that they have not experienced hunger. Okay, that's it.
America's attacks last June. Online, you do see calls for America to strike again following President Trump's warning that the U.S. might intervene, although I should say there's no military movement to suggest.
Yeah, it is pretty funny, though, that, yeah, when they're burning things, jumping on cars and blocking the road, when this happens in the United States, Asmongold says the American government should come in and just murder every single person. When it's happening in Iran, Asmongold turns around and says, oh, these people deserve freedom and liberation. Why aren't they getting the freedom and liberation? Very interesting perspective from, you know, the average American hog. The average American hog who spent the entire day justifying an ICE agent killing a random civilian, a random citizen. Okay? Just saying. At least for me, like, I recognize the needs that these people have, and I understand why they're frustrated, and I understand why they're protesting, and I would never fucking advocate for the Iranian government to slaughter them. Okay? Inconsistency. Once again, what is Asmold's take on the killing him out of the loop? Do you really need to fucking tune in to understand what his take is on the fucking ruthless murder of an American ICE agent? The ruthless murder that an American ICE agent conducted? Really? It's based. I am, however, seeing finally a lot of takes on the timeline that are recognizing that Asmongold is you know, an insane person. Whereas I feel like most people had avoided him for the longest time. Most people were like oblivious to his takes. Is he rage baiting? No, I mean, does it really matter whether he's like rage baiting or not? Are we all just realizing this? Brother, I don't think you understand. Whenever I kept saying over and over again that like most of the fucking dumbass libtards on the timeline left because they claim the left is responsible for why Kamala Harris lost the election. They were too busy yelling at the left to recognize how much right-wingers were gaining ground on the internet. They were yelling at me the whole fucking time and other people like myself. Most people are not terminally online enough to hear a take from the mold man. I mean, I don't think it necessarily matters whether they have heard a take from him or not. He's become a very popular voice on the internet and getting constantly boosted by Elon Musk. This is a testament to how our nation and Israel broke Iran. Iran offers citizens $7 monthly payments as protests spiral over economic crisis report. Typically, you are not supposed to directly mention the fact that sanctions have directly impoverished the Iranian people, but this man has no functioning brain, so he doesn't see the need to lie about it. Reza Pahlavi's first call ever for protests announced yesterday. It got like 80 million, so it's over You Ayatollah lover. Wait, what? Reza Pahlavi. Bro, if Reza Pahlavi actually ever stepped foot in Iran, it wouldn't even be the Iranian. It wouldn't even be the fucking Islamic Republic that would kill him. It would be just like regular Iranians probably that would beat him to death with hammers. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you know what's really funny? You know what's really funny about this? This is like the Maria Machado lovers. You know what I mean? Like liberals that are just like, oh, Machado, Juan Guaido will be the person that leads Venezuela. Machado will be the person that leads Venezuela. It's so fucking stupid. like stop. You like Khamenei tweet when he's responsible for killing so many people? Listen, sometimes you can find poetry in the strangest places, okay? Yeah, Persian. I am Persian. I am Persian. I am not Iranian. Reza Pahlavi, he will return one day. We will bring back Savak. We will bring back Savak. We will put the Islamists. We will take all of their toenails. We will take all of their nails. We will pull them out. One day I will have Kubi Day in Iran. You'd have a better chance of making Patrick Bet David the new fucking Shah than Reza Pahlavi, bitch. Suck my dick. Actually, I could be on board with that, honestly.
Anything like that is imminent. But the people I speak to, much as they dislike the regime, are terrified that if America did intervene and the regime then collapsed, there would be a bloodbath or even civil war. So very high stakes. Vlad?
So Liz,
Iran will be value-tained.
Those folks that you've been talking to, you've spent years covering Iran from inside the country. So what else are they telling?
Reza Pahlavi couldn't even win an LA council election. First of all, I mean, he's not winning shit. He's not a democratically elected person. He is a monarch. That's number one, which constantly gets lost in this conversation. Like a lot of Americans don't understand. They just hear like, oh, foreign name. Seems like he was, I don't know, the leader of Iran or something. It's like, no, his dad was, okay? And secondly, he is a fucking monarch. And not only that, but also the only place where actually Reza Pahlavi could win a democratically elected seat is unironically LA Council. Like literally, that is the only place on the planet. If he ever entertained democracy, that would be the one place he would definitely win in West LA. The one place on the planet where he could potentially win is West LA or Beverly Hills. Not even Miami, unless he tricked people into thinking he was like Cuban or something. Yeah, he would crush in Westwood or Beverly Hills or Westwood. Literally a terrible take. It doesn't even make sense at all. Why do you have to use unrelated hypotheticals in every take? Get off Reza Pahlavi's dick. Wait, what? What do you mean? What? I can't make jokes about a fucking fallen monarch that was already a Western installed puppet? Like, goddamn, dude. I thought we were against kings in this fucking place. Damn, dude. Liberals are just like, nah, actually, we do love monarchs. Fuck it. Hasan, you are severely underestimating people's stupidity. Reza is getting serious motion. Instead of yapping, tell us how to counter. Monarch is propaganda backed by millions of dollars. I don't think that there is a serious motion there. I'm being serious. Terrible take. Sorry, man. I agree with everything you say, but he's very popular amongst the Iranian people. Yeah, Iranian people in America. A lot of right-wing coverage, Fox, etc., popping up. Pahlavi feels designed to sell Trump a mirage of imminent collapse in Iran, so we might as well finish the job militarily and take credit. This scenario isn't closed, and another war would likely be costlier than June. No one loves the Romanovs more than libs. Of course they love monarchs. I mean, sure, but you say it's literally a joke, yet you constantly joke about racist shit. Makes no sense. Your brainless hypotheticals are just so clueless. That's what I have to say to you. If you think I can't fucking crack jokes at the expense of a fucking person who wants the American government and the Israeli government to install him in the seat of power when his dad was so fucking unimaginably ruthless that there was a successful revolution against them by the Iranian people, mind you. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, you know, you can try to preserve the sanctity of your favorite fail son. But yeah, no, it's delusional. Bro, you don't understand. Things change. And the majority of people in Iran are responding to his messages across the country. No, he's getting motion inside too. Unfortunately, people are desperate and think that an uncharismatic bottle of ketchup is their only hope. I mean, good luck. I don't know what to say other than the fact that, you know, good luck. Good luck, guys. He will be the Bolsonaro of Iran. He is a lion. He is a lion. He's Mr. Lion. He is my lion.
Telling you this potential civil war that could come about if the U.S. tries any kind of military action is very, very disturbing.
Well, Iran is a country of factions and power.
He co-ops the announcements. There's 100% Mossad/U.S. collab with a ketchup bottle, possibly to orchestrate things to make it look like he's more influential than he is. I don't think he's gaining that much. Why do you spin out in silence like that, Lamau? I just don't think that there is like legitimate, there is enough real support in the country for a fucking monarch. No matter how much the newest people are shouting his name in the streets, please stop spreading your political views, sob emoji. Where are these people coming from? I suspect not from Iran, right? Like this has got it. Is there like a big video that Asmongold did or made or something? He was talking about like people in the streets of Tehran are screaming for the Shah to come back. My Iranian friends tell me the moment any Shah wants to return to Tehran, he will 100% be swarmed by people with stones, not flowers. I don't think that is. I mean, it's very difficult to have this sort of conversation. It's the same with like Venezuela. It's a little bit different with Venezuela, at least though, because like Venezuela is not as shut off from America as Iran is. So it is quite difficult to get like real analysis on the ground from Iran. And the overwhelming, like I would say 90% of shit that Americans or Westerners know about Iran genuinely come from Shah, the diaspora who rides for the Shah pretty aggressively. And not a single person actually thinks about, I think, about the reason as to why the Shah was deposed initially. Like they don't even want to think about it. Look at this fucking idiot. Look. What a queer. Why are you so obsessed with Asmongold, Lamau? Why are you so obsessed with Asmongold? Is it a viewer Twitch thing? Asmongold literally a second ago was watching, well, he's not watching anything now, but not that long ago,
Marine
before he ended his broadcast, was watching.
Don't have to.
Oh, did he just end his broadcast?
But
Is
the
that
part
why?
of your brain.
Oh, that's why there's so many motherfuckers in here. Brick Squad W. Trainwrecks fan. Just money, y'all R-worded. Falling off the deep end. I love this guy. I love chatters like this because they say I'm obsessed, but this motherfucker's been coming in since 2021. Never change, chatter. Never change. Chatter never change. Okay, keep it up.
Do you think that Hasan, if this woman had run over and killed that ICE agent?
Look at this motherfucker still talking about me. Do you guys, does his chat, when he's talking about me, does his chat go, why are you still talking about Hasan? I don't think so, right? They don't say that shit when he's doing that.
Would be trying to justify?
Only my fucking dumbasses in here. His fans love when Asmongold talks about me, and then they come in here and yell at me when I talk about Asmongold. They love when I'm getting talked about on that side of the fucking stream. They hate it when I'm the one talking about it, which leads me to believe that you just don't want anyone to call into question the bad takes coming from, Big Daddy.
Why it was okay.
Is this dude still live?
I think would be.
He's not live any longer, but he has 30,000 people watching. What the fuck's going on here? How does that work? Oh, that's interesting. I guess it's just fuckery with Twitch. Yeah, he ended the stream. That's why the roaches came in here. Yeah, no, it's probably a Twitch bug, not a bot thing. I know that there is there is an interest in overthrowing the Iranian government by Israel and the United States of America. Check the next vid in the playlist. Show these Asmon fans what people think of him. What?
All right, guys. So Asmongold, one of the top slop tubers who has become very political in recent times, he, on his live stream, apparently...
Kyle, my goat Kalinsky. It's secular time, bitch.
Casually said that he supports the U.S. military killing innocent people in other countries in
my dark woke commander, dude. He's in it.
Order to steal their resources. This is what he said. By the way, this is the guy who, it wasn't that long ago, wasn't he pretending to have turned on Trump over the Epstein files? I believe I may have covered that. that he was like, oh no, I've always been critical of him. I don't know what you're talking about. His own chat was coming after him. And he's like, oh, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I've always been critical of him. You're not paying attention. I've always,
He's who Ludwig thinks he is. He's him. Yes, he's him. Ludwig ain't him. He's him.
Been against this for a long time. I didn't even vote for him. He did this whole thing about how, oh, of course, no, of course. All it took to win him back was for Trump to launch an illegal and offensive war against a country that didn't attack us and wasn't going to attack us and kidnap.
Look at him, so mad that his earring is flicking around.
The sovereign independent leader and drag them to our country to try them. Now, I wonder what his reaction would be if China kidnapped Trump and tried to try him. Would he support that? Well, he supports it in principle, apparently. So would he support that? My guess is he'd be singing a different tune, of course. But here we go. Here's what he said. Let's watch.
Cuba's days are numbered. Colombia isn't going to be doing this anymore. Okay, yeah, I could see there's definitely a trend here. You specifically said you'd be against foreign intervention and nation building. Why have you switched positions? Well, I'm generally against it, but there are some instances where I'd be okay with it.
I'm generally against it, but the most naked, brazen, disgusting, corrupt, immoral, illegal, worst way of doing it, I love that because it makes me feel like a tough guy. And it makes me feel like Trump is like superhuman. So I'm against it unless he does it in the most brazen way possible, then I love it. How does anybody watch this? How does anybody watch this, bro? I actually don't understand. I genuinely don't get it.
Like, I think it's something that's generally a bad idea, but if we can get enough money out of the place that we're intervening in, and we can effectively make it worthwhile for us, then I'd be...
Yeah, I'm not always in favor of intervention unless it's a elite pedophilic cabal doing it, at which point I am actually in favor of it, you know? I'm not usually for it unless it's Donald Trump, who is the #1 defender of pedophiles doing it, you know?
Okay with it.
So I'm generally against it, but if we're willing to do very open thievery, if we're willing to do robbery and theft and jack their natural resources for our corporations, well, in that case, I'm in favor of it. Aspen Gold, that's an argument to overthrow like literally every country on Earth. Everybody's got something of value, some places more than other, of course. But you just laid the groundwork and the argument for, no, yeah, I would do this to anybody, anywhere, as long as I feel like our corporations are getting off scot-free and stealing a lot of shit. I mean, this is Fourth Reich shit. Let's call it what it is. And it's even like, it's like pirate type shit too. This is like flat out piracy that he's arguing for. But since it's, a reality star wearing a suit, he feels like somehow there's some legitimacy that's granted to it. It's preposterous.
Then I'd be okay with it. Does that make sense? So it's all about whether we're making money off of it. That's my primary function, is that...
It's kind of crazy that Asmongold's saying neocon shit in 2026 while saying yeah base. I mean, this is Edinger Mentum's take, but it is Donald W. Bush right now. It is straight up Donald W. Bush hours. It's DWB, baby. Straight up. That is what's going on. And what's really funny is because we're living in the ashes of the global war on terror and how much of a spectacular failure it was, that you arrive at this like weird inconsistent position where they'll say like, oh, naked ambitions of imperialism and colonial plunder is good, as opposed to the previous versions of that where they at least tried to massage it as like a liberalizing democratization operation, right? Like that was the same purpose back then too, jackass. That's it. Oh, Dick Cheney, not based, but when Trump does it based. It doesn't make any sense. It's the same shit.
I think about, is this good for Americans?
Who's we? Who's we? You said as long as we're making money off it. Who's we? You're not ExxonMobil. You're not Chevron.
Okay, Kyle. I mean, I said the exact same thing. That's my.
You're not BP.
That's
You're not Citgo. This only helps the Epstein class. This only helps the billionaires. This only helps the corporations, the oil corporations. By the way, they promised Trump, Trump said to them, give me $1 billion for my campaign. He said this to oil companies, give me $1 billion, then I'll deliver for you guys. Give me $1 billion, I'll deliver for you guys. The most openly corrupt, this was reported on at the time, openly corrupt deal. And would you look at that? Now he's president, and he's openly saying, we're going to take the oil, we're going to overthrow Venezuela, we're going to take the oil. They granted an ultra-Zionist MAGA billionaire, Paul Singer, was given the rights to Citgo, the U.S. branch of the Venezuelan state oil company. Now that guy has it, and he's going to be the one to go in there and fucking fix up all the infrastructure and make a tremendous amount of money off of it. This is so crazy, the shit that he's saying. Oh my God.
I think about, is this good for Americans? And if it is, if it's making us money, it's beneficial for us, it's lowering our costs, or there's some other downstream effect of it, then yeah, I'd be okay with it.
He hasn't thought this through in the slightest. This wouldn't help you or I at all, not even a little bit. It's about...
Asmongold thinks he's on the team. Breaking, the Trump administration plans to put money raised from the seizure of Venezuelan oil into bank accounts outside the U.S. Treasury. They told lawmakers today. Sources said they understood these as similar or decidedly offshore accounts. Asking the White House for clarification. Yeah, based. Yeah, based. Blah, blah. That's a pretty easy take to come to the left, Lamau. I mean, Donald Trump makes Marxist propaganda so easy. Like... Well, to be fair, I don't think it's like propaganda in the liberal understanding of the word anyway, but he just makes it so easy. And yet people still don't want to fucking see it.
Corporate profits. It's about the Epstein class, the billionaires. The idea that, oh yeah, we're really looking out for a grandma who lives in Cleveland. Like, get the fuck out of here. He doesn't even fucking believe that. He's just using this to justify and rationalize the most disgusting foreign policy actions that we've seen in modern history.
But us just going over there and doing it for no reason? No, I don't think so.
There's always a reason. Nobody's like, hey, for shits and giggles, I'm going to go to New Zealand and fucking do regime change. Nobody does that. Nobody's ever done that. There's always a reason. Read about the history of the banana wars. That was a reason. We wanted to fucking overthrow a government so that the Chiquita Banana Company can fucking jack all the bananas. That sounds incredibly dirty, but you get the point. Like, nobody's ever done it for no reason. Bush had his reason. By the way, that would also happen to be oil. That would be control of a vital region in the world geopolitically. Like, there were reasons, but what about fucking law? What about law? What about principles? What about morality? What about ethics? What about equality? What about justice? Again, to want to live in a world where might makes right, and it's the law of the jungle, is so fucking short-sighted, because throughout history, empires rise and fall.
Here, I'll give it to you. I'll give you an example, okay? You want to know why might makes right is not good? Let's not think about it in terms of the international standards. Let's think about it as a super basic thought experiment in the United States of America. If might makes right, I have enough money to go and hire a private military, okay? I can just go to Asmongold's house with a private military and storm his fucking home and then occupy it, and then now it's my home. Obviously, this would be ridiculous, right? It would be completely unacceptable. It's fucking ridiculous. But if you say might makes right, you have to sit there and go, yeah, based. Might makes right only works as long as you feel like you are the mighty one, okay? There is a reason why we cannot succumb to chaos. There's a reason why we shouldn't want to succumb to chaos. Obviously, you know, his home also has a real biological defense mechanism in and of itself, but that's just a hypothetical, right? The blowback we're going to experience in the coming years, or the blowback from being the proximity of Asmongold's home. There are natural defenses. Yeah, he's got the Iron Dome. In any case, the point I'm trying to make is might makes right is a psychotic understanding of the world, okay? It's not appropriate, it's terrifying, and it's utter chaos. Yes, it is the responsibility of the strong to protect the weak, and you can see a lot about a society by looking at the way they treat the most marginalized people.
There will be a time where we're not the most powerful country anymore. It's going to happen at some point, probably sooner rather than later, because Trump's ushering in that time very fast. I don't want to be on the receiving end of fucking China randomly overthrowing our government because they don't like that we're not giving them enough of our fucking natural gas that we get from fracking. Like, put the shoe on the other foot for fucking one. Poor
marginalized dictator. Oh, I didn't realize that Maduro was also the entire natural reserves of Venezuela. My mistake. I didn't realize that he was literally just the natural oil reserves of Venezuela, and we just extracted him, and therefore all of the entire natural oil reserves of Venezuela has been extracted as well. Does it feel like we're talking about the kidnapping of Maduro at this point? We've moved beyond it. That was unacceptable to begin with. But we're currently talking about the brazen ways in which America is forcibly extracting the natural resources of Venezuela to turn profit for not the average American citizen, really, but for ExxonMobil, Chevron, Citgo, for Trump's select friends in the pedophilic elite class. Check old logs. Do right-wing demons deserve to get shot? Do right-wing demons deserve to be purified? As a liberal, what should I be doing instead of advocating for civility? Are you going to TwitchCon? Can we get a bill that makes it so you have to vote for related issues one at a time? Wait, how the fuck did this guy go from being like, I'm a liberal, to being like, poor, marginalized dictator, rent-free? Is this another liberal that fucking became an Asmongold fan? Dude, NatSec liberalism is genuine brain poison. These people just like, they're so fucking one note when it comes to defending American dominance around the globe that they slowly but surely succumb to so many other reactionary positions that they cannot even recognize who they used to be after a while. Okay? Many such cases, for the record. You might be able to get that stain out with a carpet steam cleaner. No promises, but there's a good chance that it'll come out. You can rent them from Home Depot and the like. Like, literally going from I'm a liberal, okay? Going from I'm a liberal, I have liberal mindset, to like giving Asmongold carpet cleaning techniques. How the fuck do you just lose sight of any of your first principles? It's genuinely shocking. Because you didn't even like dive into, I don't know, Destiny or something. You dive off the fucking deep end. At least Destiny still tries to maintain some of these like liberal perspectives, liberal frameworks that he seemingly operates off of, that he simply just casts aside when it comes to Israel, obviously. But like, you know, it's just shocking to me that you go from like, I'm a liberal, to I actually think that we should dominate everybody. Just because I don't like dictators doesn't make me not a liberal. Brother, that's not what I'm talking about. Or sister, that's not what I'm talking about. First of all, if you are a liberal, you should not be on board with Donald Trump stealing the natural resources of another country. What the fuck? That's liberalism is supposed to move beyond the naked colonial exploitation. Like, how does one get this involved with American national security? That I don't understand. Like, are you guys LARPing? Are you guys actually, like, do you just, like, how does the brainworm set in? It doesn't make any sense. It's Reddit. I think maybe there's just no good games anymore. Shouldn't we police the protesters so that you don't give the police ammunition to justify their violence? Be careful when you say do the deed. It has a game delete connotation. Do you think Capitol's owners would not take advantage of the illegal status of their workers? Is it a good idea to have more undocumented people coming here today? People who have never and have nothing here? Why would you be a part of the origination? Okay, I don't know if this person was actually a liberal, I'll be real. I don't support him stealing the oil. Okay. Well, you support someone who is supporting him stealing the oil, so kind of feels like you're all over the place, a little inconsistent. You support the process because those two things are inextricably linked together. I don't support them stealing the oil. I do support the person stealing the oil. I'm a liberal, by the way. Yeah. Let me tell you my nuanced position. This time, destabilizing another country and doing regime change by force for oil is good. I'm a liberal, by the way. I'm a liberal who opposes the Iraq War, who thinks this time it's gonna be good. Okay, well, thank you. You definitely... Maybe you are a liberal, but a stupid one, I think. You seemingly did not learn any of the lessons from the previous incursions, you know?
In your life, to all the MAGA people out there, I actually think they're incapable of doing that. I think their brain like short circuits when they try to apply the golden rule and try to put the shoe on the other foot and try to, let me see it if I was in there.
The propaganda machine working against you is pumping out nonsense hourly. I used to watch it too, and it roped me in. For what it's worth, I made the opposite journey from centrist to leftist. You're winning some people over and losing some real ding-dongs, lol. Yeah, but if the ding-dongs are in here, that's what blows my mind. Like, how can you listen to what I have to say, see that I was fucking vindicated over and over again, and then still have like one issue where you disagree with me, and then your entire worldview flips, and you lose sight of all of the previous positions that you actually rode for, okay? That's what I don't understand, because like, these guys don't just go, you know what? I have a nuanced perspective on this, and now I've decided that like regime change for oil is good, but in this one specific instance, they also just end up being like, we should kill protesters in America, and also let's liberate Iran. by killing more Iranians, of course, because that's the only way that we can liberate a country. Let's be real. We don't even give a fuck about the Iranians. We're just going to do that at the behest of Israel. But like, that's the thing that I don't understand. Like how you can lose sight of any of your fucking values and slowly but surely find yourself in the throes of reactionary ideology. It does surprise me. I'll be honest. You've been incredibly consistent and people claim the opposite and it's eaten up. I really don't know. That's how you got me. Sorting my shit out now, though. Yeah, it is pretty funny that I'm probably the most consistent political commentator, especially on this platform, but in most platforms in general, because my position is so outside of like the confines of what is normally seen, not being a liberal, not being a reactionary, not being a centrist. And yet, for some reason, people still will say, one, that I'm audience captured, which is funny, okay, because I yell at my audience all the fucking time. And two, people will say that I'm inconsistent when you can just straight up watch, as we did yesterday, a video from 2017 or 2018, sorry, where I'm talking about the exact same things about regime change, about like American force projection, and how fucking silly and stupid that is, and how American destabilization operations for resource extraction don't actually benefit people even in the heart of empire, in the imperial core. So I don't think it's funny. Reactionary politics is, by its very nature, must sway with the tide. Leftism consists of real, unchangeable values. I do feel like eventually you get to a point with reactionary politics where you are ideologically consistent, but we call those people fascists. Roach King went all out trying to make his viewers believe that the previous actions in the Middle East was by design and not a failure. I mean, it is by design, but it is also ultimately a failure for the average person, just like Venezuela is by that same exact design and will be a failure for the average person. You know? I mean, yeah, look.
First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a communist.
This is 2018.
ICE is Gestapo, a state-sponsored law enforcement division created to wreak havoc in our communities, separate families, and punish people, well, overwhelmingly people of color, for the crime of wanting to pursue the American dream.
Look at that. Tom Homan, even back then. Come on, man. Come on, man. That's 8 years ago, dude. It's 8 fucking years ago. Consistent. Because some of us don't like to be insulted, so when you attack us personally, we do a total 180 on everything just to piss you off for pissing us off. Okay, but you have to literally, you are openly admitting that you are childish. Like, that is, no, I want an apology. First of all, what the fuck would I apologize to you for? That's number one. Earlier today, you straight up came in here and tried to do that silly ass, like, hypothetical situation justifying the death of the lady in Minneapolis in the hands of the ICE agent, and then you turned around and backed away into a claim that you were simply asking questions. You were simply like presenting a hypothetical, okay? But if a fucking Twitch streamer being mean to you, you know, you acted on an assumption. I did not say she deserved to be shot. See, this is what I'm saying. A Twitch streamer being mean to you should not actually undermine your whole worldview, okay? Unless you're literally 12. And if you're not literally 12, and you're an adult, you have to be an adult. We can have a disagreement. I can get mad at you. I can get heated. You get heated at me. It's fine. Okay? But still, stay consistent to your worldview. You feel me? Like, that's crazy. Please. Have your opinions changed on my grandma? No, we still have sex all the time.
In their shoes, they're like, I don't understand. That doesn't make sense. How could I be in their shoes? That makes no sense. Like, I don't think they get it. I don't think he has the mental capability to do that basic intellectual exercise. Because if he did, he'd be fucking horrified at his own words here.
That's my viewpoint on it. That's what I think. No more pointless wars, period. Economical, logical interventions are fine. Yeah, exactly. And even if it costs civilian lives, yeah, who gives a shit? Like, I mean, if the thing is that if you're going to do this stuff, people are going to get killed. That's what's going to happen. It's going to happen for sure.
What if that was your family? What if that was your best friend? What if that was you? What if that was your entire block? What about that?
Yeah, I mean, the question is, like, when you're talking about the lady that got shot and killed today by the one that got murdered by ICE today, like, that could have been your mom. You know what I mean? That's it. Like, that person could have easily been your mom, your kind-hearted mom, just as easily. It's shocking that people can't see that, even in this situation when it's like a white woman, right? Because a lot of people, when they see that like a victim of state violence, sanctioned state violence is black or brown, they can't put themselves in that person's shoes. But the moment that you can't even see like a white woman getting shot by a cop like that, and you find yourself justifying that kind of police brutality, ICE brutality specifically, that's, you might be too far gone, honestly. Like, that actually blows my mind.
What about that? My guess is
Cenk Uygur is a roach, Armenian genocide denier. You are a spitting image of him. The Young Turks committed genocide. Turks are the real reason the Middle East is ruined. Turks are the real reason the Middle East is ruined. That's funny.
then you would, of course, be fucking outraged. If it was your family members or your friends, you would be outraged. You would feel like, has everybody lost their goddamn mind? Are we just in favor of, anarchy? Are we in favor of chaos and savagery and barbarism? Like, is that what we've come to? But when it comes to others, like, who cares? They're like poor brown people in Venezuela. Who gives a shit? Why would anybody care about them? They speak a different language. I don't like them. I don't know them. So, like, why do they count? I don't understand what... Guys, you have to understand something. This, to me, has been a very eye-opening moment. Because I remember having the arguments during the campaign with people where you had a lot of MAGA people who sincerely were arguing, like, no, we think Trump is more anti-war than Kamala. We think Trump and Vance are the peace ticket. You remember these arguments, and I was screaming from the top of my lungs, you're just wrong. Like, objectively speaking, factually speaking, opinions aside, this is just black and white, straightforward, like, not even close. He is a bigger warmonger, period. And, like, I remember having these arguments, and it's like you're talking to a brick wall when you have these arguments. Like, they refuse to accept that reality. And it didn't matter how many specific examples I brought up of Trump being a warmonger, water off a duck's ass. They wouldn't care. But see, now, the realization I'm having, watching Asmongold is, no, they never cared. Like, they never actually felt like I'm really anti-war and I actually want to support the more anti-war candidate. It was just branding. It was just marketing. They were all part.
According to another eyewitness, ICE gave the woman they killed contradictory instructions, then aggressively surrounded her vehicle. One told her to leave, and then as she complied, another tried to open her car door and told her to get out of it while the killer got in front of her. Yeah.
Of the fascist, terrorist, Kool-Aid drinking death cult. And so they'll use whatever argument is convenient in the moment, but they never meant a fucking word of it. Because I would sit there and say, I would say, okay, you say Trump's more anti-war. Why did he increase drone strikes in his first term 432%? Why did he keep us in Iraq and Afghanistan? By the way, Biden got us out of Afghanistan. Why was there a 330% increase in civilian deaths in Afghanistan when he was president? Why did he bomb Syria twice? Why did he bomb Somalia? Why did he occupy a third of Syria to, quote, take the oil? That's his words, not mine. Why did he increase the Pentagon budget every year, even though they failed 8 audits in a row and can't account for 63% of their money? Does that sound anti-war to you? Giving record military budgets to the Pentagon as they fucking basically steal 63% of that money? And you would get no real reaction from these people. Again, they just would. You could play them the clip of Trump on Fox News in 2015 or 2016 where he says, we should take out the families of terrorists. Don't just kill the terrorists. Take out their families. Talking about killing innocent women and children. Does that sound?
I mean, that's what the left did during the BLM riots. No, she got what she deserved. What wars have we been in? HasanAbi, don't worry, I'll wait. Brother, we are currently in the process of stealing Venezuela's oil while simultaneously talking about fucking taking Greenland. Other logs withheld because automod. My mom wouldn't be that R-worded to follow ICE all day. He also said he hasn't talked about Asmongold lately. Asmon literally played 10 clips of you mentioning him this month. Lol. Dude, I mean, this is it, right? Cult of personality, cult of personality. No, I don't think this chatter is 12 chatter. I think it's a lot sadder than that. I think this is a fucking whole ass loser who's like, probably in his 30s, late 30s, desperate for attention, So she sends her kids off to school, so she spends all day fucking with ICE. Fafo. Like, you do this when you're genuinely a pathetic person. Like, you're so powerless in your life. You have nothing going on in your life, right? So you're incredibly desperate for some kind of attention that you get from streamers, Can we bring the water cannons back? You called it, Zach Rohr. Someone would have died, and here we are. You said it'll take someone getting killed to change things. Do you think if the government is responsible for not fixing this? I've defended ICE until this situation. They told her to leave, and she turned around to leave. She shouldn't have been shot in the head, though. They told her to leave, right? Wait, so you were in his chat literally fucking saying until you heard until you heard Asmongold's take, you actually had seen the video, developed your own perspective until you heard from Asmonfold, and that's all it took for your brain chemistry to fucking get warped. He was genuinely in Asmongold's chat arguing. He was like, no, they told her to leave. What the fuck? And then you even try to cope and say, you called it. Someone would have to die, and here we are. And then he basically convinced you that it was good that that person died. And now, hours later, you're in my chat fucking defending. How does this happen? No, I'm unbanning this motherfucker. I have to hear from this guy. I'm sorry. How do you go from at 11:43, I've defended ICE until this situation. They told her to leave and she turned around to leave. She shouldn't have been shot in the head though. They told her to leave, right? Like realizing that no one in the fucking community is agreeing with you. And then you just decide, you know what? It's probably better if I agree with Asmongold. And then 4 hours later, you're in here being like, yeah, she deserved to be killed. Fafo, fuck around and find out. Please, please, your brain must be studied like one of those NFL players that fucking doesn't kill themselves by shooting themselves in the head and then writes a fucking note in their suicide note to be like, please study my brain. We need to understand CTE. Like, your brain has to be studied by scientists, chatter. You need to help us understand how you did this. Like, you came in, you watched a video of a horrifying, the narrative changed after watching the new videos. Brother, you saw a 37-year-old lady pulling outside of her fucking home in her own goddamn neighborhood, getting conflicting narratives from a bunch of Gestapo psychopaths who ran up to her and were telling her to leave, and you correctly made that assessment after watching the video with your own two eyes. You watched the video with your own two eyes. You saw something that was completely unacceptable. And then you went to a 40-year-old unwashed losers community. You tried to defend your position, and you just got overwhelmed by Mr. Yeah Based, so much so that now not only have you internalized someone else's position, but you actually are fucking defending it in other people's chats. This is my point, by the way, chatters. The reason why I'm showing you this is because you rarely ever see this in action, okay? But a lot of people genuinely fucking are looking at politics from the perspective of vibes. It's about which communities that they frequent. And if there's like a couple things that they associate with and develop a sense of community over, whether it be like WoW or whether it be like titties in video games or something, okay? They unironically will genuinely change their perspective on something that they see as black and white like that if enough people are actually repeating it back to them. He was hit by the car. She was following them all day. That was early on. He was not hit by the car. I don't believe she intentionally tried to hit him, but it was a split-second decision, and now they've dissected the video, and in no part of the training that they have to move. What? Bro, the video you watched is correct. You got fucking duped. Not only did you get duped, but you're now defending the dupers, the people that duped you. They fed you a lie. That's crazy. It's such an abject lie that the president fucking straight up came out. We have the footage. We saw the footage. President fucking straight up came out. We have the footage. We saw the footage. You saw the footage. The president was like, oh, he actually went to the hospital. He almost died. Like, he went so far as to say that. Something that you can objectively see is untrue in the video footage that he posted on his Truth Social. It's on CNN front page right now. It shows her hitting them with the car. What are you talking about? Are you all right? Did we see a different video? Like, what the fuck? She is literally fucking going right. What are you talking? The guy is unscathed. Like, what do you mean it's on CNN front page? I'm looking at the CNN front page, chatter. Did you get duped by like an AI video or something? Is that what happened? She drove forward and struck him with the car. He shot her through the front window. Yes, I'm good. No, she did not strike the person with a car. One of your 2026 predictions that lying would become even more OP. It's already happened. Brother, you need to understand something, okay? If a car is literally coming at you, shooting the person would unironically not even be the right thing to do. If that person was legitimately afraid of being fucking killed by an oncoming vehicle, then shooting the driver would be the dumbest thing to do because you'll die, okay? You can only shoot and kill someone who is driving away from you. You can't shoot and kill someone and also leave the incident unscathed if they are trying to kill you. Okay? You understand that, right? And that's precisely the reason why. That is precisely ex-FBI agent breaks down the video. She did not drive forward and struck him with the car. I don't give a fuck what FBI agent is saying. Shots 2 and 3 were from the side window, and shot 1 is literally from the side of the fucking windshield. He's not even supposed to be in front of the car, but he certainly wasn't in front of the car. He was on the front left corner of the car. And it's something that you saw with your own 2 eyes, by the way. That's what's so shocking to me. You saw with your own 2 eyes, and then you got convinced. No, it doesn't show her hitting him in the top left corner at all. What the fuck are you talking about? And not only that, but you also admit here that she got conflicting information. They told her to leave, right? And she was turning around to do that, and he jumped onto the hood. What the fuck? Here's the video, dude. Look, she's like moving forward, about to leave, right? And then she waves off the first car passing. Then she waves off the second car passing as well, but it turns out the second car is an unmarked vehicle with ICE agents in it, okay? They come in hot. And as you also correctly pointed out earlier in the day, approximately 5 hours ago when you had fucking working brain cells, they run up and start giving her conflicting information. So she puts the car in reverse, okay, to leave. No! But the ICE agent number 2 here, ICE agent number 1, and ICE agent number 2, and ICE agent number 3 is in the back right here. ICE agent number 2 immediately, without even fucking telling her what her rights are or whatever, without even like telling her she's going to get detained or anything like that, goes for the door. This is not appropriate. What he's doing here is completely inappropriate. No! She has already taken the car off of reverse at this point. And if you notice, she moves the vehicle's front wheels to the right to leave, to get away. In that process, while she's leaving, without being struck whatsoever, this guy fires the first shot and then fires shots 2 and 3 long after she has passed away, long after she's passed by him. Wait till you find out the FBI agent is fresh and fit. Shut the fuck up. No, 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 you're fucking kidding me. He did not get his actual FBI agent is not fresh and fit. Is this the one where the ex-FBI agent? No, it's this one, I assume. Breaks down former cop breaks down the fucking the other federal law enforcement operations in this and justifies it.
Higher. Now, the way agents are trained, first of all, put this video under the microscope and walk through it. And I can tell you, I've watched this over 24 times right now. The focal point is going to be the front left fender of that vehicle and the agent that is then beyond it who decides to open fire. Now, the way agents are trained, first of all, and the police chief alluded to this in the press conference, is that they're not permitted to fire into a moving vehicle solely for the purpose of disabling the vehicle.
Is this the FBI agent that you saw who's, at least up until this point, correct? You're not supposed to actually fucking fire into a moving vehicle?
When you look at that video, you can actually see that vehicle making contact, the front left of that vehicle.
Brother, this is what you mean when you say that she tried to kill him? This is what you're talking about? This is what you're talking about. This.
See that vehicle making contact, the front left,
like
of
him sliding
vehicle with the ICE agent who was there.
If you think this justifies murder, I'm gonna be so for real with you. Like this moment
video,
right
you can
here.
Actually see that.
If you think that moment is a justification for murder and not a cop literally sliding out of the way, you are not able to be salvaged. This is not a salvageable situation for you, okay? This is not a salvageable situation at all. You are lost in the fucking sauce.
Video, you can actually.
And by the way, the irony, of course, is that you also recognize, oh, didn't the cop jump on his fucking hood or something? He didn't. He was in the way, okay? The ICE agent was in the way. But if you think that that is enough, that is reason enough to get fucking destroyed, to get killed, you are out of your mind. But she did hit him. How does he know that it's a split-second decision? What do you mean? What are you talking about? It's a split-second decision. What the fuck are you talking about? He's literally walking right after. Clearly, it's not something that's impacting him. What the fuck?
that vehicle
and then he ends up firing into the car anyway. What are you talking about? This is what we're considering a fucking
video, you can actually
this is what we're considering enough to fucking kill someone. You have to be absolutely brain broken. She's an ICE agent. This is literally an American citizen. I'd rather neutralize a potential threat that could have killed him. Oh my God, dude, you are not a cop. Stop doing this cop speak shit. You're a fucking moron. You talked over the entire clip. I don't give a shit. I'm giving you the fucking analysis here. It doesn't matter what this fucking dickhead is saying.
When you look at that video, you can actually see that vehicle making contact, the front left of that vehicle with the ICE agent who was there. But again, it'll come down to a matter of question. Could that agent have moved out of the way? They're not required to retreat. There's no duty to retreat when facing someone who may be potentially violent. Now, there's another thing to point out too, and that's the angle that we see from the bystander, is that it appears just before the shots are fired, the front wheels on that vehicle turn to the right. That's an indication, obviously, to us from that vantage point that the driver is about to move out of that location toward the.
Dude, this argument is literally, your life is worthless, okay? You as an American citizen, including this fucking chatter who is LARPing as a cop in the chat right now, your life is worthless. If a cop gets scared, they can kill you. And yes, I know that that is the reason why police don't have any fucking accountability in this goddamn country, but that's not how things go. That's not how things are supposed to be, okay? What are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about? Oh, I'm sorry, I had a gun and I got spooked. It's like that Acorn clip. Remember when the Acorn falls on the cop car and then the dude takes out his gun and starts spraying everywhere? He's like, oh shit, I'm under attack. Imagine if he fucking murdered a child in the crib. Sorry, it's justifiable. We thought that we were under attack. Officer under fire, you know? Meanwhile, this is not even a cop. He's an ICE agent. The fuck's he doing here? I cannot think of a situation where his life was more safe. I mean, demonstrably, okay? Split-second decision. Sorry, he couldn't figure it out is the most insane thing I've ever heard. Okay, what if he fucking tripped and fell in that moment? Is it okay if he just got scared in a moment of panic and started fucking spraying? The fuck do you mean? Oh, sorry, he got afraid. Yeah, that's the whole point. That's the reason why there should be rules around when you can take your fucking weapon out. You notice how he actually moves out of the way despite the fact that he makes contact with the car? That's because she wasn't trying to kill him, okay? You notice how he walks around after he murders her and is not even remotely fucking threatened at all? That's because she wasn't trying to murder him. She was trying to get away. Well, this chatter also probably got banned site-wide because he was saying, fuck around and find out. You get what you deserved, which is ironic because Twitch will ban random chatters for saying that, but not, or no, never mind. He's a federal agent and not a cop, I thought. Which is it? He's not a cop. And you can decide in a split second if you're about to get ran over by a car that's allegedly stalking you all day. Allegedly stalking you all day. Shut the fuck up. These are ICE agents. I don't know why his chat logs are not getting. So where was the new angle? It's not even a new angle. It's this. It's the same fucking angle that everybody keeps pointing to be like, no, this one actually proves that she was trying to murder him.
With
She was trying to murder him at 2 miles per hour as he literally stepped aside. If you think, oh, they did get suspended, never mind. It's ironic to me that Twitch will suspend random fucking chatters for repeating Asmongold's talking points, but won't fucking ban Asmongold. It's like, dude, then don't ban his chatters. They're just repeating what he's saying. Like, if you have a standard here, apply it evenly. Either don't ban Asmongold's chatters for literally repeating his talking points, or ban Asmongold. You can't have it both ways, okay? It's so crazy because that chatter didn't say anything that Asmongold hasn't said. If anything, he was more understanding than Asmongold, at least early on in the fucking day. Yeah, the stalking lie makes no sense. She was literally killed in her own neighborhood. I don't know where you got the fucking stalking lie from. These guys have no answer for the fact that if she was trying to drive into the dude, why the fuck? If she was trying to drive into the dude, why did she go right instead of straight or to the left? What is this? Your boy? My boy. Just tuned in and he's randomly talking about my boy Asmongold. Yeah, he's your boy. He's your best friend. It's so funny that these fucking unwashed incels don't even realize that they unironically sound like K-pop Twitter stans. Like, these are the same people who are like, why do people stan VTubers, bro? Why do people stan fucking K-pop stars or whatever, and then they unironically stan Asmongold, which makes even less sense. You know what I mean? At least you're a fucking stan of, like, again, if you're a K-pop stan, it makes sense. They make music, they look good, they shower, they're pretty, you know? Ain't no world in which if someone is trying to fucking kill an ICE agent in front of them, ain't no world in which if someone is trying to kill the ICE agent in front of them, they're reversing. Like, this is not a fucking cartoon, you know what I mean? This is not like a cartoon where you reverse so you can just like really gun it into the person, right? Like, it doesn't work like that. They would just gun it directly. Yeah, he got out of the way, which is why he's not hurt. Exactly. He was barely, I mean, she was barely fucking, she wasn't trying to kill him. Like, she was trying to go right. Oh, it's because Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem claimed that Renee Nicole Good had been stalking and impeding federal law enforcement in the hours before the shooting. Oh, that's where they're coming from. Oh, I got it. Okay. See, Krabby Patty Crabs, thank you for bringing up where people are getting this like insane information from. Yeah, they think she was a rapid response person. I don't even know if she was, but even if she was, it's fucking legal. That is legal. Just so you understand, what that is lawful, okay? What is not lawful, on the other hand, is getting fucking shot in the head. I don't even know if that's real, for the record. I don't trust Kristi Noem at all. She fucking also called her a domestic terrorist who deliberately was trying to kill ICE agents. So, you know, weren't these the assholes defending that kick streamer that ran over a stalker? I mean, yes, but they're not. Guys, come on. You have to understand there's a higher priority here. Cops are always right. ICE is also like a cop. So ICE is also always right, too. I cannot believe we watched the murder of a 37-year-old white woman in the hands of complete unaccountable hogs. And we've spent the fucking last day, we've spent the entire day having to try to get them to understand. You can see the sequence. The vehicle is already moving. The officer positions himself in front of it. And when the car advances, he draws and fires. On that first shot, there's at least a colorable argument that use of force could be viewed as reasonable in the moment. The analysis shifts to the second and third shots. By then, the officer appears to be alongside the vehicle, firing through the driver's side window. At that point, he's no longer directly in the vehicle's path. The immediate zone of danger has changed, and along with the justification for deadly force. I don't even give it to him. I mean, this is a public defense. This is a public defender. I mean, he's a you know, so he is giving the most conservative estimate here. Like, this is perhaps the most conservative estimate here, where he's saying, like, after the first shot, the rest of it is completely fucking unacceptable. He literally extends his hand to get past the A-pillar, so he has an angle to shoot her. He was so out of the way, he had to extend himself to make that shot. Anyway, exactly. Things are different in the real world. Obviously, people are fucking very upset. A white woman dying and conservatives not caring is canary in the coal mine. Precedent set. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't. I don't understand it. Like, I genuinely can't comprehend it. If you think this is defensible, you think anything is defensible. These guys will unironically, because like, if they defend this, that means anything is fair game. Like, ICE can kill your mother and you'll defend it.
Our ICE officers were out in enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle.
That was from Kristi Noem. The president himself posted a few hours after the shooting saying, quote, "The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer,
Yeah,
who
conservatives
seems
have
to have
lost the
shot her in
fucking plot, man.
self-defense."
They've
The
lost
president
it.
continued, "Based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe he is alive, but is now recovering in the hospital. The situation is being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis." Secretary Noem says this afternoon that the officer did go to the hospital, but has since been released and is with his family. And behind the wheel of that SUV, we've now learned more. It was 37-year-old mother, whom Minnesota Senator Tina Smith identified as Renee Nicole Good. Her mother told the Minneapolis Star-Tribune this evening that her daughter was, quote, "an amazing human being," and described her as loving, forgiving, and affectionate. We're still working tonight to learn more about her and her life. And this hour, I'm going to speak with the mayor of Minneapolis, whose reaction to this shooting in the aftermath was raw and unfiltered.
They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit. This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed. And I have a message for ICE.
Yeah, Minneapolis police chief said that on CNN that nobody besides the woman was hurt. That means the cop was never injured. Yeah, of course he wasn't injured. We saw him. He wasn't even fucking limping.
Stated reason
his,
for being
his foot didn't even get squished under the tire, okay? He was
exactly
quite
the
literally
opposite.
out of the way of the car.
We'll speak to the mayor and the police chief who was
He's in
standing
the
to his right
hospital?
there in just a
What?
few moments. I want to start, though, with CNN's Laura Coates, who is on the scene in Minneapolis tonight. And Laura, we can see these aerial images.
Okay, you're fucking memeing. I thought he was going to the hospital to do a fake Fent injury or something. Like, this is him, by the way, after he shot the person. Does he look harmed? He's getting back in his fuck-ass car. Went to the hospital for what, a boo-boo? Because his feelings were hurt?
Here in the community, there is frustration about the response from the administration from Washington, D.C. and beyond. But there's also a lot of concern about the idea that this was somehow justified. The idea that this video was released quite quickly has made people well aware of what has transpired from different angles, and they have formed very strong opinions. People have felt compelled to come out tonight in honor of this woman, what they believe is a dedicated community member who was here simply to show support and to voice her views in a democracy. Others felt compelled to be here. I spoke to one of 3 different daughters who has had their father deported during the first administration of Trump, and spoke about how they were paying homage to somebody who was trying to make sure that they supported those who had to navigate the newfound rules under immigration and beyond. But also there were those who were frustrated about what the rhetoric from the President of the United States has been that would essentially give license to agents to go above and beyond what was actually detailed in their assignments and to advocate for additional violence. There is an undoubted and a palpable level of frustration, but mostly anger and sadness. And here I am in front of a vigil that began with a few flowers that has now grown in size. We've heard from people all around the community who've been speaking here today, talking about safety and safe spaces. But really you have a feeling and community of love, of people who are here to support one another, even a few blocks away from the George Floyd murder as well.
I don't know why they're not saying her name as much. Like, they're not talking about this woman's background for some reason. But yeah, Jacqueline Sweet actually had a post about this, and I'm gonna repost it real quick, and then I'm gonna read it from that post actually. And I don't know why they're not actually talking about her background. Maybe not everything has to be like this grand conspiracy. I'm sure. I don't know why they don't like show her image or talk about her background at all. But the woman killed by ICE today was a poet. She won the 2020 Academy of American Poets University and College Poetry Prize at Old Dominion University. This was her bio. Renee Macklin is from Colorado Springs, Colorado, and is studying creative writing at ODU. Her poetry has been published in Metrosphere and Coronado Literary Review, and she currently co-hosts a podcast with her husband, comedian Tim Macklin. Tim Macklin passed away, by the way, in 2023. They left behind after today's events where she got brutally murdered by an ICE agent who I hope will be rotting in prison for the rest of his fucking life if justice is served. They had a child together. I believe that they had 3 children together. When she's not writing, reading, or talking about writing, she has movie marathons and makes messy art with her daughter and 2 sons. People are posting the wrong woman's photo. The red lipstick photo is not her. This is Renee from her social media accounts. Yeah. Renee Macklin was, when she was married to Tim Macklin, who passed away in 2023, then she married another person. I don't know why. Because she's a white woman, they don't want that narrative as a fast track to get everyone against them. I truly don't understand. I don't understand why CNN would not actually cover who the victim is here. Because I feel like if you get a better understanding of who the victim is here, you understand that she's not dissimilar to most of these fucking unwashed hogs, these disgusting little creatures all over the internet claiming that she was a fucking terrorist. They would realize that this person does not resemble what they would normally consider a terrorist at all. Yeah, this was her glove compartment. I saw that as well. Like, this is who they shot and killed. She tried to run someone over. I'm talking about you, Jones Holmes. This person could have been your mom. This person could have been your sister. I'm not going to say this person could have been, your girlfriend or something, because it's very clear that you're never going to fucking have a girlfriend. And you are most likely to also have a suicide by cop situation than you are to actually have a loving partner for the rest of your fucking life. Repulsive little fucking creatures who are just annoyed all the time. They hate their lives, and they're constantly trying to fucking spread as much hatred and anger and resentment that they feel every waking moment, because waking up is pain for them. So they have to literally dish it out to every single other person that are unfortunate enough to be in their fucking vicinity. And they do this online under the guise of anonymity over and over and over again with the hopes that it makes their worthless fucking lives a little bit more worthwhile. It won't. It will not. How do they honestly live with themselves for real? It's not for long, let's just say. You spread that kind of attitude around, especially in a moment like this where we're showing you this, you know, this is the person that was murdered by ICE. And you look at that and you go, fuck around and find out. You probably are not long for this world, I'll be honest. There's no way. There is no way you are long for this world. If you think that this is like justifiable, then you have to literally hate yourself so much. If you are this desperate, if you are trying to spread this much hatred, when we're talking about a mother with 3 kids murdered in broad daylight in the hands of a fucking terrorist, you've lost it. You've lost your humanity. You have been robbed of your humanity. You've lost what makes you fucking human. Okay? You need to leave whatever circles you frequent on the internet because they have robbed you of your humanity. That's it. Why does she run, though? She sounds normal, trumpety-dumpety. Bro, you're calling other people negative. I've never seen you happy. Yeah, because I'm covering fucking the gruesome nature of everyday existence in America. It's very hard for me to be fucking happy in this situation. I'm sorry. The fuck? I think the situation is terrible, but I also think the precedent is dangerous both ways. I love me some fucking extreme centrism, dude. You know the fucking memes on Twitter with like the brain so large you're sitting on it? That's what this chatter thought. When he posted this, he cracked his knuckles and he posted this, and he imagined himself like, Sherlock Holmes, played by Benedict Cumberbatch. You know, he was like, this is it. This is my aura moment. I think the situation is terrible, but I also think the precedent is dangerous both ways. The fuck do you mean? What precedent? What do you think is the precedent here? Exactly. The wise man bowed his head solemnly and spoke. There's actually zero difference between good and bad things. You imbecile. You moron. Exactly. I fancy myself to be the wise sage. I look at a situation where a mother of 3 was ruthlessly slaughtered by an unaccountable entity that shouldn't even be on the streets of Minneapolis. And I think to myself, what about the real victim here? The ICE agent. Very good. Very good. I've done it again. Jarvis, fetch me a coffee. Oh, quite indubitably. I'm so zen. I've found the golden mean. Reddit's round the corner, buddy. Take that shit elsewhere, okay? Dork-ass losers. I swear to fucking God. My dude. What about the precedent, my dude? My dude! Yes, if Nick Shitley didn't make that dumbass fucking video, then ICE would be elsewhere right now. They'd be probably killing someone else somewhere else. Let's be real. But they wouldn't be in fucking Minneapolis. Our brains are shrinking. We are straight up getting brain damage from looking at the internet too much. Okay? This is what I mean when I say it is ridiculous to assume that Donald Trump gives a fuck about Venezuelans. Okay? Safety and security of fucking Venezuelans, when he doesn't even give a fuck about the safety and security of his own goddamn citizens, dude. Like, what are we talking about? He saw this shit happen and posted a video being like, this woman was a dangerous terrorist who had it coming for her. It's mind-boggling. He doesn't even give a fuck about Americans. What makes you think he cares about Iranians or fucking Venezuelans, dude? God damn. Anyway, that's all I got for today. I can't do this no more. I'm sorry, guys. All right, I know I was going to do fun stuff, but then, this thing happened in the morning. Obviously, we'll continue the coverage tomorrow. We have a very special guest that I'm filming a podcast with tomorrow morning. I won't tell you who it is, but love you all, and obviously, I'll see you tomorrow. As always, be kind to one another, okay? Look who woke up. Look who woke up. Look who immediately woke up. Okay. Come here. Oh. Yeah. Oh, you're definitely allowed on the bed tonight. Just recently groomed. Anyway, this is why having a dog is good, okay? When things are shitty, you can always give your dog a little pet, and it makes things a little bit better for that brief moment. Good girl. Big booty. All right, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There